move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. We don't stop. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Set me free, you make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, we don't stop. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby.
Greetings, tacticians! 3 months have passed since the first competition in Voltariux Reforged, but the time has come. The EMEA Rising Legends Finals are almost here. Prepare yourselves, because the best 32 players from EMEA are steeling themselves to battle it out in a 3-day tournament, competing to be crowned as the best player in EMEA, alongside something else other than glory. But first things first. On day 1, the best 32 players will be randomly seeded into 4 different lobbies. After 2 games, the players will be reseeded into a second set of groupings based on the points acquired. After 2 more games, they will be reseeded one last time to play the 2 remaining games of the day. Going into day 2, the points carry over from the previous day, with the lobbies reseeded based on the points from day 1. The format will remain the same, so the players will play 6 games with a reseed every 2 games. After these 6 games are done, only the best 8 performers with the highest points from both days 1 and 2 combined will pass to the final day. On the final day, these 8 strategists will compete against each other in 6 games of TFT. At the end of this battle, the player with the highest total points will be crowned as the Rising Legends Champion of EMEA. Along with that champion, the 3 players just below them will secure a spot at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. But that's not all. These 4 heroic tacticians will also acquire a ticket for the glorious Las Vegas TFT Open in December 2023. So mark your calendars and join us on October 20th to find out who will become the next EMEA Rising Legends Champion. Thanks for watching.
We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. Days gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you.
Yes, come in.
Thank you, Doctor.
Please, take a seat, make yourself comfortable, and tell me, why is it that you're here today?
Sometimes at night, I see this thing that keeps me up.
What kind of figure, exactly?
I don't know. Sometimes it looks white, sometimes black. But like every time they have that one thing in common, I think it has a helmet and a sword.
Huh. I see. Let's do a quick test that I think might be able to help you. I'm simply going to show you a few pictures and you tell me what it is you see in these pictures. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
Let's start with this one.
I see a great warrior, but he's laying low by Crux.
Interesting. What about this one?
I think it might be a chandelier. No, it's a candle, but with hearts.
Okay, I see. That does make sense. And finally, this one.
That's just you.
Okay, well, I believe we are done for today. I believe you are experiencing a phenomenon called loser's queue. Don't panic. This is mostly imaginary. I would recommend you simply stay calm, stay, pretty chill these days, watch some tournaments, but no matter what you do not play any ranked ladder games for the next 2 to 3 days. Is that fully understood?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, have a great day. That's all.
Thank you, Doctor.
No problem. Take care. Thank you. Oh my goodness. These people have just lost their mind entirely. Yes? Okay. All right. Let him through. Yep. No way.
Taking down the Zeri as well, but the setup is out of control.
Not quite enough. And even gods can bleed.
Line, it is going to be about whether or not he can take it, and yes!
Come on! This is the lobby of 3-star forecasts.
Still, his board is way too strong. It doesn't matter the positioning.
It's absolutely glorious. He's so incredibly powerful.
Green light, but she will fall! Munchin and Nila!
Oh, wait, the Guardbreaker comes in. The overtime comes in. He's been able to destroy that Cho'Gath.
Welcome back to the Rising Legends Finals, and we're here today, and every time I see this trailer, I get goosebumps. But, of course, with me are Impetuous Panda and Trouble Inc. My name is Mix. We're gonna bring you through this pre-show, and I'm quite excited. How are you feeling, Trouble?
I'm feeling great. Yesterday was my very first day in studio with you guys, and it was absolutely fantastic. We saw some great plays. We saw some typical usuals, if you will, but it was super fun.
Yeah, Panda, what about you? The multicaster is already everywhere, but there is light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll see how the meta evolves today. The biggest thing for me is the excitement of a cutoff day. I think there's that much extra pressure on these players and the storylines as well as they develop. So I'm just really pumped to see what happens on this day too.
I just want to shout out production right there, because when you called Panda, they actually had a shot on the panda, which is the chop back there. So shout out to production. You guys are insane.
They are. They absolutely are. But so are our players. Yesterday, there was a lot happening. 2 3-star legendary that we're going to talk about later, but lots and lots of forecasts turned golden. And of course, a lot of try-harding. We do have a recap of day number 1 for you guys. So stay tuned and check it out. It has been 2 years since we established Rising Legends as a brand and as a circuit. And it is once again time for the best event that each set has to offer. Welcome to the Rising Legends Finals. tearing up right at the start. With that, we are gonna throw over. Here are Impetuous Panda, Trouble Inc., and a special guest.
Good to be here. It's exciting to see the end of a set as we, head to the next one. So really cool to be here. Thanks for having me.
So quickly that they're usually very lopsided fights in favor of the multicaster. We'll see if it will be the case here for this triple damage item. Vel'Koz taking down 1, 2, 3. All the rogues have been taken down. One more Cataclysm barely doesn't come through. Mordekaiser onto the backline. Vel'Koz taken down. Chinar taken down. Jarvan has been taken down. His Cataclysm was huge, but was it big enough? I don't think it's the case. Poppy is still so healthy, and it's just the backline left for Volta. Mordekaiser going to be taken down. It's only Quinn left alive. And that's the end of the road for Volta in this game. 2 for these multicasters. He's been taken down as well. Can the multicaster burst do it? It's going to be a close fight here with Malzahar and Silco trying to do it, but it's too much burst damage.
Against Germany with Solokazang and Zaza here trying to fight it out. On the other board side, we are seeing that Azir already to level 2, but the multicasters, the rogues are onto it. The Echo coming through clutch, taking out that Azir.
Oh my goodness, Stylet, what are you doing to these poor souls? Cho'Gath 3.
What? Finds that backline, finds it once. Is that enough for the Quinn to do any damage here? But it's not. The Twisted Fate and the Vel'Koz, they stay alive, and Zyko is actually able to take home round number 3.
It's directly onto her, follows her through the dash and deletes her. You've got all your eggs in one basket. That basket just got exploded.
Shout out to everyone here behind the scenes, and we are going to see you tomorrow. Looking forward to that, and thank you so much for watching.
Thank you for doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you guys for doing a great job. And if you're listening, you're also doing a great job because you're here and that gives you bonus points. I'm sure we're going to have a talk with our moderator to maybe drop off some eggs, I think, in chat. Maybe if you're nice, chat, if you're behaving. But we, of course, want to know how the tournament is looking like, Panda. And after a really exciting day 1, we kind of have some really exciting standings too, at least for this one.
6 games down, 6 games still to go. Anything can happen. Even our very last player, in this case our reigning champion Cambis, can mount a Herculean comeback on this day 2 in the 6 games that are left. So that means every single player on this page here can still make it into that top 8, make the cutoff, and try and fight for those world spots tomorrow.
I'm just so surprised. I'm seeing names like Kubixen, Cambis, Lelouch, stuck on Lekoko, Ging, stuck on the second half of the page. It's actually crazy. Yes, a Herculean task can be done, but it's not the easiest one, right? This is why it's so rare. And I'm loving to see some not necessarily new and up-and-coming names, but not necessarily the people that you would have as the favorites, more of the dark horses. You see Og up there. You had Wet Jungler as your winner as well. Panda, Stakesor is up there. Jimray as well. It's great to see that sort of like this new wave. And of course, Travis, who talked to us yesterday and said, hey, I needed a little bit of a chat with my mental coach just to bounce back. But he did.
He did. And the big point here is that all of these standings are incredibly close in the mid-section. So that actually allows players like Cambis, who are unfortunately at the lower end right now, to still come back. There is a chance because of how close everything has turned out to be, which is pretty rare for these types of events, Panda.
The cutoff will be around 60-ish points for today, so maybe a little bit lower than last time around when it's at 8 Monsters Attack. So that's something to keep in mind for the viewers as well. Your favorite player, try and do the mental math. 6 games left. For some players like Cambis, it's going to be maybe 3 firsts and 3 seconds to make it. It's going to be hard, of course, but that's the case when you have a poor day 1.
Yeah. It absolutely is. Now, we have been talking about the elephant in the room quite a lot. We've been trying to ignore it, but it's just not possible. The multicasters trouble, they're here, they're there, they're doing pretty well, right?
Okay, so when day 1 finished, there was one thing that I said to a producer. A producer walks into the room and I'm like, listen, Carlos, I need how many multicaster wins out of all the lobbies happened yesterday, and it was actually an incredibly high amount. I mean, obviously we expected that, right? But with how much it is contested around in general, it's just a little bit difficult to imagine that many wins coming out of them.
6 wins total, 25% of the lobby, so 1/4 of the lobbies that were won yesterday throughout day one were multicaster players. The top 4 isn't that insane because, of course, it is contested. There is the case where one player is winning, one player is going 8th or 7th because he can't find those 3 stars. We'll see if anything adapts and changes for this day 2, if players try, maybe shift their priority and play more of a tempo game plan instead of contesting each other.
The thing that actually surprised me the most was, if we look at the screen behind, is the Nico with 4 wins.
Yeah.
I feel like after the new patch, Nico sort of like fell into priority, but it feels like one of these comps that is not necessarily too contested. So if you do find the opening in your game and you get that 3-star Nico, which is very pivotal if you want to win the game, it's still pretty strong.
I love this comp, and I've been kind of waiting for this to come through. We were chatting to Mort about it yesterday as well. I think it's so good, particularly against the multicasters. The Nico buys you the time that you need, and you have this kind of backline access with the Karma. You can nuke forts. It's really good, but like you're saying, extremely hard to come by, and we're going to be checking out how that goes throughout. But with so many players at the bottom and an 8-player cutoff trouble, some of them need to play a little bit more risky. How is that going to look like?
I feel like a lot of risky moves, such as what Skipeus, for example, did yesterday. He started with a completely different board, and then he hits Infernal Contract, and he ditches his entire board, tries to roll for that 3-star Nico. You hit it, you potentially do actually win the game. So I feel like lines like the Nico line, or potentially Zone that we've seen a lot, when they're uncontested and you can 3-star bounce the units, could give you that victory that you need.
We were saying yesterday as well, where there's not going to be that crazy risk because there's still 6 games left on day 2. But when we get to the 11th and 12th game and players start calculating, hey, I need a first, I need a second right now, they will start doing these crazy lines of trying to pick Pandora's Bench, these very high variance augments and comps to try and perform and have those 1st or 8th moments in their games as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely be seeing some 1st or 8th gameplay, but we did want to bring something to the desk that we wanted to highlight, which is, well, first of all, the Saza tweet here kind of showing that the players are out there and they want to go through the motions to go for the riskier lines, even like turning streams off, making sure that they stay focused. But also, it's a little bit about finding your win conditions, isn't it, Panda? For all of these players, they kind of need to see what's going on in each game and then identify what's going to give them the win.
Yeah, to set the stage, there are games in TFT where you're rolling down 4-1, you scout the lobby, everyone seems to be high rolling, and you're suddenly in a desperation mode just trying to fight for the top 4. But there are other games where you're in a very comfortable position and the game gives you the option, hey, if you want to take this risk, there's a chance you can win the lobby outright decisively with things like Pandora's Bench that we saw yesterday, and we're seeing it there as well for Stylet. Pandora's Bench, Cho'Gath 3 on 2-2. There's a lot of high rolling involved there, but despite that, he knew how to play it marvelously. Instead of staying on level 4, level 5, and rolling for more 1 cost like Renekton or Cassiopeia, he just pumped levels, and in the end, he was able to win that multicaster fight at the very end with the Zephyr that we saw in Game 6 against Double. So I think it goes to show just the relevance of Pandora's Bench in games like this.
And it's also worth mentioning that we saw a bunch of players picking up Pandora's Bench in lobby number 1 yesterday, game number 1. All 3 of them went bottom. So being able to actually use it and utilize it with a little bit of RNG included on what it rolls for. But yeah, Mortok said it yesterday, it's either sync on stream with Pandora's Bench, you either win or you go 8th.
It is, but there is more that we want to highlight here, and one of it, we talked about it already yesterday with Travis, which is this comp here. Now, you always know that you're kind of in a good spot when your post-game looks like this. You found not 1, but 2 4-cost 3 stars. That's going to be a good message. But the deciding factor here was Travis playing that Ezreal. We're going to talk about that later in the day as well. But also finding that golden ticket, relying on it, seeing that you're uncontested on a line and saying, well, Aphelios might not be very good right now, but if I can get him to 3-star and supply him with 1 big boar in the front line, he is.
Let's say it as it is. Aphelios sucks right now. So unless you do manage to 3-star the champion, then yeah, you're not going to have very high highs. Another thing about Travis, though, getting that Ezreal augment is what gave him another victory. Because through that Ezreal, he grabbed 2 gloves, and then he took Lucky Gloves as his second augment in another game, and he managed to have 2 of them. So I feel like the Ezreal has been going tremendously well for him.
Yeah, we will definitely talk more about the Ezreal later on and why some players feel like This is the new meta, and I'm very happy for that. For one, I'm sure you guys can relate, but there's one more board that we need to shout out because Seoul and Nak, you've done it. Gangplank 3 trouble?
Okay, so this is the meta right now. If you grab a 3-star Cho'Gath earlier on in the game, you can pretty much pivot to whatever carry your heart desires. His particular ball consisted of an Azir, later on full of bruisers, and then when he started hitting some Gangplanks, well, you know, he was level 9. I think at some point he had like 50 gold, level 9, 6 Gangplanks in gold, and they gave him another one. I was like, hey, why not?
And the augments really, I think, tell the whole story. Bruiser hard at 3-2 as well, allowed him to hit 6 Bruiser very early. He's incredibly stable the rest of that game. And usually, we've seen it from streamers, you're offered golden egg, your chat's asking for it, you're like, this is not correct.
Take
but
the egg!
In this case, he must have been so healthy, so stable. He says, I have enough time for this risk. It's actually not that risky at all. And the payoff, as we see, was absolutely massive. I think he beat a Mordekaiser 3, so that goes to show he actually needed the GP3 to win that lobby.
Can you imagine being that poor guy with a Mordekaiser 3?
I'm sorry, Trouble.
You have a 3-star 4 cost, which also wins games as a 2-star.
It happens.
3-star.
I would not show up today. I would just cry myself to sleep and not come to day 2.
Well, for Seoul and Nak, the story is a little bit different, though, because he was at the rather lower end of the standings, and hitting that GP3 in the last game must be the craziest thing for how you approach this game mentally. I love it.
Do you know the meme of the podium where you're like the last guy celebrating with champagne, but he hasn't won really anything?
It doesn't matter.
That was him.
He has one. Yeah. He picked the egg. He got a legendary
You're counter jinxing him now. Today, he's going to pop off. First in the standings.
There you go. Absolutely. Now, bringing it back to a little bit of a broader stroke on the meta, we were kind of expecting Ionia to show up a little bit more. It didn't really do that, but something else came up, and I know you're both super eager to talk about it. The Gunners supplied not only Piltover, but mostly supplied with songs.
It was an interesting mix.
I think you were talking to someone who knows a little bit about that.
I don't want to leak too much. I was talking to a German player prior to the tournament. And he mentioned the fact that with the lobby tempo eventually capping out with these very crazy boards with the 9 vertical traits, he was opting to play Earth instead, playing for more reroll Earth angles, and Zon, Gunner, and Rogue all fit into that same tree where there's a lot of units that are, you know, kind of together. You can reroll at 2 and 3 cost, Jinx especially. We saw Ging in that game 6 as well, playing for that Jinx reroll and having a good result with that top 4. So I think it's a line we'll be seeing a lot of from players today. You have to have the right Zon mod, you have to have the right setup in stages 2 and 3, especially. It's a tempo angle where you can be playing it from behind, but if you have the right setup, it can really perform at a high level.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the point where you can't necessarily play it with Piltover anymore, because Piltover goes for these huge cash outs. And as we mentioned before, you're rolling for that Warwick 3, you're rolling for that Echo 3, you're rolling for the Jinx 3. But the most important part is getting that explosion mod on your Echo, because he's the one with the backline access.
Yeah, and it's so fun to see those chem techs go up. Let's be honest, it's one of my favorite things about the songs. But we do have something else ready, because we do have a reminder for everybody. They're closed right now. You hopefully did them yesterday already, but tomorrow our pick'ems are going to open up once again to give you a chance to talk about and predict who you think is going to win. And we did a similar thing. We locked in our pick'ems prior to the tournament with a winner and a dark horse. And let's see how we're doing here, because I think I might have gotten the 2 highest rolls on my desk with you guys, Panda.
Is this a fist bump moment? Wet Jungler and Og first and second in the standings.
Well, that's about to change.
And there's our winners there as well. We're not jinxing them for sure.
Right.
Definitely not caster cursing.
Okay, you're looking at me. So
Yes, I'm waiting for you to
I have
gloat.
to say, I was very impressed with what he showed in Golden Spatula Cup 3, and my Greek bias might have come out a little bit as well. We had a chat, and he seems super ready for this particular tournament as well. He has studied his heart out, so I can't wait to see what he brings in day 2.
Well, we have him here with us today. Here is the beast from the east. Here is Og with us. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello. How are you guys?
We're good. We're having fun. I hope you are good as well.
I'm trying to stay focused for the games that are coming up, because last time didn't go that well. Hopefully it goes better this time around.
Well,
I have a lot of points.
Yeah. You had a great day 1. We've been out there watching. You look good. Going into today, how are you feeling about that?
I don't think anything is done. I'm just focused on the next game, then the second, the third, like going every game like I have 0 points. Because last time I fell into the trap that I had a lot of points and then missed it like for 2 points, I think, 1 point. I was super close. So yeah, I'm focused this time around.
Awesome.
Okay, we're taking every game individually now. Og, we had a chat a few nights ago, and you said something about Kale. It's too hit or miss. I wouldn't really go for a Kale run unless it's absolutely necessary. Game 1 comes through. You run the Kale reroll. Please talk to me about it.
I had Kale 2-star, I think, and 1 more Kale, and already a Rage Blade. So I hit Rage Sector. I think I was uncontested, like no one had any Kale, and I just played the line and I went first. It was also the portal, I think, with more HP, so yeah. I could tank more HP to hit the comp.
Okay.
That makes sense. Og, from day one, once the game's finished, you're top of the leaderboard. What was your night like? How did you prep for this day 2? Was it just getting rest? Did you VOD review? Did you talk to any other players, like a Yellow Tomato maybe, the Greek compatriot that is not doing so hot, but maybe you had some words for him to stay focused for this day 2?
I talked with him for sure. We analyzed both of our games, and nothing crazy. Like I just went to sleep, wake up, I watched some NA scrims, and yeah, I think I'm already prepared. Like I have nothing to learn now. I just wait for the games.
That's good to hear.
Oh, we're looking at me. I'm the Greek in the company, so we're looking at me. That's fair enough. Og, θέλω να σε ρωτήσω κάτι, γιατί υπάρχει πάρα πολλοί κόσμος γενικά στο chat που έρχεται για σένα και γράφει διάφορα για σένα στο chat. Έχεις κάτι να τους πεις εσύ στα ελληνικά?
Okay, hold up. Can we translate this first?
Yeah, okay, I'll translate the question first. So, I thought that I've seen a lot of people coming to the chat and cheering for him, and also typing a few stuff in Greek, supporting him and being very fond of him in general, and being such a high competition, have such great results, and if there's anything that he would like to say back to them.
Do I speak Greek now?
Ελληνικά, ναι.
Ευχαριστώ όλους που μου στείλαν μηνύματα χθες και στο Discord και στο Twitch τους βλέπω και ελπίζω να πάμε το ίδιο καλά και σήμερα.
He wants to thank everybody that sent him sweet messages yesterday on Discord, and that he sees them, and that he hopes he has as much of a good day of yesterday as today.
Well, that's amazing. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. We don't want to distract you any further. We know you have to focus up and go through each game. We'll be watching you out there on the Convergence, and good luck.
Thank you guys.
It's so good to talk to our players, and if you want the chance to talk to our players, see what I did there?
Wow.
You can check out the winners of this tournament going to the World Championship in 2 weeks. They'll be in Berlin at Level, which is an event facility. You'll be able to watch them there live with other people, which is an amazing next step looking at how it was last year, Panda.
If you're on the fence about going or not, check out the facility, check out the photos, because it looks so amazing. I wish I'm going to be there because it looks so cool. And getting to cheer for players just has not happened yet before in EMEA with an audience. That is just so cool.
I'm going to tell from experience because I've been at the facility plenty of times. It is so cool. The players are in the middle. You get to surround them. You see all their emotions. Plenty of screens. Such a great atmosphere. It's like a little arena inside Berlin.
Amazing. Now, I know our beloved video editor is going to be there as well, so maybe you just want to meet him as well. We would love to anyhow. So check that out. It's going to be on the social media, especially ours at TFT Esports EMEA. And
oh, there he is.
That's Richie. We love him so much. I love that production.
All this gets to happen before the show. That's all Richie.
Well, we also have a quick reminder on the format, Panda, because in contrast to most Golden Spatula Cups, we're not resetting points today.
There's no cutoff. It's just 12 games. TFT has some little bit of variance, and it is going to be so important to have the biggest sample size possible so that players like Cambis can actually have this Herculean day 2 and still make it through. That's the whole reason behind this for an event as important as this one, with world slots available in day 3, for example. So I think it's great. We're going to be 6 more games today, 12 in total. Top 8 will make it into that day 3.
Yeah, and that's going to be a real rough cut. But of course, all the more fun tomorrow because we will continue with 8 players and all of them will fight for those spots. And it's going to be real fun. Also, the winners are getting a ticket to the TFT Vegas Open, which I believe is in our format explainer as well. Are we excited for more TFT LANs?
Oh, hell yeah. I was like trying to relax and I'm like, okay, what are the chances we can actually get players in the studio for the finals? Of course, it's a little bit difficult because they're spread among so many different countries that would be so difficult to get them in a day's notice from semi-final to a final. But it's so cool just seeing the players in person, seeing their emotions, how they react, how they play when they're in such a more of a high-pressure scenario, I want to say.
I agree. Now, if you at home want to win something, we also have you covered because there is a contest on Set social media. It's called Wrong Answers Only. Yesterday, you tormented me with horrendous answers on what Peter and I were looking at. Today, it is about this picture here between Wida and Impetuous Panda. And Trouble, because you're not in the picture, give me a good Wrong Answers Only.
I got this. They're contemplating whether they should get the pizza with the 20 different cheeses again. Because this madman next to me did it. We went to a restaurant.
It was good. It was tasty.
He saw the 4 cheeses pizza, and then the lady at the restaurant tells him, well, there's 20 cheeses pizza as well. He's like, YOLO.
He did. And how was it?
It was cheesy.
You
it was
know,
a little rich, I think. I had to cut that rich just a tiny bit, would be my suggestion. But overall, I'd give it an 8 out of 10. So definitely worth it.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, an 8 out of 10 is pretty good.
Yep.
For a 20 cheese pizza. Anyway, well, we have more because it's not only this contest that you can take part in and win eggs. We also have you covered if you don't like listening to English or you don't like listening to English of us. I believe we even have English co-streamers. So check out all of our co-streamers here. Maybe you want to do a Trouble and just hit us with a Greek in between can happen here. Our co-streamers have it all there. There's a link in the scores for each and every one of them. And I think special shout outs, as always, to Brazilla, who's like carrying the Hungarian region.
And shout out to Aka Wonder. No Spanish players in finals, very sadly for my biases, but there is at least a Spanish co-streamer. He's a great player as well, so really happy to see for the Spanish speakers his perspective on the games today.
Yeah, also lots and lots of French co-streamers, right? Who
surprise, surprise.
They even have their own emotes that they made specifically for this on
so cool.
7TV that are like enabled on all of the channels to cheer on their teams.
Volta's emote, chef's kiss.
It's so cool, isn't it? Well, we're going to be checking out all of those co-streams as well. And if you don't want to listen to us, but you want to follow a different lobby, I'm just telling them to go away. I'm sorry, I'm not. It's the
Nick, you're pessimistic today. We have to bring up the optimism. Like yesterday's signing off, that was very positive.
So you guys are here, go.
I'm just saying, we have the options, okay? You guys make the choices because we have all the lobbies covered and broadcasted as soon as game starts. There is a command center that you can check out and look at all these amazing casters. Notably, Kenobi is there with them today, and he played at the last EMEA Finals, Panda.
He was in GSE3 as well. He's an absolute beast of a player, but also someone that's gotten to broadcast this set with us as a guest caster, and he's been absolutely smashing it. So really happy to see him having an opportunity to cast one of these alternate lobbies as well today and have that French perspective, which I think we need. We're seeing a lot of French players in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I love seeing that, but one more thing, if you look at Lobby A, there is a special someone there, our own Barry Batten. You can see Panda doing a little heart. It's his birthday today, so hit him with a happy birthday, Barry. He also does our stats, so we love him very, very much here. And yeah, happy birthday from all of us as well. Now, before we go into the games, I have both of my big-brained analysts here with me. I hope brains are braining, math is mathing. Trouble. Give me one comp we're going to see today.
One comp we're going to see today. I
Don't
think
say
we're going to see. No, I think we're going to see a lot more zone because I felt like it kind of succeeded yesterday into at least grabbing that top 4 since it's uncontested.
All right.
I would like to see a comp we have not seen yet in this tournament.
Don't say Builds Water.
He's going to say
Emilio
Oriana
reroll.
Oh.
Gnasher's Tooth. Think about it for a second and then go 8th, but don't blame me. But don't blame me for it, please.
To be fair, I think Milio is actually not a bad unit because of the CC that
my
the
answer was
ball
serious.
offers.
I mean it.
I'll
leave it at that.
It. You have me convinced. I'm going there. I think
it's not hard to convince you, mate.
Is good. No, I love a reroll. What can I say?
Okay, well, yesterday Mord wanted to see Builds Water. That Hydra did it. That didn't go so well for him, so I don't know.
Maybe not the
I don't know about your suggestions, guys.
There was a buff to the 7 and the 9 of Bilgewater. I don't think we talk about it. It didn't look like the buff was there, so maybe not that line. But all of the other ones, you're welcome to run and report back to us to tell us how it's going. Now, in just a second, we're going to throw over to our casters, but is there maybe one more player you want to shout out? I know we talked about our predictions and our winners, but we all have dark horses as well. Any player you want to shout out for chat to maybe say like, hey, if you're new here and you don't know who to root for because normally you only watch Soji, give me one name.
Wait, Soji's not here?
No.
Surprise, surprise.
Sorry, Trouble.
He's not in this region, Trouble. I know you're just figuring it out.
All right.
Hope you can recover.
Bye, guys.
She's out.
I'm only here for Soji. Okay.
No, but seriously.
I'll answer the question seriously. We need some amount of seriousness on this desk. I'm going to go with Double. He just barely didn't make it last set. Similar to Og, they suffered from that same very good day 1, poor day 2, not making to day 3. He was, I think, 10th Double. So he did a name that I think represents EMEA so well from his pedigree in past sets. So I hope he can clutch up today and make it into that day 3.
What about you, Trouble? Now that you know Soja's not here, I hope the tears have stopped coming out. Give me a name that you're looking forward to seeing in our competition.
If you want to learn the game, I think Solo Gesang is your guy. Get to his stream as well. Go to his Google Sheet. If you don't know nothing about the game, this guy will get you to Masters in no time. And I hope he does bounce back on that day 2 to actually show that he has that competitor spirit in him as well.
Well, I personally still think Jimray is one to watch. We're going to be seeing him out there as well. But something else that we are going to be seeing out there is not us for now, but our amazing, talented, and skilled casters. We do have Counterfeit and Wita here ready to take you through game number 1 of day 2.
Thank you so much, Makes. We are on the precipice of what can be a huge life change for any one of these 30 players, as I highlighted on the desk. Even if it's a very remote possibility, anybody can make it into the top 8 by the end of the day. Of course, for some of our players, that'll be an easier task than it might be otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's really going to be something that we're looking at in the lobbies there. We just have Campus and Doubling Lobby, a little bit of a spoiler here, but they just briefly mentioned on desk, right? 17 points yesterday, not ideal. A bit of a mountain to climb, right? You could call it the Olympus, as they was talking about Herculean efforts, but for someone like Og, for example, right? 34 points here, but to be playing defense all day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's the big question coming in, because again, we're still sticking with the snake seeding, so players who perform very highly will be in lobby with players who have not performed very highly at all. So, you know, I think you've kind of alluded to this a little bit already, but how will our high-performing players be playing today differently than our players who need to catch up?
I mean, like, they can play lower risk, but also they can just kind of replicate what they were doing yesterday, right? Because they know that fundamentally speaking, their strategy, their prep, their legend choice, all these things was correct yesterday. There's no reason for this to not be correct today as well, right? We're going to have players that are going to have to take more risks. The players that are, you know, in that sub 20-point bracket have to play without breaks for the entire day, for example.
Well, of course, on the desk as well, they were talking about the win conditions our players might be trying to deploy here, particularly if they are behind the curve right now. From where you're sitting, what's your favorite of maybe the ones they mentioned or any ones that maybe didn't come up as of yet?
I mean, it's a weird one, right? Because I think something that we haven't looked at a lot is like the amount of like power you get from double combat offense. Like that amount of power coming through there, I think is one of the biggest strengths of something like the Esper, right? It's the fact that you pick your hero augment to 1 and you just pick double combat augment and you just have so much more combat power than some of these players that are trying to reach these explosive caps with either Earth or TF. But I think like double combat augment, even triple combat augment sometimes is one of my best favorite win conditions.
I think it is worth getting a little bit into that as we go further forward, but we have got our contenders for our first lobby, so we have TC already with the players in here. Again, a glittering array of fantastic players, including, of course, our reigning EMEA champion on 17 points. He is going to need one hell of a miracle run, going basically first the entire way through day 2 to get into that top 8. But he's here along with his cousin, Double 61, who's had a much more stable approach to the tournament so far.
Yeah, and the thing is that last set, as David was talking about on the desk here, Double were 2 points short, but he was also in a position where like he didn't take a single first. He's already had those first coming in now, and if you can kind of replicate that coming through now would be okay. And I think that's something that we gotta keep in mind here as we're moving in further and further into the day here. But a bit of an opener here looking for it. We're going into Finn's Market, one of the lower variants, polls in general.
Yeah, so our players will be getting a little bit dropped in to help buff up the power of the board. I did want to touch back on Double, just as a really interesting player coming into this lobby.
We noticed that across the range of the season, he has been a very, very top 4-centric player. And with the exception of one game yesterday that worked out extremely well, left him very close to the top 8, I imagine we may well be seeing him keeping on that same path today.
Yeah, now it's going to look at here what Campus will be doing, right? Because he is on he's not on TF, actually. That's a big change for him here, going into Earth now. Big change coming through for him, right? So we'll be playing for some of these outs with these spatulas instead.
So, of course, something which we were keeping an eye on over on the Chinese side of things is they've definitely got a very different approach to the game right now, where they have completely forsaken Twisted Fate in favor of filling up the lobby with as many Earths as possible, even a couple of Poros as well. So we'll keep an eye on if things have developed any differently across today. As Campus will find themselves some choice early upgrades, but we'll check out the Legends, and it looks like we have got at least a relatively, well, I say relatively varied field. We've got TF, we've got Earth, but at least we got our compulsory Sasa, well, in this case, Sasa on the Ezreal.
Yeah, and again, we saw yesterday, right? Stakesor, Jimray, Travis, all having great success on this Ezreal, right? The power of the bird treasures earlier on, especially in the prismatic situation, is very often just way too big for a lot of these other compositions to come back from, because they're trying to play for higher caps, trying to open for it a lot more, right? So playing for win streak has pretty much never been easier in TFT than it is right now.
All right, so we have our first one. It won't be prismatic, so we'll be able to keep things at least a little bit sane for a little while longer. Campus, of course, has the option, as always, on the Earth to go for the Ancient Archives. Demon Flare, we know it's certainly a favorite of Makes. Do you think it's still in a good position to go for it here?
I mean, I think the difficult thing here is he has not really, doesn't have like an insta-stample item onto that Swain there. Instead, will be going for the Void Emblem, right? So a bit of this Sinadine Zidane reroll that we've been seeing so much of here, especially in the French. There also the name comes from, kind of, right? So we'll see whether or not that's something that will find success for a Campus here, because all throughout yesterday, it didn't really find a lot of success.
No, not at all. I do have to wonder if maybe we'll see Campus going even deeper into Void and bringing out the Baron eventually. So we've got our three. We've got the 3 Pandora's items coming through. We have got the buried treasures from Sasa, as you mentioned before. I'd love if you could expand a little bit for us, what it means to have those extra items. We see Sasa deploying them here.
It's just a tempo, right? It gives you more direction. You can play for a different line that you might not be able to play for normally, right? It's something that if you want to play a Seer, want to play something like a Mordekaiser as well, it does provide a lot of power, but Campus's opener here with the Void will just be a stronger opener here on 2-1. So should be interesting one to follow for sure here, as we are going to be looking into the overall outcome of the lobby here. And we get a very early Finn's bucket as well coming through, and some solid defensive options here for Campus. I don't think Starix and Edge of Night really are going to produce a lot of value for him right now, but a Bramble and a Warmox, either of those options are perfectly fine for him.
So all of our players will be getting this extra item coming in. Does that at all dilute the impact of Ezreal in the game, with that normally being your advantage of having more items than others?
No, because it also gives you options in terms of how you're able to kind of slam specific things, right? Because again, now you can get an extra defensive item. Okay, I can just focus all of my components on slamming like multiple offensive items instead, right? So if you're playing for a win streak, this is going to be a beneficial thing for you here. But someone else who's also playing for a win streak here, but doing it on TF, is a Yellow Tomato player we didn't really see a lot of yesterday, coming through as an EU Nordic East ladder player here. And has gone for more of a Xayah-leaning line here, right? You're looking at double defensive item for a frontline tank, and then you have the last which was slammed already. Could also be the Bastion line we've seen a bit of as well.
Yeah, I would love to see some more coming in from the AD side as well. But yep, not enough to stand up against Cambiz so far, who has committed him pretty heavily. So we already know Cambiz and Sasa, they're going to be sharing some of their units, slowing down both of their approach. Cambiz spent all of his money in the bank, along with Double and Org. Those are the 3 players who've not taken a loss as of yet.
Yeah, and again, Org, a player that needs a strong performance, right? Because historically speaking, thinking back to the Monsters Attack Finals here, had a strong day 1 there, but followed just on the edge of the finish line. But it should be a good one here as well. You have Roy looking for something that is also going to be going into one of these more defensive options here, but we're kind of seeing the issue with the gold Pandora's Peter, right? This is going to be a Rune's Hurricane right now. Like, again, the change of being this into a combined item from 2 components made this such a more difficult augment to play with in terms of just the pure level of flexibility it provides.
Well, at least, as you said, with the defensive items getting dropped, and we've got a pretty solid front line, even if the backline item isn't exactly what you want. Uri certainly doing very well coming out of day 1 in 8th place overall. Again, retaining the points from day 1 into day 2. You can see the 31 points there for Uri. So he's still in a pretty solid position, whereas other people in the lobby very much not so.
Yeah, and he's also a player we didn't really see a lot of, right? When you think about players that kind of, like, again, he won GSC 2 and then kind of really didn't show his face in GSC 3, so we didn't really know what to expect from him. But it does seem like he's had a very good understanding of the patch. But even on 31 points here, that's kind of like the minimum he needs to get to guarantee a day free, which kind of is kind of crazy today, right? Because like that middle of the pack field from like 27 to 31 is so close, and there are so many players in it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you really, do you think that's going to affect the way our players who are at the top play now, considering that if they do maybe get a bad 8th out of their first game, they've got this big possibility of being leapfrogged?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because we're doing snake seeding, so like normally when you're playing GSC seeding, you're playing with like players in and around the same points total here, but with the snake seeding coming through, players further down are going to be able to take much more points on you with that 8 that you're talking about, Peter. So I think that when you're looking at it, historically speaking, just like a single 8th already makes it really difficult to kind of make it into that final. We had 3 players out of the 8 last time around that had an 8th place in their first 12 games of a weekend, but it's also kind of difficult to kind of avoid going there. But it's kind of, again, training those 8s into a 7th or a 6th even is so important. It's like one of the biggest skills in TFT.
Yeah, we know certainly coming in today, it's very tightly contested. I'm sure it will be to the very end. As we check in with Org, we see a 3rd player who has gone into the Void line early on. So certainly going to be tricky to try and put together that reroll variation we've seen. The headbutt composition you mentioned from before, getting a lot of its strength from having those high-star Void units.
Yeah, but again, when you're looking at this setup here coming through from Orc, that's not the line that he is going to be going down here, right? Just slamming double early Gargoyle Stoneplate with that Mogul's Mail here, generating a ton of economy here and just like guaranteeing this won't die, right? Again, that's one of the biggest things when you are playing Mogul's Mail, ensuring that the unit that holds it doesn't die, because 40 stacks in the early game can be very difficult.
Yeah, you need to make sure you've got enough beef there, especially to survive if you're going up as the primary tank. Cambiz and Org both on win streaks coming out of this early stage. Of course, we mentioned Cambiz has so much on the line in this game. You know, if he isn't getting first places in pretty much every single lobby, then his hopes will be squashed very quickly. Whereas Org on the opposite end of that spectrum, our #1 player, tied up there with Wet Jungler coming out of day 1. If he can continue to build on that, he gives himself so much breathing room for the rest of day 2.
It's also worth noting here when you look at Orc's position right now, he has a lot of really impactful pairs, like a Rek'Sai 2, for example, come through, be a strong mid-game option here, but also he's looking like with the upgrade to the Cho'Gath as well as this Renekton, he has a lot of power, but Campus also here, and this is the most important fight of the stage in general here, Campus and Orc here playing to defend their winning streaks, Peter.
Yeah, they've really slammed those items in the Cho'Gath for the double Gargoyles, as you mentioned before. I don't think it's had quite enough chumps to be able to stand up in the face of all the shielding coming in for the Orianna as well. The front line will break. And of course, again, this is huge news if Campus can stick the landing here. That's a ton of extra money to take into stage 3.
Yeah, and it's big, right? Because again, keep in mind what we're talking about here. Campus is the player that really needs these big performances all throughout today. So if he's able to win streak out here, he's going to buy himself so much time to find those really cap boards and play for them instead here. But had this been like a couple of patches ago, that Fiora would have been an absolute high roll. But with the current state of Fiora, not so much here. But looking at Double here, looking like he is going to be going down that Nico road. Has half of a static shift slammed here for what is going to be a Soraka 2, most likely further down the road. Also has the just the Nico in the front line already with a Crown Guard as well as that Gargoyle Stoneplate, so no healing on it for now.
No, but at least we've got the Pandora's Bench and we've got a Remover to change things up if we need to. Note that we are on the Fire Ishtal here in this game. I know as you noticed before, we have seen some people have some different approaches to this particular composition on this particular Ishtal variation.
Yeah, I think that with the small buff that Kame kind of got recently, her ability to kind of spread out the Fire Ishtal is actually pretty, I wouldn't say undervalued to a certain extent, but I think some people might not be looking for it. But it also could look like we're not going to be going down that route actually when you look at it here, right? Because Vel'Koz now has been put into place. Also another good spreader of that Fire Ishtal.
Yeah, it does seem like our players are just trying to put together the best sports they can with whatever they have right now. Camus is our only player on an undefeated win streak. Salah and Sasa keeping things nice and cool down at the bottom. Sasa on the minimal amount of HP. Of course, Sasa, one of the players we did have some pretty high expectations for. Our only 2-time GSC winner has been having a little bit of a tough time of things. And this isn't the first time he's played in a lobby with Org.
It definitely isn't, right? We kind of saw it yesterday when he was trying to play with that pill level line where like Orc just full cells and he full cells into Orc's pill level. It was a mess, right? But again, if you can just kind of pick up on like eradicate those mistakes he made yesterday and like turn it into good plays. Like we know that the skill he has. Again, think all the way back set 7 when Daisy won the Dragonlance Super Brawl. He mentioned Sasa as a player to keep an eye out for. You can kind of see like his results in like set 8 and now here in Runeterra Reforged as well have been nothing but spectacular.
No, absolutely. You know, we've kind of talked about this before, but certainly the German players as a whole have been surging forward, trying to take their place in the spotlight, as we will be going prismatic for our second augment of the game. Orc has a chance to try and overwhelm everyone with going full into level potentially 10 and getting just a ridiculous board.
Yeah, and this prismatic you're talking about, it does change a lot of things here, right? Because do people just go for the pure tempo lines here? I think something like Imperial Bulwark is always very difficult to kind of skip because those defensive items are so good, but he already has the defensive items on the line, right? He doesn't have a streak to protect fully because, again, he lost to Campus, but Campus still is on a 100 streak and has picked up that multi-caster soul. It's very clear which route he's going down, Peter.
Yes, and it's a route that I imagine a lot of people will be very unpleased to see come through, but it looks like Sasa has headed in that route as well. We do know one of the limiting factors for multicasters will be how contested they are in the lobby, because once those 3 stars come online, then pretty much everything else falls away.
Yeah, and that's interesting as well. Like, looking at the setup here from Sasa here, no mana item on the Vel'Koz, more of a recent kind of adaptation coming through, right? Just get that initiative going, get the death cap, and just really just rattle out all those damage, right? It's a massive thing here as well. Gotta keep in mind, you're also looking at Jewel Lotus on the side of a lot of players here as well. So a lot of like hidden combat power and like fourth items really coming into play.
We'll definitely keep a close eye on how much damage we can pump through our carries longer term. Again, remember, we're in the lobby with the Finns market has provided our players with a very, very strong front line. So to be able to punch through that hyper tank is going to be all important. Checking with Uri, though, has started going down the Shurima route in this lobby. We've seen a lot of people going for Void, but this is the first one we've seen going for Shurima.
Yeah, and Shurima is a comp that has kind of struggled a little bit when you start looking at the stats, right? But it is a line that has a lot of flexibility built into it, right? And it can kind of play it on the back of something like this Cassiopeia 2 here. With the removal from the Finns market, he's able to really move the best installed items onto this Cassio. And just have that Asir found this early on as well will be a massive bonus for him in the long run.
All right, all going up against Uri. Uri on a pretty substantial win streak so far. The Cassiopeia doing a fantastic job of holding those items and turning them into massive single target damage. The early Azir as well, I think, will just about get across the lines. The 2 front lines will evaporate in the face of each other. But ultimately, Uri keeps on punching because Kambiz is no longer on a win streak and Uri is on his way up.
Opening carousel here for someone like Yellow Tomato. This Mordekaiser could be big because he has picked up that Slayer emblem. That's the line he wants to go down. Instantly beelines for it and gets it. And you know, he doesn't care about the cloak. He's on Pandora's items as well. So that's a massive pickup here. Maybe he starts mounting a comeback.
So talk to me a little bit about Mordekaiser from yesterday, because we know a lot of people, Frodan particularly, was hyping it more recently coming in, but we didn't necessarily get to see the huge finishes we wanted from Mordekaiser as a potential, world ender.
I mean, it's a tempo composition for the most part, right? Very often it is something where you just want to go for it as a tempo line out of Noxus. You slam that Natchez too early on, then figure out, are you going for a Mordekaiser, are you going for a Seer, you're playing them both, who gets what, and, well, a lot of those positions weren't necessarily that great yesterday, but someone who is in a pretty good position, you could assume at least, would be Campus here with this multi-caster Void setup, right? Again, that's kind of a reasonable adaptation to the setup where you just kind of say, you know what, multi-caster reroll is kind of good. Let's just play like the Void frontline, like, Herald or Galio, like they're both big, so they kind of work in the same way one could assume here. Gonna move some items around, get that static shift onto the Sona.
As you said, the Sona doing a great job of functionally working as a mana item for the Vel'Koz. Really fascinating to see the Multicaster Soul and the extra flexibility. Certainly to see that permanent attack speed buff coming in across the team as our Kambiz will be going up against our win-streaking Uri. Again, that backline is looking scary indeed. As Uri managed to get this here up to 2 items is enough to punch through and DPS down Kambiz.
Yeah, gone to 7 here as well, but very normal when you level to when you go 7, if you're not on a win streak here, you are never really going to go below 30 gold here. So had he leveled and lost that would have been so massive for his economy. But like the win here is insane because he secures his economy, secures his win streak, all these things here. What one big thing you got to keep in mind about Campus's position here, there is no healing off, for example, to keep the Herald in the front line topped up here. There's no Gunblade on the Vel'Koz, for example, either. So what you see is what you get to a certain extent here. There's not necessarily a lot of healing coming through onto the main tank.
We'll have to figure out how this is going to go for Kambiz longer term. You can definitely see the look of concentration on his face. He knows he might be going up against some pretty tough boards still to come. We've got the Nico board from before you called up, he will face against his cousin, who has, of course, got the decent setup here item-wise for Soraka. But I think at this point, it doesn't maybe look like Nico's quite strong enough to survive long enough. The damage doesn't, or nearly, but doesn't fully delete. The Camus gets the win, and I don't know if necessarily he actually wanted that right then.
I mean, that's fine for Isla, right? That's a good loss actually for Double here as well. He's still on one star Nico, one star Soraka. That Double Trouble here will be putting in a lot of work, right? Because back when that comp was still very good, every single time you saw the Double Trouble Augment, you just took it almost regardless of your position. But again, the big question, like the big issue we've seen with these Nico compositions all so far this weekend, like yesterday, has been the fact that they struggle with hitting sometimes, and that's going to be a big issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Skipaz is going to remember that one for a very long time, the amount of work he put in to try to put that ball online, but it was still denied to him. Orgzo has stuck with the bruisers despite several players going in the bruisers early on as their sort of default front line. Has a pretty decent setup here. We're interested to see where this goes longer term because we've got still the potential of the Cho'Gath 3, and it looks like Org is fishing for more bruisers.
He's also fishing for what I believe is going to be a Mordekaiser line here as well, right? You're looking at the RFC, you're looking at the combo, you're looking at that Godbreaker, and he's going to be going on the Neela route. I suppose Neela route also is probably the better line of the two here. I guess that's kind of on me for like, but again, we're only playing this with one RFC normally. The ideal spot to play this from is going to be with. I mean, you know what? Like,
he's keeping us on our toes. He's keeping us on our toes.
Learned, like, never talk about hovers, you know? Like, that's just a traditional thing overall here. But he could have been gone down into that Neela as well if that Mordekaiser had not shown up here, because the lack of that second RC, Peter, would really limit the power of a Neela potentially.
I think really what it's showing us there is that the Brawlers absolutely have got that flexibility of backline carry, depending on what you hit, and even with some of the itemization being shared around as well. Now, Org is on a fairly substantial loss streak here, so I won't mind too much about taking the L, but would like to try and soften it from Double when it comes.
Yeah, and as you can also see here, right, the fact that's going to improve in the fact here that, like, we see that now, like, the Nico 2 has been found. That's such a difficult unit to push through when the Soraka just has a lot of power and a lot of healing coming in that direction. So, final augment coming through here. All natural is actually pretty interesting with a Bruiser line, because the bonus HP from that augment scales through as well with that healing. You don't necessarily want to spread items out. So, he's going to skip that here, and you know what? I think Mana Burn is always an excellent choice. I love the Augment, probably more than I should, but August is also a believer, because Shroud is one great item.
I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, when so much of our meta at the moment is determined by having a pile of casters who all coordinate together to get maximum damage. The Shroud is going to be off the charts useful, but it looks like Dasik has also gone into the Neela line. There were a little bit more of a Bilgewater tinge to things. The itemization is looking pretty darn good, and we've even got a Misfortune as well. It's only really the front line that needs a little bit more.
Yeah, this is kind of the same spot we saw Lana in the final game last night, right, where him and Darkhider was kind of in this spot here with like Freezer Crowd and Bilgewater, but no emblems here really for Dasik, so this is going to be an interesting one to follow here. This Neela one, again, only one RFC, but with that race, with the double stacking attack speed here, could be very interesting to look out for.
Yeah, I do like having the armor shred and the last wisp, especially with the Bilgewater coming in as physical damage as well. I don't think it's quite good enough right now without the upgraded units for Dasik to get a win against Kambiz, and Dasik will drop dangerously low for this point in the game.
He definitely will, right? And Dasik as a player yesterday was also struggling quite a bit, right? Hasn't really found his footing here. 24 points, honestly. A little bit below where we might expect him to be under normal circumstances, but not necessarily a horrible spot for him to be in, but this Roland was kind of grim, and this is kind of like the issues with the composition. If you don't hit Neela 2, you don't hit that Sejuani 2, you are just going to be lacking so much power in that front line for the most part.
I mean, looking back across day one for Dasik, very much has been playing in the 1st or 8th style. Given what we've got here, I mean, obviously we're headed towards the 8th right now, but do we have potential to turn this into a 1st?
I mean, turning into a 1st here is definitely not really on the cards, but turning this into a 6th here, what's got to be on Dasik's mind here. Avoiding that 8th here, especially when you're someone like Dasik who is only on 24 points, right? Really needs a really strong performance today. You gotta stay out of 8th and rebuild your mental into the next game.
Yeah, so just for some context there, 24 points is 24 overall, though, as was mentioned on the desk, we have got a very tight adherence between our players overall going forward, so there is a possibility of climbing back up, but yeah, maybe a 6th is the best you can hope for here, as Yoroi will get taken down. Didn't notice creeping into Yoroi's back line there. We have got an Ari coming into his comp.
Yeah, but again, like, he leveled early on to 7 free fighter protectors. Win streak has taken 2 losses since then. The RE1 really not doing enough here right now. Still has on the CO1 as well. So lacking a lot of upgrades. Had a job on the bench to add to that. So a lot of potential upgrades coming through for him here as Org will be going for that GP.
Yeah, we've got another Ari coming into play as well. Do want to note on the right-hand side, Cambiz, of course, who has the most at stake in this game directly, needs the first places, and that's the only thing that's going to save him. Sasa just below on the win streak as well. Another player, much like Dasik, looking to make up ground today.
Yeah, and it's like kind of an overall lobby overview here. Cambiz, Sasa, and Stylet are all running Vel'Koz in some sort of carry multicaster fashion right now, right? You can kind of see Sasa and Cambiz are all above win streak right now. Style in 4th place now, but 4-5 coming through. Some players now will be trying to roll down desperate to try to find those last few upgrades to save a placement. Dasik did find that Sejuani too, Peter. Now the question is that going to be enough?
Yeah, it's an Org managed to find that Sejuani too as well, so there's definitely not going to be too many to go around for anybody else. But I want to touch back in here because you mentioned for Cambiz with this Void multicaster board, didn't have the healing orbs, now is in place. Didn't have the Hextech Gunblade, now is in place as well. Are the pieces coming together for Cambiz sufficiently to get him that first he needs?
I mean, you might think that, but then you look over the side of Sasa here, has moved those items over to the likes of the TF here now, TF3, and it's just so powerful once you get through that front line. And when it's just a singular Herald in there, that TF is going to get instant backline access in combination with the Vel'Koz, and that is just going to be proving here that Sasa multicasters yet again just proving to be the strongest comp in the game at this moment in time. But also look at the bench for Cambiz, however, as we do see the Finns market come through here, Peter. A lot of great options, but the issue is a lot of the good options here, like Hextech Lifeblade, Moral Anomicon, and Royal Crown Shield, they don't really have a lot of applications, right? You don't really want the Deathblade.
No.
I guess actually, no, he doesn't have anti-heal. Morello on that Sona will be massive.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing here for the multicasters, because we've got the multiple different carries to choose from. You've definitely got a lot of space to put those items out, as we will see an upgrade on the Hextech Gunblade to the Lifeblade, and then presumably going to be seeing the extra Gunblade switched across as well.
Yeah, I thought that with the healing ops as well as the first Gunblade already, that he wouldn't go for another set of healing here, just going to get that anti-heal going, but ops for a different route here, and I kind of understand, I fully get behind it. Hextech Lifeblade is a great item.
We check back in with double 61. Of course, we've got that Soraka board from early on, and we've got the fantastic front line, which isn't fully online as of yet. Note that we've said before, double 61 has been playing mostly as a top 4 player, but it doesn't seem like that's on the cards here.
No, again, this is the nature of his composition, right? He hasn't hit his 3 stars, and they are so important when you're running this double trouble setup because you are really skimping on a lot of these powerful traits. You're not going vertical bastion, you're not going into the vertical lines of the Invoker either, right? So you're kind of just stuck with what you've got, and when those are 2 stars, that's not good enough.
No, that's got to be disappointing, but I suppose that's the risk you take, absolutely. So Dasik has at least got a win under his belt. Looking at the HP on the top, on the right-hand side, you can see that much like we've got close points across the tournament, we have got close HP across the lobby.
Yeah, that's when you look at the situation going on here. He's still on this Nila 1. It's been a Nila 2. We saw it yesterday with Lalana and Dark Hydra. So, like, I mean, this competition is a lot weaker without that, but the upgrade to the Sejuani has proven to be pretty useful, and a full shop of forecast, but not the one that he wants here, and it's just going to be another desperate roll down, and he's just permanently stuck level 7. This is what like most people kind of think about when they see this competition. It's just this perma-stock level 7 situation.
Yeah, Dasik out of cash, going to have to try and make the best that he can. Currently in a race with double 61 to try and stay out of 8th place. Of course, our players was the top. While they're not massively win streaking, they've got so much more room to maneuver.
The beat in the front here will add an additional layer of survivability to this Nautilus. But look at this here. On the opposite side of the field, Yellow Tomato has found that 3-star Quinn here. This will be providing a ton of backline burst, but the Nila's mobility could have been a godsend, but again, Nila 1 here, it just falls like paper. It's so squishy, and just like that, Dasik will take another loss here. Now the quest beckons. KC double 61, 15 HP. If he loses this, he is on a highway to 8th.
Oh boy, we'll wait to see on the right-hand side of the screen. But yeah, Yellow Tomato definitely doing a fantastic job of putting this Mordekaiser online with double Radiant items thanks to the Demacia. As Double will not take the L, so they're still neck and neck heading towards the bottom. Org, Starlet, Yellow Tomato, they're all around the 30s. And Sasa hits the 3-star Talia as well, with stamping on the accelerator as we move towards the late game.
3-star Galio as well. Like, that's such a massive round for Sasa. Luckily for Dasik, he's not in the pool. However, if you look down towards the bottom of your screen, Double 61 is indeed. And you can kind of see his reaction. You can kind of see like how animated it is, because you can see his reaction when Double didn't lose that fight. He was like, oh no, and Double has found a Soraka free, and with that, as a duplicator from the Double trouble, right? This is going to be a massive fight potentially coming through here. This Neil has to put all the way the Tarek free in the front line as well. This is looking so rough for Dasik.
You can see Dasik looking a little resigned there, realizing that this is the worst case scenario. Going up against the now behemoth of a board that Double 61 has put together, sweeping through the front line. Neela's doing her best, going absolutely fast as anything. The front line actually collapses for Double's comp. We still got Soraka up and healthy, but ultimately, the upgrades actually weren't enough. Double holds on by a hair's breadth.
And a lot of important things to note here. First of all, Misfortune, anti-shield effect coming through, right? Denying the possibility from the Tarek from that Nico as well. And then you have that Radiant Sunfire Cape on the Sejuani, blocking all that healing coming through from the likes of the Sorakas here. So, again, but had that been a 1-star Nihilist, that would have been a loss here and potential 8 for Dasik. But the big thing here is Double 61 still on 1 HP, and depending on the matchups here, if he wins one, Dasik loses, that Dasik could still go 8th.
No, absolutely. Definitely another player in the lobby could solve this problem for Double 61, but they're both playing Double on the left-hand side, Dasik on the right. You can see Dasik just settling in for what could easily be the last round. Double has to feel a little bit more confident on a different matchup. Keep our eyes closely. Dasik managing to move into Canvas's backline and take out the multicasters with very little problems. Double on the left-hand side, though. He's surviving long-term. I don't think there's a scaling there.
Oh, and the thing is that you have Roy's board here. You have Roy's like kind of just bleeding out slowly but surely, right? And that's going to be the issue for Dasik. Oh, what? The overtime coming through. There's a second setting Double life.
Oh my lord! Double 61 yesterday, he had one bad game. Every other game was under his control. What a start to day 2 for our only EMEA world champion to come in and take the 8th.
Yeah, Susan regional champion already now is going to be very difficult for him to make it into the final lobby. But Dasik here, Orc also down just 5 HP. I guess the positive thing here for Orc is that he's already avoided the 8th by getting that kind of, like, he's not going to like fall hard at the start of day number 2 here, but now it's all eyes on Dasik versus Orc here. If they have each other in the matchup pools, that is going to be a massive one to follow here, because Orc is kind of on this Bruiser line, but hasn't really found a lot to boot in that line either.
Now, we have got a few upgrades trickling in, but our players have spent a lot of their money just getting to this point. Do want to give a shout out to Yellow Tomato, definitely not a player with a huge amount of competitive pedigree behind him, but has been making a huge difference here. Our only win-streaking player, putting a lot of pressure down on everybody else to try and stay alive.
Yeah, but look at Campus, right? He's so wealthy. He's just sat there, like, I'm just healthy. I can just, I can just roll excess 5-5. I don't have to roll for anything. It's just so good for him, right? Dasik now is going to be facing Silent on this multi-caster line. And we saw, like, how difficult this is for this board to deal with, because, like, the explosive burst in the backline, even from these 2-star multicasters, can become a massive issue.
Now, keeping my eye very closely on Neela's health bar to see that she doesn't get burst down. She's staying right behind the Sejuani, and that's right where she needs to be, giving her effectively a massive HP pool to deal with.
Yeah, no, we can see here a big one as well. You have Roy being taken low here. Orc surviving that fight, right? But you have Roy all of a sudden into the mix. Dasik might even scam his way into the top 4 here, Peter. Like, that's not out of the question.
Yes, Starlet down on just 15 HP. One really horrendous round, and you could absolutely be right. Orc and Dasik, of course, have got no reason to hold back absolutely anything going into this round. We're just at the beginning of the day here, and just thinking that even a single point could keep you out of the top 8 and day 3.
Yeah, but the issue now, look at the matchup pool here. Dasik has the faith in his own hands in 2 of the fights, but he also has Yellow Tomatoes absolutely stacked Slayer board, but it is going to be Orc's GP with a mana sign on the Shroud here, but Shroud hits nothing. The Neela's going to be unbullet for now.
We have little GP coming in from the side, will land the Dreadwave right onto the Neela, but she manages to stay up and fighting. You see on the other side as another Dreadwave comes in, the front line starting to evaporate. And I think Orc may come off a cropper from this one. Both Sejuani's fall to pieces. Azir is still alive. One more Dreadwave right to Misfortune's face, and Orc stays alive.
And all that work for a 7 from Daisy worked up in the camera as well. Not too happy about this opening to day 2. He needs a big performance today. Going 7th is not going to be that, but for someone like Orc here, a massive sigh of relief. He's guaranteed that top 6. With Style also starting to lose here. Like, the perspectives in this lobby are massive. Again, keep in mind, Campus on 17 HP, it's kind of fake, because he's been slow rolling on level 8, sitting about 50 gold here. Once he sends it down, hits all of his free stars potentially, he is going to be in line to contest Sasa for first in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, certainly coming to stage 6 has got the opportunity to recalibrate everything he needs to. Again, Campus needs the first, but it's a testament to the caliber of players in this lobby that it has gotten this close with these players fighting this hard.
I mean, what are you doing for another GP item? Maybe a front-end item also keep the Cyan topped up is also something we gotta keep in mind. Here's a potential opportunity, right? And if you're Orc here, I was sort of wondering, do you even sell the Sona? I don't know like what the full scale here is for Campus as well as Sasa for the Sona free chase, but he is kind of just gotta have to roll it down here, trying to see if he can like spike a Cyan or even a GP too, but not gonna be the case right now.
And just gonna be the Sunfire Cape coming in for a little bit more beef on the front line and a bit of healing reduction as well. Org is going to be steadying himself, knowing this next round is going to be very likely very rough indeed. He has got the opportunity to go up against Styler here, and if he wins that round, secure himself another tournament point immediately.
Yeah, round stage 6 starting, 6 players still alive. As you're talking about multiple eliminations on the cards here. On the right side, Yellow Tomato strong Slayer board going up against this mismatch board from the side of Orc here. Styler on the multi-caster Miro against Campus on the left side here, but the Herald has fallen and so has the rest of the board. Oh, what? Never mind. Styler being absolutely eliminated, Peter.
Orc still fighting to the bitter end, but ultimately the Dreadway's not going to be enough. He said we're up for eliminations, and we've had 2. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. We've had 3 as of that last round. Campus still stays alive, Yellow Tomato as well, but Sasa seeming to be heading for first place.
All of them on -8 as well. That's just aesthetically pleasing, you know, Peter, but our top 3 has been settling. You see Campus now starting to roll down all this gold because at just 17 HP and with a strong setup around the lobby now, he knows he is going to be in trouble, Peter, but no Vel'Koz free, right? The copies have kind of been put back into the pool a bit by Style leaving the game, but Sasa still holding on to a lot of them.
All right, we know we've at least that money you mentioned from Campus has been invested and found an Aatrox 2 to provide a little bit more punch going forwards. Up against Sasa, who's of course on the win streak. The multicasters, as we expected, up on the top, and their damage is absolutely outrageous. The Herald doesn't even stand the smallest of chances. Campus will not survive by 1 HP, but instead die by 2. He did not get the first place he needed.
Again, he can make it with like a single third place and a bunch of firsts, right? There are some math here that still maths, but not the ideal situation for him. Would have liked at least a second or first, right? But you can't always get what you want right now unless you're Sasa. He's in a perfect position right now. Multicast is online here, and keep in mind, he wasn't even playing TF. And again, with the adaptations now, blue buff not necessarily being super important here. Something like an Israel for a higher tempo, get that Nash's Tooth online, then figure out what you're playing here, works perfectly fine on this line.
So we know Yellow Tomato is on a 2-round win streak, so presumably he has done well enough against this board before. So we'll be seeing Sasa being forced to adapt, or maybe not. The front line gets immolated instantly. Yellow Tomato does still have the Quinn up and fighting, but no. I will eat my words. Sasa keeps hold of his win streak, and Yellow Tomato needs something special from this carousel.
Well, there's a Striders emblem for Sasa, so a little bit more front and a little bit more AP. I assume that is indeed what he is going to be hawking right now. Yellow Tomato trying to figure out what will work out for his board. When you think about this from the perspective of Sasa, right? One of the players currently on the outer skirts of that top 8 here, starting the day up with a first would be absolutely huge for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look at Sasa's day 1 performance. He was very much playing a sort of first or 8th kind of style and getting those kind of results. Switched to a more top 4 style, which is why it's so interesting to see Sasa back in a position to take a first again.
Yeah, absolutely here. And there's not a lot of gold to work with, so it's all going to come down to the positioning, Peter, right? Got to try to see if there's a way for you to kind of ensure that your multicasters like don't get bursted down here. But I think this should be straightforward for Sasa. 3-star TF, 3-star Sona, and 2-star Sona and 3-star Vel'Koz. The damage is absolutely huge.
We have got the turret on the front line to buy a little bit more time. We've seen before The Jarvan double cast into the backline takes them very low indeed. Just a little bit more damage. A nice grenade sneaking in. Mordekaiser are still alive. The multicasters start to die, but they do not finish. Sasa takes a commanding first place in our first game of day 2.
And that stun from the Heimerdinger was almost enough for Yeltsin to win that fight, but just barely not enough as the Mordekaiser just followed in a very brief final moment there before he could take out the TF and get those extra stats. But what a game to start off the day, Peter.
Yeah, that was absolutely bonkers. I was honestly waiting to see this thing's really upturn, but I think, further to your point from much earlier on, talking about the edge roll and finding that power early on, given how volatile these kind of mid-game situations is, I would not blame any player for saying, you know what, I want to save some HP, I want to make sure my board is strong so I don't get into this, scrum in the mid-game where anybody could die.
Yeah, again, when you look at it, like for someone like Double 61 here, right, absolutely critical game for him, right, again, going AF so bad. Days again, lots of frustrations on his part as well, because you look at kind of where Orc ended up, where Silent ended up here. He was in that same HP pool, mixing it as well, and ended up taking the 7th.
Oh boy, well, at least we know one thing is probably unlikely to change across today, which is the multicasters doing well, but we do have a live lobby for you. So we've got 3 players left in play. Ging currently leading here in lobby 4. Edgem doing pretty well here with a very stacked field.
Definitely right. Ezra Kang, one of the players that, coming through from the Turkish ladder, didn't really know what to expect from, didn't have the strongest performances in the GSCs here, but one Turkish player we always know what we get from, Peter, is going to be Ging, right? Again, starting off day 2 here with a win would be absolutely huge for him on that multi-caster line here. And again, you can kind of see no blue buff in sight here, either Spear Surgeon on the zone to get those stuns out of getting the stuns up, getting those boosts out here, but a bit of a tempo line here from Dark Hydra.
Ooh, okay. The front line's looking very healthy indeed. We've got the Ionia Vanquishers online and fighting. So we've got the Neela and we've got the Xayah here as our primary damage sources. Going to be going up against Edger in this round. We'll see if it's the Ghost or not.
It is not the Ghost. There's a bench, but it's the last stand active on this multi-caster board, Peter.
Perfected repetition combined with last stand, surely. Even the board as strong as Dark Hydras can't stand. Ging is fighting off screen right now, but has the HP to absorb the loss. The Dark Hydra, it's much more of an open question. The front line does start to fall, but the multicasters, they're up and fighting, and I don't know if it's going to be harsh enough of a loss. No, Dark Hydra down to 1, joining Edger.
Yeah, but Ging losing the Ghost fight on the opposite side of the field here is not going to be a positive thing for Dark Hydra, most likely, because it is going to be more or less the same board, just without the last stand he is going to be facing, right? Strong start to the day for multicasters. Kind of what we expected as well, right? Third and first in the previous game. Well, looks like it'll be at least first and second here potentially as well. So absolutely huge start of the day here for the players on these lines. But also looking at the items from Ging here. Ging was on Young, Wild, and Free. Kind of like a Pandora's items, you always get the first choice of components, I suppose, but not really. So another thing to keep in mind.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. So Edger's going to be playing the Ghosts of the multicasters. Ging, still the only player with anything left in the tank at all if the round goes particularly close. Multicaster versus multicaster. The Jarvan, of course, going to be a huge disruptive presence. We saw that in our previous game. Doesn't quite get off, no, does just about get out the cast in time, leaving Twisted Fate 3 all by his lonesome, but maybe that's all you need.
The Sun is coming through, right? The TF goes gold at the perfect time here. That is going to mean that Ezra Kami is going to lose the mirror, and Dark Hydra takes down Ging in the process.
Wow.
Vanquisher Ionia, Peter, taking their first win of the entire weekend as well, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I was fully expecting to see our players say, you know what, the stats don't lie. They say that this is not the competition to be winning games with, but absolutely astonishing stuff. I'm loving that even, in a meta that is so dominated by the multicasters, we still have the capability to be surprised by what we're seeing.
Absolutely, I think that's just amazing, right? Again, we're looking at this, and I think that's something that we got to keep an eye out for, Peter. But, I mean, it's just been a great start to the day.
Absolutely, and we are really just getting started here. So we are in day 2. That's the first of 6 games before we cut to our top 8. We headed to break. When we return, our analyst desk will break down that previous game and get you set up for game number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back momentarily. Azir is still alive. One more threat away from his Fortune's face, and Orc stays alive.
Mismatch board from the side of Orc here. Style on the multi-caster Miro against Canvas. on the left side here, but the hero has forward and so has the rest of the board. Oh, what the line? Silent being absolutely eliminated, Peter.
A commanding first place in our first game of day 2.
And that...
Welcome back to our analyst desk. Now, there's a lot of interesting things in this game, and I don't mean the multicasters, I mean a big change that seems to have happened overnight. The winner of this lobby, Zaza, was seen running the Ezreal Legend, and we've been hitting on that one over and over again. But it seems to be somewhat of a solution that has worked. After a rough start yesterday, Zaza took a first place, Panna. Enlighten me. Why are we running that Ezreal?
If you're results-oriented, you saw Stygzor and Travis popping off on Ezreal, you say, maybe they're onto something. And we saw the very low tempo in the early game with TF players meant you could win streak very easily. It's also the player that loves win streaking early and kind of piggybacking off of that lead. And the biggest, I think, change as well was with multis, you no longer need to have this absolute best in slot. It was thought initially that blue buff was absolutely necessary for the comp and the multicasters to function. China has proven that's not the case. You can build just damage items, and the damage items are much more flexible than you'd think. You can kill a bow and a belt and make a Nashor's Tooth, and that's perfectly viable in a Vel'Koz, as we saw here for Sasa.
I feel like that was the most important thing. The fact that there's no base items anymore means that you don't need to waste your TF Legend, your TF Augment. You can go Ezreal and snowball that very early stage, even by finding one Vel'Koz or one TF. You just insta-slam item because you know you're following that line.
You know, the one thing I'm taking away from what you both are saying is damage good, and I like that. I love hearing about that. Now, there is something else that I kind of want to get out there, because with this third place, we're seeing a huge improvement to yesterday from Canvas, but being in a lobby with his cousin, they both share a playstyle that's very first or eight, and it's not always something that works when you're in the same lobby. Trouble, is there still a chance?
So basically, with Campbell being the last in the standings, he actually needed, I think, 3 firsts and 3 seconds to qualify. Now, of course, when your first finisher is one below the expected, then another one is going to have to go up. So we're looking at 4 firsts and 1 second, and that's it. You cannot slip up. I feel like the Void line that he played was pretty creative. We said take risks, and he did. He went for the Void line to try and snowball and then sort of transition and mix a little bit of multicaster in there because it's the juice these days. But all in all, he took the risk, got that third, one step closer.
On the sadder part of that story, Double, 8th place. Not a great start for this day. Unfortunately, he was once again playing Nico reroll. We saw in the stats on top of show, it had 3 wins yesterday. Definitely not on broadcast. On broadcast, we've seen only bot 4s the entire tournament long. There's some kind of curse going on there. So if you are on broadcast in games 2 or 3, 4, 5, and 6, do not play Nico reroll, whatever you do. It is absolutely cursed.
Ah, man, I want to see it, and I'm casting games 3 and 4, so I'll try to get a little bit of caster blessings out there. I'd be down for that. Now, I think generally speaking, this lobby was incredibly close. We saw 2 people get eliminated side by side, and the person second in line was on like 20 HP or something. It always feels so intense when these kind of lobbies roll around. I think a big part in that was the prismatic, no?
And more than anything, Og, I think we saw him trying to claw his way into that top 4. GP as a carry has not been the most consistent. We saw there the time with the animation of the Dreadway coming in. You think you're going to win that 1v2. Not the case in the end. The Dreadway does not hit in time. There's just too big of an animation. Similar to Jhin as a 1-cost, for example. Very similar problem. And unfortunately, it was a 5th for him. Again, he was our point leader. He has a bit of a cushion, hopefully big enough.
We're going to be seeing it as we move through the standings. Of course, quick reminder, points stay, but this is how it's looking out to be. Now, I only have one question, and I don't know if maybe production can figure it out and tell me what's Wet Jungler running multicasters
Doesn't
again?
matter,
Because I think thus far, he's 6 out of 6 for yesterday, and I think this might be 7 out of 7, but it doesn't matter. If you're leading, you're leading.
And also, it's a very heavily contested line. It doesn't matter if you're spamming multicasters every single game, someone's going to contest you. And the fact that this guy is so freaking good to get himself around his opponents and around the contested units and slamming the correct items and pushing levels or pushing economy where he's needed, it shows miles for his skill and his decision-making in-game where it counts.
And Zyko as well. Right there, he was 2nd place in his first game. He was 3rd in the standing, so continuing that great success from that day 1 into this day 2.
Well, we're going to be seeing more successes and not so successes on the line as our casters are ready for game number 2. Here are Counterfeit and Weeda.
Thank you so much, mates. As you can see from our ticker across there, the tournament started the day close. It remains extremely close here. This is what we really would hope for in an event like this. We've only got 8 spots in day 3, but everyone is fighting tooth and nail for even just one of them.
Yeah, Peter, I have a question for you, though. Do you see us as like a success or not so successes?
I think we can work towards being a success if we try our very best. Plus our players, well, they're all successes. Just to get here, they've had to work extremely hard.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing as well. Like, so many players here come into finals with such a different goal here. Right? For some players that have been here multiple times, there's one clear goal, making it to the championship, taking home that regional title. And for some others, just like them being here is enough for them for now. Want to build on that experience further down the road here. But, I mean, again, I'm just looking at here. Someone like Wet Jungler, right? We've seen him before here. 3rd time around, he is going to be in a regional competition of this grandiosity. And, well, he's coming out with a vengeance. Like, 5-day freeze in the last 6 GSCs and leading the leaderboards right now. That's an amazing performance from him.
Well, talk to me about mentality here. As we've said for this tournament, we've got players coming in who don't necessarily have that tournament experience. We've got players who do have a lot of tournament experience. what practical differences it make to have been here before, to have treaded these boards, to have been in these specific situations?
It's so important, right? Because as someone that has played on stages at World Championships and stuff like that myself, it's not in TFT, obviously. I mean, if I was, so before chat calls me out, okay? I will say that it's super important that you have like the ability to calm your nerves down. Again, you have the familiarity with the pressure. That's super important. And I think that's the biggest thing as well here. For someone, with the way the meta is right now, for someone like Wet Jungle, right, he's a ladder grinder. And what do you have to do to climb a ladder? Very often you play the same composition 20 times over the course of a week. You play nothing else but that specific line. And that's what he's pretty much doing now and finding great success with it, right? That's kind of why we talked about the fact that this format would favor some of the ladder grinders.
Yeah, I suppose, I guess the follow-on question for there is, at what point do you try and change up what you're doing if it, say, isn't working? If you're one of our players who are lower down the point standing and your regular style isn't working for you, how willing are you to depart from your comfort and try something that maybe you're not as familiar with?
At some point, you're just forced to do it, right? Because you got to chase those first places, and I think that for some players now that after the first 2 games here can kind of reassess once the lobby seeding has come through after this game we're about to get into in just a moment, that's something where you gotta look at yourself, okay, has my approach worked here? What can I do in the final 4 games of the day to really start turning that around? And I think that's going to be the big deciding factor, because I don't think in this game players will be changing a whole lot about their approach.
It's worth reminding, of course, anyone who did come into the stream late, the command center is running, so you can carry on watching the lobby. We're casting the previous game with its own set of casts. In fact, you can watch every single lobby going on all the way through today as we try and crunch our way down to our 8 remaining players. But of course, we are going to be changing venue to go to look somewhere else, because of course we want to give, as I said before, a wide view of the field itself and try and make sure we keep hold of the big picture.
That's kind of also what this set does, right? We just change the venue every single game.
It's true, I suppose it's so. Well, so looking forward...
Why should it be the same portal, by the way, right? Why should it be another Finn's Market game and the venue just didn't change like at all?
Oh no. Oh no. We've had a lot of tempting fate going on. I still remember yesterday from Mortdog saying he wanted to see Bilgewater 9 coming in and players trying to appease him by doing so. Our players, of course, will do anything they can to try and get some luck in the game because, as you said before, this is a high pressure situation here. What's the stake? Of course, immediately is getting to day 3 and you have to fight for those 4 spots. You have 4 spots going forward to the Global Championship, 4 spots at the Las Vegas Open, but there's only 1 title available in this event, and that's EMEA Regional Champion. There are so few of those that exist in this world, and if you win, it's yours to keep.
Yeah, this is the lobby that we were looking at in the brief post-game, right? So we had the full kind of perspective on what's going on here, right? So we saw the Dark Hydra coming strong off the back of a win with Ionia Vanquisher against Esther Akami and... Nah, blanked. someone else on Multicaster Reroll.
I mean, to be fair, if you just point somewhere and say they were playing multicaster, you're probably right a lot of the time, so I don't think it's too bad.
Pretty much so, right? Like, a clear shot, it's just a shot in the dark, so am I correct to assume that you've been playing some multicaster reroll recently? It's like, did you watch that ludicrous display last night? Like,
absolutely.
It's kind of the same vibes. Wait, did you catch any of that crazy TF gameplay last game?
Oh, Lelouch just walking it in, absolutely. But as we said before, we have got a fresh crop of contenders here. So, we've mentioned before, Edgar Hatami, definitely a player with very low expectations for coming in, who has managed to hang with some of these big names as lobby. I'm fascinated to see particularly how he does.
Yeah, and that's things like, well, Kubikson, it's not had the greatest day. Not a good day yesterday. Finished 7th in the previous game, I believe, as well. 24 points is his name right now. He has another mountain to climb, but I think that for him, again, this is the first time he's here, if I recall correctly, right? Just being able to make it here in the first place, has his GSC win, has all of these things here to his name, but kind of slowly but surely looking across the board here, 1-3, looking at what pairs are being held on to right now. Kubikson with the Renekton pair, a Mazar pair on the side of Lires as well, so potential Sork line there.
Yeah, we've got some very nice drops for Kubikson as well. We saw that the Void did have great potential in our previous lobby. And Kubikson can get it online extremely quickly with a 3 cost out of the gates. We will be seeing our normal collection of Earths and Twisted Fate. Travis, of course, has been an adherent to the Ezreal Church for a while and will be our only Ezreal player.
Absolutely, and I think that's a big thing to keep in mind here as well, that there hasn't been a major adaptation towards playing more Ezreal. I can remember if Sasa was fully on it yesterday, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was on Ezreal already back then. But I think it's not a line that you go into because not a line that a lot of people have been practicing. The two major lines that have been practiced are TF and that Earth, so you have to consider a completely different like tree of compositions as well.
Well, I kind of want to open the question to you here because again, we know over in China they don't do the Twist of Fate at all. We've got much more of the Ezreal coming in and the Earth as well. If you've got one player playing Ezreal,
we kind of forgot to talk about the fact that we're in Stillwater Hold.
Oh, yes, we completely miss her. The thing is, Stillwater Hold is so inoffensive. Nobody hates this portal at all. We forgot to mention it, but it will mean extra items come in, but that means no augments at all. I mean, we get to see this so infrequently. For this to be happening in in round 2 of such an important competition, what are the considerations going forwards?
I mean, it's going to be just like a lot of tempo play here. It's going to be a lot more of like the old school type of TFT to a certain extent as well. Play strongest board here, try to figure out what you can do afterwards. And you saw the absolute wave of level 4s just coming in across the right side of the screen as well. Right, players here really are going to be playing for these things. There's not going to be like a level up. There's not going to be any augments here bailing you out. It's all down to what you're going to be able to hit and how much tempo you're able to create for yourself.
Certainly, getting the power from your board and from just your items itself. At least you've got, a little bit of flexibility there with the ambles coming through in place to ride. I guess that's a sort of a minor augment of its own, but absolutely, we need to see our players push out as much power as possible. Kubixen, as we said, found the Void early on. We'll be scouting around to see what else is on the menu.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. And honestly, like, again, I will admit, right, it's kind of hard to really figure out, like, what is strong and stuff, because, like, there's not a lot of people that go Stillwater, right? That's the big thing as well. When you're playing on ladder, when you're, like, watching scrims and stuff, there's only going to be, like, 1 or 2 people that want to go down that Stillwater route most of the time, so I just want to follow for sure here. Kubixen, though, I really like his spot here. Early upgraded Brutus is so powerful in this setup where there's, like, not going to be a lot of, like, early trades coming into play.
No, I mean, the slammed items are certainly very powerful right now. As we're checking with Travis, who's also gone Void. So I kind of want to open up.
He's also got into the Void, as you could kind of see there. Oh. The camera not really.
he's cosplaying his composition. That's how you get. That's why you play TF with TF, and that's why you play turn your camera off accidentally with the Void. But let's talk bigger picture here. Of course, we have Earth players in this lobby who wanted to play more an emblem style of play. What kind of compositions become less viable now that we know we're not going to be seeing big pile of emblems that we normally would?
I mean, the Shurima line can kind of struggle, right? Because you don't get that extra ability to go 6 Shurima with good units here. Spatulas and carousels can kind of also go up in value. That's something we got to keep in mind here. I think Cho'Gath reroll really benefits from this if you're kind of willing to go down that route, because the competition doesn't really care too much about augments, and like if you're able to get online earlier on and you have the gold to roll with, you are going to be in such a strong position further down the road.
All right, checking in with our former regional champion of Lelouch, who has gone for an early push into Demacia, found an early Quinn and got that online. 3 items from the Poppy to make sure this front line stays intact. Slayer is online as well. Demacia, I'm feeling pretty good about Lelouch's chances here in his Stillwater Hold.
Yeah, and another thing that's also worth noting, right, is that sure, it keeps the front line tapped up. In reality, the Vow would probably be better for pure frontline, but getting that Luminous Deathblade onto that Quinn here is just going to guarantee a lot more damage, but Cassiopeia is a scary unit that you do not want to match with. And the streak has been broken. First dust dished out here by Esther Akami to Lelouch.
All right, I mean, that's something that Cassiopeia is pretty scary. The blue buff and the dual gauntlet in place means Edger is keeping things nice and toasty, though isn't on a win streak right now. In fact, only Dark Hydra hasn't taken a loss so far.
Yeah, and on this carousel right now, going to be seeing some interesting things again, because again, keep in mind, every single component here is so important. There are no TF players with Pandoras out there being say, you know what, I can just go for whatever high cost I want to take, so that's another thing that you got to keep in mind as well. And also, Peter, right? Sometimes, when you make a glass of water at night.
Yep, sure.
And you're just standing there.
Okay.
With the glass in hand.
Uh-huh.
That's my Stillwater Hold.
Sometimes you get to the end of a road and you wish you just hadn't gone down that road. But we're here nonetheless. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Dark Hydra, who's gone into the Iona Vanquish line. We know a composition that likes to have its emblems, but we know there will be no emblems, at least not coming from augments for Dark Hydra to play with.
But it has great tempo, and that's another thing. It makes use of a lot of tempo slammed items as well here. Could even go for a gunboat if he really wants to get that hand of justice over to the Wards of Vanilla further down the road here. But again, if he doesn't have to slam it, he doesn't have to win the fight here. But Ezra Kami, that 2-star Cassiopeia with a blue buff is super important. Therefore, you can see the Gunblade Slam comes through.
Yeah, the damage is pretty off the charts. Single target damage from the Cassiopeia. The Twin Fang is just going to absolutely chew through anything, even with the Cho'Gath from before, with the Warmogs. I think it's got just enough. It's a cast time. It is. Cancels out the ultimate, which means Edger will stop Dark Hydra in his tracks.
And that's so massive as well, right? Because if that Cassiopeia just goes onto the Ash instead, that's right next to the Jhin. Well, that is going to be a dead Cassio, and Ezra Kami streak will be broken instead of Dark Hydra. So that's going to be a rough one for sure here. And now he's kind of locked into a Gunblade. Not the worst thing in the world, right? Again, his competition uses a lot of these healing items, so it's not a big deal, but not necessarily the optimal position for him to be in. And something else that we got to keep in mind here, Peter, Rogue Reroll can actually be pretty potent here as well. I'm interested to see whether or not he is going to be sending it down towards the 3-1 area here, because he is itemizing the Graves here. And look at what he's doing as well. Trapping the Poppy in the corner here, trying to guarantee his loss streak. Goes up against Ezra Kami, so he didn't have to do that, but again, such an important thing for him right now to keep that streak going into neutrals.
Well, let's talk economy in Stillwater Hold then, because as you can see, Volta took a bold move to make sure that economy stay in line. We know we're not going to be getting any economy coming in from Augment, so in this particular variation of TFT, how important are keeping those streaks going going to be?
It's very important, right, because it's a very honest game of TFT. There's not going to be any third parties helping you out, right? This is the Hunger Games. You're all District 12 right now. District 12, yes.
I can't remember.
All those like rich kids from District 1 are not going to get any gift above, right? So something you got to keep in mind here is that a lot of reroll lines benefit from this because like they hit a lot earlier, can keep the tempo up, and then you can kind of start transitioning. But something like a Mordekaiser line is actually very open for Travis here as well. Like he has the Nash on the bench, has an RFC already, then going for some sort of damage item if that's what he wants to do. So
we know Mordekaiser has been, at times overshadowed by just how strong some of these boards will be. Of course, we've got an elephant in the room which we haven't really addressed here yet. Multicasters in Stillwater Hold, how is this going to affect their ability to be played at all?
And that's a big thing, actually, because on paper, it shouldn't impact it too much, right? With a lot of item flexibility coming into the mix, but you don't get a lot of gold, right, to get the extra rolls, and you don't get like a guaranteed blue buff, whatever preferred items you are going to be you want to be going for. So, he mentions not to fall here. Ging going level 5 here. Early Sire? I mean,
it's going to be tempting.
I mean, if this was Dark Hydra, I mean, that would be great.
Yes,
you would love that, but not necessarily as good for Travis here.
Yeah, the Void will have to do the job for the time being, as Travis will be consumed by darkness for the moment. Volta, as you noticed before, running the Rogues has found the Jinx upgrade towards the tail end, but so coming out of Stage 2, we've had no players manage to hold onto a win streak, but Edger and Alush, along with Dark Hydra, they've only taken the minimal of losses so far.
And what about the multicasters? Won't someone think of the multicasters? Well, Ezra Kami will be doing that. Peter, look at the bench. There's the Soda, there's the Galio, he has the blue buff, and he also has the JG online now. And again, I think that is something that's going to be very clearly directed to the rest of the lobby as well. So that's something we've got to keep in mind here.
I suppose, this is going to make the opportunity to get those uncontested multicasters that much better. As you said, now our players can't guarantee they'll eventually hit the items that go into the competition. Maybe we end up in a bizarre situation where we only get one of them.
Another thing that's also worth noting here is that due to the fact there's not going to be no tailoring, you can play strongest one, and you can just fully transition whenever you want, right? Something that a lot of the players from way back in the day were very used to back when there were no mechanics that really punished you for that regard, rewarded you for playing that same line consistently all throughout the game here. And with the power being kind of unilateral, kind of equal across the board here on Free 2, with everyone getting a full component, a full item even, sorry, that's going to be something to keep in mind. Volta, Graves free as well, Peter. The Graves and the Rogues here could come online.
Yeah, Volta definitely needs to make a push-up. Has taken a lot of damage in the early play, along with Travis and the Ging. We'll get to see it for ourselves. So, we've got the double Sterex and the Bloodthirst in play. Do you know the Ging? Know that the Graves has taken a little bit of a hit in terms of his overall power, but he's certainly going to be incredibly hard to get rid of.
Yeah, I'm going to see now with the second RFC coming through here naturally on the side of Travis here. This means that he will be able to just straight up go for this Needle line that we have seen so many players go for, and if he's able to keep up a win streak of some sort. He's on a 4 loss streak right now. This level 7 roll down, either 3-5, 4-1, will be detrimental to his game.
Lelouch moving into win streaking position as Travis keeps up the loss streak at the bottom there. Lelouch running forward, of course, with the Demacia, a few Demacias we saw from before. We'll have to see if that ends up being anything more than just a little dip into the pool. Travis, though, doing some very quick correction here. We've got the front line being brought all up to par. The double RFC in the back line. Travis is definitely brewing towards something big.
He definitely isn't. Getting in the bottom side of your screen here as well. Found a Sona too, so he's also brewing up something big here. And Lelouch, after that very quick hit to his win streak from Edster earlier on in Stage 2, he has now rebuilt that streak here. And that is still off of the back of this Quinn 1, but with that IE, that's going to be so much damage coming through from across the board here. So he has a very clear direction here. Level 7 on 4-1, most likely going to roll down, going to find that Quinn 2 and play for a Quinn 3.
Yeah, I mean, the front lanes, Poppy, we noticed before, fully itemized now. It's just an absolute rock keeping this Demacia board online. As Travis takes the L, keep an eye out for Volta. On the right-hand side, of course, is pushing up the table with the Rogues. Lelouch is looking very strong indeed, as you said, with a very promising future for the rest of Stage 3.
Yeah, and also right now, there's so much pressure on these players here, right? Someone like Travis had a good day yesterday coming in now only on 34 points here. I'd say only is still very good for him, right? But he's not really made up any ground. Someone like Orc, some of the players that are kind of ahead of it in the standings here. And you got to think here, like, how desperate are you going to be at this point already in the day, right? Because that's something you got to keep in mind.
So just taking a quick look at our players' cameras as they steel themselves for the latter half of the game. Worth noting, Travis, Lelouch and Kubikson all coming in from Poland. Definitely has been a good set for them, with Kubikson picking up the GSC at the tail end of the set. You know, in terms of overall players, where do you feel like Poland and the general field are right now?
I mean, Poland is generally speaking very strong. They have a lot of very high quality names from way back. I think about Sebroyson, Chicane, Lelouch 2 sets ago becoming regional champion as well, right? And Kubikson, he's kind of that new blood in the scene. It kind of feels wrong to say that because, like, while yes, he is turning 17 tomorrow, I believe. He's still 16, but he's been around for like 2 years already, right? Like, he's so young, and it's so insane to kind of watch his progression of his career. But Lelouch at the top of the standings, still on a win streak now. In the matchup pool, it's not going to be that. We can kind of see here the mid what Dark Hydra has been doing. Just trying to stamp some of those frontline items, trying to keep his tempo going. Yeah,
keeping the Morella Nomicon on the backside as well for the Ash to keep things nice and toasty. Dark Hydra roughly in the middle of the table right now. Kubikson has at least got up to 50 gold and has got a Kaiser waiting on the bench to move forward. So it does seem a further move into Void is on the cards.
Yeah, and actually looking at the bench here from Dark Hydra, and these could just be units he's holding just because of the fact he's over 50 gold already, but an Aphelios and a Jace here could end up being a Bastion Aphelios pivot, something that we gotta keep an eye out for here. No rune ants, none of that, no bow items really, so it's gonna be a pretty hard to fully transition into that, but we'll see. That's another of these lines that can really make use of those healing items, but well, Volta, he has that Graves free already, he has the Jinx as well online with a 2-star variant, but you're looking at a 1-star Rekko, you're looking at 3 Rogue, no 4th Rogue, and that 4th Rogue is such a big damage spike.
Yeah, we're looking for the Katarina here, but unfortunately Volta has run out of cash, and his win streak, which was building before, has fallen down. It is electric Ishtar to see Volta is having some deep thoughts about his future moves forward in this game. Goes up against Lelouch, who, of course, we've already established is playing an incredibly strong Demacia board.
Yeah, and the big issue as well here is that Volta starts to fight on the incorrect side of the field. I mean, his Grave has to walk so far to even kind of get into the backline at first. Yeah, it might not have any problem. It might not have any impact here in terms of how this fight is gonna pan out here. But the stun coming from the Castle and really making quick work off this Graves.
At least with Volta does suffer loss, but we get to see a little taste of what this board can do. The Graves, even mispositioned, walked right in and deleted the backline. Unfortunately, a strong front line was still enough to push past the remaining Rogues.
Yeah, and again, there's not something like a Tiny Titans to really help him out in terms of regaining some of that HP, right? He's not going to get another burst of money to go for a big roll that and hitting. So he is really kind of just in a position where he's kind of locked in what he has right now. 6 copies of a Kiana is not bad, obviously, but it's very unlikely for him to be able to move the items to a Kiana potentially further down the road.
Yeah, that's got to be a frustrating spot to be in, knowing that you're one step away from bringing your comp really online. I love seeing the Jinx on the back line with the last Wisp as well, just to push effectively a 4th item onto that Graves, but We've got everything coming in apart from what you need. Oh no, my apologies, I didn't spot the Katarina there, so that's a huge step forward in power for Volta.
Yeah, and the issue is he can't really roll past 10 gold, right? He needs to have some sort of interest gathering for him all throughout the stages here, but getting the Hand of Justice here through from the Wolves is going to be big. It is one of the best items on this Echo, but it's still an Echo 1, right? And when he is that opposite side of your Graves nuisance, he needs to be 2-star to hold his own for a long time.
So Volta is on the outsides of the top 8 right now. A solid finish in this game will certainly propel him a lot further. But he's going to need to do a lot with a little, at least with the rogues, the 4 online, means that there's a ton more damage coming through. This Graves tankiness will eventually result in the kill. Unfortunately, the Xayah in the corner doesn't quite die, but Graves is still incredibly hard to put down, and that will be Volta back to his winning ways.
And a perfect time here as well for Volta to fight Dark Hydra, all things considered, right? You can look at the bench right now. Dark Hydra still holding on to the duplicator. No 2-star Xayah. He's still so far away from so many of his things here, but another completed item anvil is going to come through right now. Death Cap for that Echo could come through a Rune Ants for the Jinx. Also a great option. Spreading some of that armor stretch really helped that Graves get through the first target.
Yeah, makes a lot of
Jinx as well.
sense.
Okay.
All right.
We're kind of back, okay? Like, we're not so... Like, the backside is not so back. We're kind of back right now, but we're getting there in just a second at least.
All right, so next steps of Volta. We've got pretty much what we wanted. We've got the Graves tree. We've got the Jinx tree. Where do we go from here?
I mean, you're going to find there's an Echo to it. Again, because of like the lack of gold here, it's very difficult for him to go level 7, right? Again, the fact yet to invest so much gold earlier on in this stage, in stage 3, to find just a singular copy of Katarina to stay on 4 rogue, which is such a big thing for him, it cost him a streak, it's going to be very detrimental to the outcome of this game overall.
All right, Graves up against the board of Travis Cat Meow Meow, who does, of course, have the Neela there doing some good work, but Graves is, again, incredibly hard to put down, falls to the turret in the end, and Volta will not be allowed to put together a streak.
Yeah, and Travis also just farming gold with that Goldenator on that Heimerdinger turret as well here, really just kind of putting salt into the wound here of Voltariux, but I guess we gotta keep on here 2-star shit on the side of the rest, so
okay.
He's also down on that Xayah line, so another reason why Dark Hydra might have some issues hitting.
Oh boy. Yeah, Travis and Ging on win streaks from the bottom of the table. No, again, nobody made it out of stage 2 unscathed. We've got a lot of lower HP totals across the board here as Ging hits 3-star Sona. Things are heating up here in stage 4.
Yeah, and it's going to be the mirror match. I mean, this is very much a situation of the person you're being told not to worry about. A 2-star Xayah on the opposite side of the field here, but there is no armor threat on the side of Dark Hydra. There is no... that's a Frozen play I have not spotted. That's Frozen play, sorry, excuse me. But, again, no last switch, which is such a critical item for the continued damage output of this Xayah. And kind of see, like, he's just struggling to get through the front line here, while the Ashe in the back line will be trying to provide some sort of power here. But Dark Hydra actually loses that with the upgraded Xayah.
Yeah, maybe it isn't just all about your backline carry getting the job done. But we, of course, again, we are in Stillwater Hold, so our players will be scrambling for every piece of damage and upgrade they can. We have got a spatula. Notice this, of course, again, this is the game we're expecting to see. Otherwise, many emblems being made, but it's Dark Hydra who scoops up for himself.
Yeah, and again, we've been talking about the emblems in these Ionia comps now. If he has an open sword or even an open glove, this provides so many opportunities for him to kind of shore off this board and get a little bit of extra power that some of the other players in the lobby might not have.
Again, looking at our HP totals, Lelouch and Kabixon currently leading the field. Ging moving up into a strong position here. Travis spends some of that cash in the bank to get some more online. We've even already got the 3 upgrades on the turret. We've got the Neela looking very good indeed, and a 3 items, the 1-star Sejuani on the front line.
Yeah, but the issue here as well for him is the fact that like his win streak was broken, so he was kind of forced to level a little bit before he wanted to do that, right? Didn't have a ton of gold to work with. And he still has Sejuani 1, Neela 1, and a Sion 1 here. Sion 1 is obviously a huge deal, getting that 6 boost and to get that additional front line, but until you find that 2-star Neela, a lot of matchups might become an issue for you.
We'll see how the matchup goes against Dark Hydra. Of course, it's got a massive amount of damage from the Xayah, but there's a massive amount of beef on the other side as well. We've got the execute from the Piltover turret as well. Neela, of course, will be stacking up. She's got incredible items there. She's actually setting up the executes for the turret as a potential 4th item as well. Travis absolutely ripping through. The bruisers are up to the job.
Yeah, Dark Hydra again just struggling to get through these front lines here. There's just so much HP, even with that Giant Slayer, but the double healing item set up here on the Sire, definitely not ideal either, right? Again, you would have preferred to have either the Gunblade or the Hand of Justice somewhere else with another damage item instead, but sometimes you just gotta play what you gotta play for, and Dark Hydra right now start the day off flying, right? Takes her home in first place with this composition. Currently stuck down towards the bottom of the leaderboard in this game at the moment.
Not the only one down there, though. Volta, Lyris, Edger, and honestly Travis, they're all on roughly the same amount of HP, so it really feels heading into stage number 5. This is a big turning point moment.
Definitely is here, and again, like, the fact that you're gonna have the secondary carry in the Heimerdinger turret is so important here. But now Gink's multi-caster setup, it's still just a 2-star TF and 2-star Gallia, but that's Sona free, providing so much utility across the board.
Oh yeah, the itemization is absolutely gross. You mentioned again that we may see a less contested multi-caster composition in this game. It seems like it has been the case, but these brawlers, there's just too much HP there to handle.
Yeah, that's the big deal as well. And Ging, he is so down in this economy as well. He has absolutely no gold because he's been rolling so heavily to try to invest in keeping that streak alive. And now it's gone, going into neutrals. There's no chance for that to recover. And he's so far away from that TF free. A couple of copies away from the Galio free as well. So that's something we got to keep in mind here. But look at this. Volta finds that Kiana upgraded as well.
But no items as of yet. We'll get one last chance to get something worthwhile onto her. Of course, Jinx absorbing a lot of the itemization for Volta that would otherwise be on the Rogues. Volta has been frustrated, I think, multiple times this game, trying to get a win streak going, and it's shut down again and again. He's not got a lot of money in the bank. He's got the lowest HP in the lobby as well. Things are looking shaky.
Ionic Spark here is open for the side of Voltariux just to get a little bit more shred either on the Katarina or on that Echo, but it's going to be going for what is going to be like most likely a Giant Slayer instead, right? In the combination with that, I would assume, at least when you look at like how the lobby is kind of edging out right now. And that's not coming through. Neela 2 for Travis. That's such a huge hit as well. Like, we've seen how strong he is already with that upgrade. That means he is going to be one of the biggest issues overall in this lobby at this very moment.
And lots of upgrades coming in. Edger also managing to pick up the Sona as well. So we know that the multicast is not completely unattended. Let's go check back in with the Lush and the Demacians, as we do see our good friend Mordekaiser. We theorized he might be a big impact, but he gets blown up very quickly into this round. The Rogues get onto the backline though, and with all the damage dealers gone, it would not matter how tanky the rest of the board is.
Yeah, Galio all the way down on the Jinx here, not being able to protect the Quinn and the Mordekaiser. Right? Mordekaiser still being 1-star here, also a huge deal breaker against something like the Rogues that has so much burst damage, he's not able to stay in that. So level 7 coming through here, huge win for Volta as well. You look at the life totals in the lobby, right? Dark Hydra down to 20, Lyres and Esther Kami also edging in on that one life mark.
Oh my gosh, they're just both looking very good itemization-wise. Again, this is in a lobby we've even seen the component ambles coming through, so it's not like you've got absolutely no ability to control your item income, but I mean, this board looks very, very good to be in last place.
Yeah, but issues as well, right? You don't have something like a healing ops to keep this Galio topped up, right? So you don't have like some of that secondary support you kind of need for this comp to really shine, but something that is going to be shining right now is Kubix and set up here with this Asir, Nash's 2 static shift and a JG. That's a lot of power on that 2-star Birdman.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy, being backed up by the extra attack speed from the Sona as well, as Edger will end out this lobby for in disappointment. That has got to be a real heartbreaker. Dark Hydra and Lyris moving down to almost elimination, but Lyris holds on by 1 HP.
And if you're Dark Hydra, you would have loved to see Lyris be eliminated right now, right? He's contesting on the same line, and now he's able to go level 8, add a little bit more power, even an extra unit at this point in time. Could be the difference maker in terms of the HP when it's that close. And also keep in mind, they have each other in the matchup pool. But Sejuani 2 coming through here for the likes of Dark Hydra. When he's on the Freljord variant, well, that is ever so important.
There's several of our players on the bottom HP totals getting upgrades in that last round. For Lyris, that could be very bad news indeed. Of course, we know there is no last stand available in this lobby. Up against the Lush. Keep your eye on that Mordekaiser.
Saya here on the right side of the field here will have easy access to the backline. It's always a bit of a risk when you look at the fact of like where does the Saya go, but the Mordekaiser is blown off. It's also just stuck on that 2-star Shen here, and this is going to be absolute peril for someone like Dark Hydra if he's currently losing his matchup here. Elimination on the cards would be absolutely critical here.
Oh boy, yeah, that Mordekaiser dropping out early on, but Sejuani's doing an incredible job of holding on anyway. The Zai will eventually put it down. Class is not quite good enough. Lyris holds on. Dark Hydra holds on. Ging and Volta slip down the table. We're again getting into a situation like we saw before, where we do not know what our top four is going to look like.
Something is getting pinged here, and I'm pretty sure it's the Heimerdinger, because I don't believe Travis has found a 2-star Heimerdinger just yet, but Dark Hydra has to go for that even shroud. He needs more consistent armor shred that's coming at the start of the fight. Same side as the Sire. Cannot wait for the Freljord proc.
Oh boy. And with all this, Travis on the win streak further up the table with 37 HP shared with Alush. Kabixon barely above. We are top 3 players, relatively comfortable. Everybody else on the edge of their seats.
The audience is waiting. Prepare those boards.
They are indeed waiting. Prepare those boards. You heard them, guys, right? So, Lyris here still has moved into now playing the Ryze instead here. He's going to be uphill over Ryze, right? It's such a strong lockdown tool against some of these like really mobile carries, but something you don't want to see when you have Ging in your matchup pool is the ability to find that Twisted Fate freestyle finally, right? That would be absolutely detrimental if that's who Lyris like rotates into right now.
All right, Lyris, you got to thank your lucky stars, or at least hope that they're watching over you as you go up against it. It looks like no, it's going to be Disappointment City. The upgrade in multicast is going to be nightmarish to deal with. Dark Hydra on the left-hand side going up against Travis, and of course the windscreen wiper composition. But on the right, the multicasters just doing what multicasters do best, which is blow up the entire world of TFT. That is not even going to be a little bit close at the end. Lyris goes out. Dark Hydra.
He's taking a huge loss, right? Again, like a lot of the units here, and again, only a 4 HP difference between these two players going into this ride as well. That's something you gotta keep in mind. And a 1 HP differential is what sends Dark Hydra into 7th, because wait, the other way around, actually. Okay, but I was about to say, Lyris here gonna go in 7th for just a -9 HP. He got the kind of the boost off the like facing the Ghost Balls well here, but not gonna be impactful here. Ging at least guaranteed 5th.
All right, let's take stock of where we are. So Edger, lowest points total in the lobby, ends up on 26, so he's pretty much out of the conversation. Kubixon needs to make up a lot of ground in this game. Ging, a last remaining player on low HP, on 34 HP, so is amongst some of the better performing players. But these next few rounds could either begin or end the journey. Volta has been struggling mightily through this lobby. Will he finally get his due?
Oh, but look at the Graves. Absolutely annihilates the Seer, right? Fantastic positioning coming through here from the sides of Voltariux. And again, we don't know how many players are going to be on that side of the board, but again, he has everything down fundamentally speaking here. Jinx on the same side as the Graves here, really putting in a ton of work, and with that, Ging out in 5th place here. Kubixon also could be looking at his demise here, depending on the matchups coming through. But one final round for some of our players here to get another item and a little bit of extra gold as well to work with. Well, that's going to be for a level up, find those final critical upgrades.
Travis up in 1st place now. I think feeling very good about his chances. The highest points, although second highest points total in the lobby behind Dark Hydra, of course, who went out much earlier on. If Travis can keep up this velocity, he's going to be a very good spot in the tournament indeed. But Volta, again, in a similar spot, really getting just one more point can swing everything. Volta, as you said, positioning is all.
Oh, wait, that was like, did he have those Katarinas on the bench already? But like with the pickup of the duplicator, as well as another potential item here, this could actually be a Katarina free coming out of nowhere here for the likes of Volta. And yes, Katarina free may or may not be the biggest threat here, but she is something that could be just a little bit more HP. He's not going to go for that upgrade instead here. Tries to see if he can find copies of the Echo, even the failures too. But BT going on here to the Kiana. She is the secondary carry in the composition right now alongside that Graves.
All right, Volta is going to go challenge the Lucian this round, who just found a Jarvan on the 4th. It's going to be a pretty tough battle. Again, keep your eye out for that Mordekaiser. We have got 4 Gunner online, so these Gunners, the longer it goes, the harder they'll hit. Graves gets into the backline along with the Kiana as well. Almost, yes, does delete the Quinn, but this time it's the Mordekaiser who stays alive instead. The Mace of Spades swinging through. The Gun of Death rips through, and Volta's hopes and dreams.
They're crashing down.
Exactly 0. He's out of there. What a run from Volta.
And Kubixon also taking a bigger loss, actually. Take down to just a -2 here. Takes a huge hit as Travis finds that 2-star Heimerdinger as well right now. Lelouch looking for that Quinn free. Has been pushed to level 8 here again. That's going to be good for him again. Also the same of finding it. It's all about that gold investment here. Makes the switch to the 8 trucks as well for that 6 Slayer. Says, you know what, I do not care about this GP right now. And the question beckons, can he find that final copy of Quinn? It's going to be no cigar right now. Travis is on a massive streak. He's been so strong, but the extra mana here for that quick cast on that Jarvan could be all that is needed right now for Lelouch to win the fight.
All right, let's keep our eyes closely on where the damage is coming from in this fight. I love the Edge of Night being put there on the Mordekaiser as well. 6 Slayer in play means that he's going to be able to survive a lot more attention he would be able to otherwise, and also gain even more attack speed while doing so. Rita, for you, what's the big swings in this fight?
I mean, it's all about the CC, but the issue is, like, you're looking at a 2-star Heimerdinger at this point, you're looking at Neela. Like, you gotta figure out a way for this, like, for this Mordekaiser to get multiple stacks going and try to see if that's something they can kind of do. But also, even a Quinn free to get that initial burst be a little bit stronger could also be a massive, massive change in this fight. But he's rolling and rolling. He's not finding the Quinn. Meanwhile, Travis is, like, slowly but surely trying to reach for his 3-star forecast. Sejuani and Neela 2 arrives on the bench for him.
All right, well, it's a Polish top 2 here. We did say that it's been a Polish-dominated lobby, but certainly both of them looking very good indeed. What, potentially just the one more go-around. We do not have the Quinn 3. Lelouch has been looking for that Quinn 3 for a while, but does not find it in time, so a lot of the damage will still be required from that Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting here that both of these players, they are teammates as well, right? So a huge lobby for the Zero Tenacity team at this point as well. Like, both of these players really looking to find a way into the top 8.
All right, we'll keep an eye on how that Mordekaiser develops. We did see before when he ran into Sejuani, he could not punch through, but he has been getting the kills this time round. He's stacking up to be a monster, but the crowd control comes in for days. Quinn dies, Mordekaiser stands alone, and Travis takes the lobby.
And a Flutter Poro is raining down from the sky. What a way to go out here for Lelouch in second place here, showcasing a good understanding of how to play the Stillwater Hold as well, right? Very quickly on, like, we're on in the game, like, slams an IE 2-1, says, you know what, I'm just going to be playing for this vertical Slayer line. Finds a very quick level 8 as well, and just absolutely navigates that into second place. But Travis, again, early RFC stamp, finds another RFC, then just goes in with that Neela Bruiser line we saw so much of yesterday, and again, just keeps finding great success.
I love that Travis, even after a fantastic win like that, was still composed enough to say, get me shot, yes. That's, I mean, this far into the competition, we knew our players, you know, while they've had a night of sleep to recover themselves, it's still an enormous strain on them to be playing this many games of TFT under this much pressure. We talked about ladder wars and things. It's still a fundamentally different experience to know that, you know, you have a bad day on ladder, it's not a big deal. You have even one bad game here, that could be the end of your run.
Absolutely right. And also another thing, well, with this competition is that a lot of these strong bruiser openers gets another way to play for it. You don't have to play for a Cho'Gath-free reroll line. You can just go for that tempo, get those RFCs going, and then go for that Neela. And that's such a critical thing for the flexibility of your game plan.
All right, gentle friends, again, we have barely started here with and things are already completely off the charts. We're taking a break. When we return, of course, we'll be hearing from our analysts. So we'll gather ourselves and ready ourselves back after the break. 4 more games to go before we cut to our top 8 for day 3. The Warmogs think it's got just enough. It's a card time. It is cancelled out the armor, which means the Edger will stop Dark Hydra in his tracks. And Johnny's doing an incredible job of holding on anyway. The Zai will eventually put it down. Enough! One more! Good enough! Lyris holds on Dark Hydra. Mordekaiser stands alone, and Travis takes the lobby.
welcome back to our analyst desk. Now, this game was a little bit different to what we're used to, and that is thanks to Kubikson and Ging, specifically Kubikson, who voted for something that we don't see a whole lot of. The Stillwater hold breaking through, I think for many players, has to be the conversation here as like the centerpiece of this analyst desk. How do you play with it, and how do you pilot it, Panda?
More importantly, the mental damage that you're able to dish out to your opponents before the first stage is even come to
I love
fruition.
Season 1 TFT!
If Kubikson is mentally, resolved despite his age, it could be a good choice to say, hey, everyone else, try and adapt to this, and now we have no augments for Earth players, especially have to change your game plan entirely. For Ging, on that multicasters line, who's a TF player, he had to deal with 4 bows, which is very hard to kill 4 bows. 1 bow you can do, Nashor's Tooth on your Vel'Koz, perfect, but 4 bows, there's a Rage Blade on Talia, not ideal, he went 5th in the end, so it is impactful for sure in this meta.
I feel like it's mostly very impactful for Earth players, because you usually take the Earth so you can have that direction very early on in your composition, and not having this means that everything gets deleted. The way that you've been playing the game in this particular tournament is completely deleted, and you have to figure out a way to play, and usually it's strong raw damage or raw tankiness that comes from the traits of the composition that you're playing that usually wins you the game.
The interesting thing is, it's really good for Ezreal players, because they're already used to getting more items, and the one person that won the lobby, oh surprise, was an Ezreal player with Travis Treble. Talk to me about this kind of hand-picked board.
I feel like playing Bruiser in a particular game where there is no augments means that people have to rely on getting these giant slayers, or you cannot get past that front line. We talked about a lot of bows, but they weren't combined a lot of the times with the F-swords, so no giant slayers. He had a fantastic backline with the Nila, Beast items as well. I feel like whether he had the Ezreal or not, his items were so hand-picked for him in this game that he didn't particularly need any help finding good ones.
Perfect Nile items, perfect Heimerdinger items as well, with the Goldinator pumping out so much gold with a double Rage Blade on Heimer. And his teammate Lelouch, I think he adapted really well to this lobby. Not having Earth, you can't count on the Demacia emblem that we've seen is so strong in day 1 and 2. Instead, he's playing 3 Demacia. He has only Sejuani as his key frontline. Demacia usually adds resistances. You're counting on them to buy time for your Mordekaiser, your Kaels, and your Quinns. In this case, relies solely on a very beefy frontline with the Sejuani, and had just a lot of Slayers for the damage to try and deal with the Bruisers. Couldn't in the end. I think the setup was just too good for Travis, but 2 teammates, 1 and 2. Polish viewers have to be happy.
I absolutely. I think these guys have been prepping together for the entirety of the set. They've been sitting 1 and 2 in ladder for a very long time. Every now and then they kind of overtake each other and talk to each other about what's good. Personally, shout out to Travis for this fluff of Poros. I just cannot get enough of it. It makes me so incredibly happy. Just all of the dopamine coming. But also really cool for that orc, right? To watch that game and see your players come in 1-2 has to be super, super exciting. I do want to give one more shout out going through this game though to Volta, who was at the very bottom of the leaderboard for what seemed like a half of the game, and then with the rogues, with finding everything that he needs, finding that Graves, able to claw his way up there. Impressive.
Also, it was the choices that he made, because the second the board gave the items to the players, he chose the Runans because he knew he was very close to that Jinx 3. Little does he know, he rolls once, finds that Jinx 3, and is able to keep his board stable. I feel like all the choices he made for his 3-star units were stellar to get him that top 4.
We are going to be looking at the standings here though. They are shaking out, and I'm seeing something that makes me so sad, because with that placement on Canvas that we just saw in the previous game, he is going to be out of contention for the cutoff today. However, the new challenger seems to arise here on the leaderboard with Shinar, Panda.
Shinar, he was usually second fiddle to Ging representing Turkey, but in this case, he's proving his worth as a player. He's proven it to those who have been watching for so long in so many different sets in EMEA. So many historic names slowly climbing up the leaderboard at the middle of the pack after day 1. But now we see there Lekoko, Dark Hydra, Sasa, and Solo Gasang all climbing into that top 8.
I'm also happy to see Yoroi because he was a big question mark player. Like, yeah, he popped off Golden Spatula Cup too. But then what? Is he good enough? Was it a fluke? Was it a one-time thing? Right here, he performed in day 1 and he continues to impress over in day 2. Hopefully trying to get himself onto the World Championship.
hopefully there is only so many players that can go there, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, they need to get through day 3. And Chet, I am going to ask you to stay with me now, pretend the break doesn't happen, and we'll see each other on the other side. Welcome back, this time to the caster desk. I did tell you we are going to meet on the other side, and here we are. Pan and I are joined by Wida, of course, for game number 3. We do have an interesting lobby, do we not?
We do. Some big names coming in. Wet Jungler, my pick'em favorite to win the whole thing. I hope I don't curse him in this very moment, but he's been doing so well in the first 9 games of the tournament, has to close it out in, or 8 games, has to close it out in these next 4.
Yeah, that's a real big thing, right? Because when you're looking at Witting's spot right now, like if he like starts taking like 1/8 from like in a 6th afterwards, like his spot is actually up for grabs. That's kind of how crazy this top 8 cut is going to be here. But the rest of the lobby also had a lot of very interesting names here. We just saw Lires in the previous lobby, and also looking at Jimray here as well, a player that we spoke so much about yesterday, still in with a very good shot at top 8.
Zologazang as well, also in that higher echelon of player points for now, which is a good sign for Germany with Wet Jungler and Zologesang there. Always makes me happy to see. And another thing that does make me happy to see is no Stump, no Stillwater. We could go into the Hall of the Nine though.
Don't get too happy just yet. There is still a high variance option available here. We saw it in Game 6. We saw what it does to players that do not want to play with spatulas, especially if you do get any kind of spatulas, you can't build into them. It makes your game plan a little bit harder to execute.
And I kind of assume that most of the TF players here are going to be going for the cardinal ecology because branching out is so much more inconsistent compared to the two Pandora's box or Pandora's items one even, right? Which is probably the best Pandora's option just in general.
Well, explain to me, how are we going to approach this region now?
Well, it's really just the augments are kind of already set in stone for what you will be receiving. So some legends will have a benefit. Other legends will, as we just saying, not have as big of a benefit, even a detriment in terms of their own game plans, having to choose an option that's not from their legend. And as we know, that can be a little bit inconsistent when you have only 5 real options to choose from after your rerolls.
Yeah, but also interesting already has that Jace here, right? So if an Orianna and a Vi shows up all of a sudden, well, you already know it's going to be silver opener, so you know that you won't get run over in the early game through that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be seeing what comes our way. Definitely not any exciting augments, but maybe some exciting shops. I'd be down for that. Maybe a good drop of the PvE rounds here. Hopping on board with Catalyst. We're also going to be taking a look at the legends that are coming through, and I think we might have a little rebel amongst ourselves because Canvas is on Draven.
Canvas is here to maybe put on a show for his fans. He's going to go for a very high-risk option. This is an option with Spoils of War at 2-1, where if you have a very strong board, if you can snowball that lead, it's considered to be one of the strongest augments in the game at any tier because you get so much results from it. If the opposite happens, if you have a very weak board, it does absolutely nothing. So it's very high risk, high reward.
And we saw it from Shapeshifters in GSC 3 as well, taking that strategy all the way to a day 3. Kind of faltered there just a little bit, but no surprise here. Catalyst, one of the players that was on that cardinal ecology at the start of this year, is a TF player.
He's a TF player. We have Wet Jungler, who is on TF, and a Yellow Tomato. Everyone else here is running either Ezreal, Earth, or Draven, so those are the players that are we looking for. However, Catalyst does not go with the Pandoras here.
He has great items for what he's playing. He has a Gunner start, he has a Graves too, now Irelia for the front line. He has some rolls here as well, with the honor roll with double upgrades coming through. And again, he has a sword, a glove, and a cloak, which can all fit perfectly into the BIS for any gunner or kind of rogue comp as well.
Yeah, and again, keep in mind here, Bloodthirst is such a powerful item in this setup here, and it also is going to be instantly slammed, and he's already on 5 copies of Graves. And another thing that's worth noting here, I was going to talk about how many pairs he was on at the start of this round as well, and you can kind of see has just perfectly managed to even navigate that into being able to roll on level 3, which is so powerful when you're on a setup like this.
It absolutely is. We did also have a look at our augments there coming through. Obviously, the very interesting ones are going to be the emblems. We see one on the other side of the board from Lires, who is running that Bastion emblem for now. Another one, I believe, is going to be on Seoul and Nax's board, and we're going to be checking in with him in just a little bit.
For this Graves setup especially, I want to quickly talk about the way he itemizes Graves. Glove is the most valuable component, for sure, in any kind of rogue comp. You want to build so many glove-related items. In this case, he kills a cloak, which can only really build into BT, sometimes Spark for the Echo and the Katarina in the late game, and leaves this glove open so he knows that pretty much any component from this first carousel will allow him to build a second item. So important for his item economy here as well.
Yeah, just kind of talking about the fact, because we are going to going into a golden and a prismatic augment here. When we're going to be looking for our Crest, we're going to be looking for Gunner, actually, most on our rogues. You want to run all 4 rogues, and the Gunner to provide you so much more capital to be able to play for Aphelios, Gangplank even. 6 Gunner Graves does a ton of damage in the later stages of the game.
It does, and it's also very fun. We're going to be seeing how Catalyst and his rogue board move through the early stages here. On the other side is a Yellow Tomato, who we've been seeing in Game 1 as well. Didn't see much of him yesterday, but is doing pretty decent thus far.
He has a Rod on kill, taking a page out of his Greek compatriots book. Og played a kill reroll comp in Game 1 yesterday. That might be the route that Yellow Tomato is trying to take as well. But Catalyst, he continues to roll, continues to hit upgrades, hits a Jinx and an Echo in this shop at level 4. And already his board is looking so strong. We're halfway through stage 2.
And this is just the power of Honor Roll and why it was moved into just being a regular traditional silver orb and not a legend choice, right? Even with limiting the rolls to just 2 per turn, you can kind of see how much power has already been generated.
We're going to be seeing what other players are up to. Lires, Canvas, and Sologazang are on the 100 HP. They're trying to protect that. They're trying to keep it going as long as possible. One of them is going to be on the other side. It's no surprise that the players that picked up the extra Teemo turret here are going to be the ones that do a little bit better with the extra body on board.
Can this win streak continue here? Just 1 win for now, but with all these extra upgrades, I think now Catalyst could have been thinking about a lose streak start, which is the most common for a Grave reroll board. You're trying to stay level 4, not level up at all, get as many Graves as possible. In this case, with all these huge hits he's had, both the Jinx and the Echo, he might be pivoting now into a win streak if he gets a good item to close out here on the Graves.
Yeah, just like the natural tempo progression of this competition with the upgrades is something that just kind of led itself to a win streak as well if you are actually going to be hitting your upgrades, right? No Chain Vest. Actually, there is a Chain Vest here that might go all the way to Catalyst. Could then go for that slam off that Night Harvester, which is kind of what he's been going towards and kind of signaling with that slam of the glove onto the Graves, unless he's going to go for double healing options.
It could be both a Hodge and a second Echo. That he could high roll into an Echo too if he's really fortunate with Honor Roll as well. So I do think it makes sense here.
Yeah, gonna be switching POVs now. Here is Sologazang, and Sologazang also known for trying to go for the multicasters a lot wherever he can, but this time around it looks to be like we're opting for something else. Void, very nice in the early stages, however, there is a little bit of a telltale sign that the multicasters might come back.
He's trying to hold a few items here. He has the Jeweled Glove already here built, the Jeweled Gauntlets, and the level up comes through. He's trying to stay as healthy as possible throughout this stage 2, not playing what we've seen before, which is that lose streak start for the multicasters. But we're going to start seeing a whole lot of Vel'Kozes all over the place. It is one of the strongest carry units in this stage 3.
Yeah, you also he tags Campus, right? So even this level here could end up griefing the economic side of the game for Campus, right? Who also has a streak to protect. Still him and Lires, the only ones with those win streaks. And down the bottom of the leaderboard right now, Silinog and Wet Jungler already taking huge hits into our HP pool.
They are! I am especially worried for Zeolanak because he is one of the players that needs these high finishes. It's in a similar position to what we saw from Canvas at the beginning of the day. It's not as dramatic just yet, but he definitely needs to go for a little bit more of a riskier route. And speaking of those, looking over to everyone's favorite Wet Jungler, Panda, what's going on?
Well, Wet Jungler seems to be almost open forwarding, probably has been most of this stage until he's found a few TFs. And it all makes sense now. This is why Wet Jungler and Zeolanak are both at the very bottom in the HP standing, why they both have so little HP to work with. They're fighting to see who can open fort better. And in this case, it looks like it's Zeolanak, but it might be close. Both players trying to fight for that 5-loss streak.
And even Yellow Tomato also trying to get into the mix.
He's like, I'm going to join too. You guys want to lose? I'm going to lose with you guys, just for this stage 2 at least.
Yeah, I'm worried. I don't know if they met yet. We are seeing from our sneaky overlay that unfortunately chat cannot see that Zeolanak only has 1 unit on board and the Teemo turret from the stationary. So it really is a little bit of a try-hard that's going on between the lower 2 players. We're seeing a similar try-hard out of the top echelon of players here though. Canvas and Lires both able to continue the 100 HP streak.
And Catalyst as well. After those last few upgrades, he said, hey, I'm going to switch to a win streak. He succeeded at that. He's at a 4-win streak now, hoping to continue in stage 3. With Honor Roll especially, if he can level to 6 and find a few chain of upgrades, he can be an absolute menace like Volta was last game.
All right, Zeolanak in a little bit of a pinch. He needs to put something together.
Don't do a double.
Because we have seen players lose to Crooks before. Gnasher's Tooth being slammed here last second together with the Rot. Components matter when your enemy is as fierce as 3 little stony boys, and I think it's going to be enough here. Well done from Zeolanak with the win, lost streak coming through and being able to get them finished off here.
Can he hit 50 gold? He can if he sells the Karma, and he does. So still the econ is perfect for both Zeolanak and Wet Jungler.
Yeah, but the issue here is, like, is he going to be going down the Yasir already? He has that strategist emblem, not necessarily the worst of roles coming out of that branching out, but it's a line that you very much prefer to play from ahead because the transition point of this competition is so long, and right now he's doing anything but here. Does have the option of potentially leaning in towards some of the multicast lines. You see the TF on the bench, and as you've been talking about, David, blue buff not as critical as we might have thought in the lines when you have a net.
Oh!
Hill 3 for Yellow Tomato.
A new challenger arises. This is going to be where the roll down happens. If you're on those Kale, Cho lines, you want those 1 cost right after Krugs. And for Yellow Tomato to be able to put together this Kale is going to be really, really good.
I think this should be an Azir board from Zulanak. I mean, I think he knows what jungler is definitely angling towards multi-casual with his setup. There might even be a second player in the lobby also doing the same. So do you really want to enter that battle of 3 players trying to contest the same exact units? You're going to have a lot of gold to roll down, maybe on a 3-5, level 7 roll down. If you find one Azir, ideally an Azir 2, you can definitely stabilize off of that and a strong front line with Nasus.
And especially if you can end up being somewhat stable around the 4-2 point, you can hit something like a level up, or anything that really allows you to kind of sure off the board that you're looking for, right? Even an Ancient Archives here or a Last Stand could provide some pretty interesting perspectives here, because again, keep in mind that the composition makes use of a lot of different of these spatulas, right? So Ancient Archives always interesting.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing if he's tempted by it, knowing that he already has this strategist emblem. Or maybe the Last Stand is attractive here. We're going to be seeing where his choices fall. Of course, we knew it was going to be golden augments coming through. And for Zulanak, we now have a little bit of a safety net in place.
So there's a question. He leveled to 6. We were thinking, is he going to do a roll down now? The answer is no. So it seems like it will just be a straight up level 7 roll down at 3-5. Moving now onto the Greek player's board. A Yellow Tomato has the kill 3, has leveled to 6 already. Has that small level up for the kill before that level 9 level up. And we'll see now if he can try and get a win streak going for the rest of his stage 3, facing Jimray right now.
It is going to be super important for this Kale board to have that win streak that you're mentioning. Because if you're unable to do this, your economy is going to suffer, and you need the economy to actually make levels. That is your win plan for this Kale board, and thus far, it's looking good for Yellow Tomato with 3 wins in the tank. However, other players are going to start and be stronger now, Wida, and I think that might be a challenge later down the line.
Yeah, we can see some upgrades also coming through here. Wet Jungle starting to hit some of this minor upgrades like Talia too, right? But again, if you can talk so much about this, multi-cast board will be so stable, but that's not really the case here for the Kale board, right? Because when there's so much explosivity in the lobby, the Kale has less time to kind of start ramping up here, and you kind of want to go level 7 here, get that vertical Demacia, and add in the potential Mordecai so we get the Slayers going depending on which patch you get to work with.
Did find a natural Quinn and Galio in this last shop. If you find those upgrades without having to roll, considering his econ, that would be just absolutely fantastic to continue the stability on this Demacia board. Ideally, try and pump up the level 7 Demacia, and ideally level 9 as we move into stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, a good position here as well from Yellow Tomato, trying to avoid and play around the likes of this board coming through from Catalyst, who gets a little bit of gold from that collective, but he also quite needed, right? Because look at the bench right now. He has a lot of, he's so close to hitting all of his big units here, but no interest being gathered right now. So this carousel here will be super important for him.
It absolutely will be. 1 copy of the Graves. I think 2 copies of the Kiana, if I saw correctly. So very, very close, like you're mentioning, to those upgrades. There is a Kiana on this carousel, but is that going to be the choice? We will have to sit and wait for Catalyst. There is a Fiora, has fallen out of love this patch specifically. We see her in some Demacia comps, but it's not enough love for a Yellow Tomato to pick him up.
The Azir picked up by Zulanak means that he is going to have that lead into that 3-5 roll down if he is going to be playing for this Azir comp, which I think did make a lot of sense with a Nationals already slam, which is, again, one of the strongest items for the Azir in 9.5. And we're seeing now, Sol Gazang's perspective, he is going to the Noxus board, but Wida, he's on a 6 loss streak. Noxus, loose streaking isn't quite the best pairing.
Not really, right, but you need to get that 5 or even 7 Noxus line online here, depending on the few things coming through, right? Because you can kind of see the pieces coming together, but he's also on the JG line, but he does have the option to slam that Nash's Tooth, has a Shroud on that stage to support Dummy as well. And with that anti-heal, this Mordecai should be able to do a lot of work depending on the matchup.
And Solo also on the lower end of the HP standings, and he's facing off against who could be the boogeyman throughout this stage 3 and this stage 4. Because if you have a bad positioning on your backline carries, this Graves comes in, doesn't have a lot of damage items, but he is 3-star already, so he can just absolutely burst down any 1-star carries in the backline on any comp throughout stage 3.
But again, as long as the Mordekaiser stays safe and is able to slowly but surely ramp up those stacks here, it really shouldn't be that big of a deal for the Mordekaiser to stay alive here. And that's actually a massive hit for Catalyst as well, who has just found that Graves free.
Another hit for Zul. He's now down to 34 HP. Decided not to roll at 3-5, trying to greed it out. He does have last stand, of course, so it does make some amount of sense, but how much can he actually wait to try and find this board?
I actually think this is really good because of what you're saying. You have the last stand. That is going to be your last warning shot before it's going to matter. And for Seoul and Nak to say, no, actually, you know, I have 34 HP before that one procs. I'm going to greed it out. I'm going to sit here and wait. I really like that, Wida.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this board is very, very, very expensive to play for as well, right? You need 2-star Mordekaiser, 2-star Nasus, 2-star Seer. That's a lot of like if, buts, and maybes on a level 7 roll down as well. So the more gold you can gather, having that extra failsafe in the last stand is absolutely huge.
My only issue is, when you proc this last stand, if you suddenly face a capped out rogue board, a capped out multicaster board, I am so sorry, Azir, but you're not going to cut it. These boards can, in the right position, with the rogues, if they pop your Azir in the first few seconds of a fight, it doesn't matter you have those extra stats, you will be losing that fight. So it's a very risky gamble here for the Romanian player.
It is, but everyone else is getting upgrades as well, so that makes it even riskier. However, has made it to the Wolves, is still looking decently good here. Probably gonna make 50 to get all of the extra income taxes here. And just glancing across the board, we're in a lobby where there's already a big HP differential going from the top to the bottom, and we know there's going to be a prismatic coming around.
Not ideal components here, right? No third Seer item coming through here. No glove, no bow even either, right? So, oh, is he gonna full greed and pray for level up here, right? We know there's gonna be a prismatic coming through here. This is high risk, high reward, and also Solonak is probably the player right now that has to play for the highest risks as well.
Reforger comes through, could build a guard breaker onto this Azir as the final item. Did Reforge a sword, I believe, so not trying to get for a gunblade with the extra AP here. Has to slam something onto this Nautilus for now to get some extra frontline and not pop the last stand too early.
I'm going to be taking a short glance here at Canvas, who has assembled something we're not seeing a whole lot of, a challenger board. On the other side, though, is Jimri. And to me, Jimri was one of the players I definitely wanted to keep my eyes on for this tournament, and he seems to have found some pretty nice upgrades already.
So many 5 costs already found. Aatrox on one side, Bel'Veth on the other. Who's the better unit? We found out there Aatrox did outlive the Bel'Veth, and TF without items is trying to close out the fight here, but Kai'Sa is still left alive. Not upgraded just yet, so Aatrox will come back. The World Ender comes in, and Camus takes another hit. Zulanash getting closer and closer to that last hand proc.
Yeah, and here we have the prismatic augments coming through.
It's level up, Infernal Contract. 2 huge warping augments for this final stage. Binary airdrop as well, but it will be Infernal. Could this be a Azir 3-star as a win condition now for Zulanak with last stand as well?
I mean, again, he got the grab back, and he was probably going to grab back instead here, so he's going to be going for... Okay, this is going to be a bit of a... Not that big of a roll, he only has 22 gold to work with, but I guess he is going to be tanking that final loss here as Canvas is to play on the Infernal Contract, rolling down, trying to find some of those upgrades, but he's going to be capped out at level 7, right? So the long perspectives in the game are going to be so difficult for him to kind of like elevate that composition.
Now, the one thing we are seeing here from Zulanak in his desperate try to get this board online is, first of all, we're parking at 20 gold. Second of all, we are lacking upgrades all throughout.
He's going to wait for the proc to come in, and then at that point will be trying to find all the upgrades he needs to stay alive. But as I mentioned before, I think it's going to be a risky play with these Exodia boards also being assembled with a Rogue emblem, or with a Rogue comp, as well as the multicasters. The Fiora here already dead, showcasing why maybe we haven't seen too many Challenger comps throughout the entirety of the day, or really the tournament. Challengers not in the best spot considering how dominant they were in set 9.0, and the very start of 9.5 as well, with Fiora being an absolute 1v9 machine. Last stand has been procced. Zulanash is now on his very last life. He has to roll down and find his ability at this moment.
Yeah, it's going to matter for Zeul and Nak, and we're going to try and catch that. Here is the proc coming through, rolled to get that Azir 2, to get that Nasus 2, to try and find any upgrades. Finds a Scion. It's not terrible, but you were kind of hoping for more here. You're getting the Swain. It's not enough. Azir coming through. You'll need to sell off this Cassiopeia to make at least him, unfortunately not the Nasus, but the Azir 2 with the buff. All right, we have the Nikos. I forgot about that one, but it was there, and that is probably enough for him to stabilize with that last stand buff.
Then you look at Solic's perspective here as well, right? He already has that Azir 2 online and like without really having to like proc a last time.
We'll see the Nasus if he can out-tank the damage coming in from Solga, Zhang, Azir. The last stand, the counter attack you get from the Augment should be enough to win this mirror matchup. I have to assume, if not something is terribly wrong in the way Zulanak has assembled his board, but he will be winning this fight. Unfortunately for him, he has to win every fight from now on. He's on a single life for the entirety of this game.
It's very worth knowing here. Any rod on this carousel is a huge bonus for Zulanak. His first pick has an open spatula on the bench from that grab back coming through from the Earth Augment here. Very clear idea like how he wants to cap out this board, and there is a
Heimer as well.
But
Or
it
a
could also
Fawn.
just be the Tactician's crown coming through. What is the higher cap here? I'm unaware, but Wet Jungler instantly goes and denies and wants that rod. Zulanak forced to make a Tactician's crown.
There's a bigger value from the Fawn because you get the stats of Last Stand on another unit as well, so the immediate addition of a unit to the board, I think, will be bigger right now. Especially considering he doesn't maybe have time to reach level 9. He's on 1 HP. He has to get all the power he can on his board at this very moment.
I really like that reasoning, and I don't even know if he was ever tempted to take up that Heimerdinger. Only he will know for us. But we're going to be watching him, of course, as he tries and moves through this lobby here. I'm sure the tech crown is going to be made. There it is. And then we're going to be watching how his power level checks out. Two players like Catalyst, like a Yellow Tomato, who have been streaking for what seems like forever.
And a big issue here actually is the fact he was forced to sell off that Scion here, because the Scion on this board would have been the perfect slot in instead of this Darius. It does provide the Juggernaut for the Nasus, providing more tanks for him, but the disruption from that would have been massive.
What Jungler Galio 3, he's in the pool for Zulanak, but not going to hit him for now. We'll see what this Nyla can do. She's only 1 star, so shouldn't be too impactful onto this fully upgraded board for the Shurima comp for Zulanak, and that will be the case. Azir is tearing through the front line. Everything has already evaporated.
The good thing here is that the J4 did never come close to the Azir. I think we might have had a little bit of a tighter fight if that happens, and that is going to be something that Seoul needs to be wary of there now, with the Rogues in this lobby, with the Mana Shroud I believe somebody picked up, so there is a lot of stuff that you need to kind of dodge and make sure your Azir is as protected as can be.
And Shroud is actually not really that big of a deal for Nasir. It's like 2 extra auto attacks, so that's another thing to keep in mind. But it's a big thing for the Nasus in the front line. There has to be that bastion in front of the Nasir, but also the strategies provide so much extra tank in the front line. But
what Jungler, you're in big trouble. The Galio 3 came through. You have the Harmacist as well to help heal this Galio alongside the Gunblade, but still you're on TF2, you're on 18 HP. We know there's players like Catalyst who was playing the Rogue Board and he's still at 70 HP, so he has to be incredibly strong. And if Catalyst gets these rogues onto TF right away, with the lack of the extra HP from being 3-starred, What Jungler might be in big trouble.
The good thing is, Wet Jungler has 18 HP. We are in 4-6, so he has at least one more round to try and make that stacked Dex TF be actually stacked. On the left-hand side, we are seeing Seoul and Nash go up against Catalyst, though. And Catalyst had been shredding throughout the lobby. Is it enough to take down Seoul and Nash, though? And the answer is no. The Rogues will not reach this Azir. Very smart positioning.
Yeah, and Jimra, you can kind of see also down towards a very low life total here. So that was an elimination. Okay, well, not quite. He just looked at that because he swapped away here. But Jimra 13 now. He's actually in the mix. Campus also down at 22. Lobby HP outside of the top 2. Actually very low going into stage 5.
We're going to stick with Wet Jungler after this last PvE round in stage 4. He has to find the TF to stay alive. His augments are actually really fantastic. Healing Orbs, I think one of the best gold augments for this comp because you allow this Galio to essentially go infinite if your opponent does not have enough DPS to take him down. With the double Stone Plate, the Harm Assist healing, the Gunblade on what could be a TF3, all of a sudden Wet Jungler could do some multi-caster things and jump right back up to the top 4 of the standings if everything goes as planned.
Well, he needs that Twisted Fate first, and we're going to be seeing it pop up, but in the wrong person's shop. Hopping over to Jimre here. Wet Jungler able to find it, coming through for him as well. Jimre sent it on its way, but we're going to be seeing what this Neela board can do. Is also missing a lot of upgrades here, and if I saw correctly, he doesn't really have gold to roll, so all he's getting is items, and these will have to do it for him.
This full flex game plan just not working out for Jimre right now. He's missing so many key upgrades. This is the one downside for this Neela comp. If you don't hit your upgrades on level 7, you're at the mercy of the rest of your opponents who are rolling for 2 and 3 costs, and they are absolutely spiking as we come into this stage 5.
we are seeing Wet Jungler go up against Seolinak on the left-hand side. The multicaster board that has hit the upgrades, that has hit the items, and your eyes have to be peeled for the Azir. Can he actually get through the Galio 3, which is one massive unit on the right-hand side? We are seeing elimination for Jimre, unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, but it just
Finally
goes on. Finally, the Galio falls, and with him, the multicasters, where Jungler will be able to hold on, though.
Just barely survived. That's what we were talking about. Azir, despite hitting last stand, he had a very, very iffy fight against that multicaster's board because they've also hit their huge spikes. They've hit all of their 3 stars. What Jungler can maybe now also go level 7 and add a Swain for the extra strategist. A little bit of extra AP onto your backline carries could be the difference maker in fights like those that last for so long.
Even the extra shielding in the front line, right? Not really an aspect of the strategist trait we talk too much about at the current moment of the game, right? But look at the front line here for Seolinak, for example, right? 4 strategists, that can be like an extra 1,000 HP or something just in shielding alone in the front line.
I really, really love that he now finally has also found the Heimerdinger that we were talking about at the beginning of the carousel.
Also Kaiser free, guys, on the side of campus here, well, 12 HP, so that's a win condition, I suppose.
There's only one way to make challengers work in this current meta, and I think Cambius knows which way that is. That is trying to find a 3-star. It's not a guarantee as well. Kaisa has been, historically in this set, one of the best 3-star forecasts in the game if you manage to hit her, but not an absolute guarantee for the win condition.
The bad news here for players like Wet Jungler and Seolinak is, though, eventually they are going to face a Kaisa 3, and while their boards might be strong enough to take everyone else down in this lobby, I'm not sure how the matchup goes against the Kaisa.
Looking at this as well, right, like Seolinak has campus in his pool. I'm sure Wet Jungler does as well, right? Everyone that queued into him before he found that Kaiser free are currently laughing.
There's quite a few Exodia boards being formed. The matchmaking in the rest of this Stage 5 will be so relative for how these players place, especially the current bot 4 who are all on one single life. Cambius, we know, has a good potential to maybe win these next few fights. Wet Jungler, despite his upgrades, might be in trouble, and Jimre is already taken down in 8th.
Let's see where he comes up. Seolinak is safe for yet another day. Does go up against the Bastion board, but the Bastion board, Panda, you've been saying it, no Nico 3. Instead, it's running the Taric 3. I'm not sure if that is going to be enough for him here. Nico in the background looking sad and standing there, but Lires has enough health that he can hold back on it. Is going to be the case here. Will take a loss, and unfortunately, Wet Jungler also getting taken out.
And it makes sense why Jungler has hit a pretty standard multicaster comp, but this lobby is anything but standard. Everyone is popping off in different ways. Cambius stays alive and healthy at 12 HP. Seolinak with the last stand also becoming a menace, a Grim Reaper throughout the entirety of this Stage 5. Any interesting options here, Wida, that you see on this carousel?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Noxus and whether there's anyone that would be using that, right? But I don't think that is going to be the case, however. But Blood First, Ionic Spark, all these options here for the likes of Catalyst getting a little bit more power into this Rogue board, right? Because at 24 HP here, 2 hits, and he's probably out of this game.
Well, if you want some more power, you got it, Wida. You asked for it, and the game delivers. Jinx 3 comes in for Catalyst, who is just trying to bleed out into a top 4, I think, once a Rogue has hit kind of their spike in Stage 4. It is now not so strong. Nico 3.
Also finding that Nico 3, eventually she's going to come around, but there is one threat to all of those players in the lobby here, and that is going to be the board that you're looking at. Big match pool can find Lires, can find Zologazang, can find Seolinak, and it is going to be Seol
last stand versus Kaisa 3.
We will have to see who can actually take it. First ult comes down, does not take anyone down. The J4 trying to find her, but the QSS will deny that CC. The Azir needs to go through all of the other units before he can go to the Kaisa, and the question is, does he live that long? I believe it is going to be possible.
Kaisa? Kaisa?
Kaisa?
And Cambius survives, though. He's still going to be a Grim Reaper. Kaisa with a Hodge, almost able to 1v9 in extreme fashion. I haven't seen it all of 9.5 for obvious reasons.
The big issue here, actually, right, he doesn't, like, the QSS is good, but he doesn't have, like, an additional AP yet, right? You need that because you don't have a lot of damage coming through outside of this. Like a JG here, for example, or a Death Cap, and damn, like that Azir probably dies on the first burst, but That's a rough one for sure here if you are Campus taking that hit here, also making sure that you kind of already now don't have that confidence in that matchup. But staying alive is the biggest thing to keep in mind.
Well, the question is, somebody will not stay alive here. Zologazang going up against Canvas. Zologazang on 6 HP. Canvas still on 1. Can there be a repetition of an Azir taking down the Kai'Sa is the big question. The Fiora will be falling eventually, but so has the entire board of Zologazang, and Canvas finds another target.
Oh my goodness, Catalyst also at 1 HP. How are they doing it? Everyone is surviving, holding on to a single dream, try and make it to the top 4. I talked on Top of Desk about these desperation modes, about just trying to survive a little bit longer. This lobby feels like this. You scout every player, and everyone is hitting some crazy boards.
Yeah, you're clenching hard right now if you're in this lobby, right? Because you do not want to slip through the cracks of this top 4. And it's also got the fact where it's like, so everyone here was hoping that Campus will at least take out Sulinak, right? And then, okay, cool, we're playing for second. But now they're kind of just like playing for third. Instead, it's kind of the vibe that we're getting here, right? Absolutely crazy situation going on here, and no remover here means this death cap is kind of dead for now, if it was that judge you want to go for. But goes with Declaw here, gets him off frontline, but he's still on a Nasus 1.
I really love how close this lobby has come out to be, and there's more upgrades being found by specifically Canvas. I'm sure other players are also looking. He would really like that Nasus to be upgraded, and Seulanak is sitting there like, yeah, you wish, but I have it. We're going to be looking who actually makes it out of this really, really tight space between 2nd and 5th. It could
Echo
be anyone. Catalyst last second picking up that Echo 3 here. We're going to be seeing a side by side.
On the left, Catalyst on 1 HP. The Rogue board going to be up against the Nico. You've hit all your upgrades there now as well. And we're going to see if that's going to be able to be a win. Zulinak as well, not quite able to win this fight just yet, but it's looking so good for him. The front line has melted for his opponent. And Zulinak, I think, with Last Stand has proven his game plan has been excellent. He went down to 1 HP, but he survived since then, winning every single fight, as has Camus with that Kai'Sa 3.
Well, Canvas did lose to Seulanak, so we might be seeing a peak in the future here. But with that, a Yellow Tomato and Catalyst both going out, we have our top 3.
But a big upgrade from last time is going to be that Jarvan 2 in the front line, as well as a Declaw on the Nasus. Sure, still a Nasus 1, but more disruption, more survivability on the tanks here should mean that the Kai'Sa won't be left alone as quickly as he was before.
Jarvan 2 comes in for Zulanash as well. A big upgrade, maybe chasing that Jarvan 3-star as a secondary wing condition to try and battle the Kai'Sa, but she has a QSS, so she has a way to stay out of that CC range.
It is going to be a rematch. One more time, we're going to see whether or not a Kai'Sa 3 can be defeated by the Last Stand Azir. And this Azir has to go through so many units here. The Fiora actually finds him. One good ult from the Kai'Sa might knock him down. He's slow to heal back up, but she doesn't reach him, and he will find her first. The rest of the units are rumbling, and Seulanak will go down in 3rd.
That's big for like the overall tournament chances of Campus as well as Sulinak here, right? Again, a player that's kind of on your kind of point soul is to block you up. But I actually kind of want to talk about the positioning here, because the general consensus when you're playing challenges a lot was that you would have Kai'Sa opposite side of the Fiora for her to dash into the target Fiora is currently targeting, but Campus doing it the opposite way around.
And Lires finally breaks the main broadcast curse. Nico is no longer on 100% bot 4 comp while we're on broadcast. In the top 2, both French players performed at an absolute smashing level with 2 comps that we've considered to be weaker ones this tournament. Challengers, of course, Kai'Sa 3 is saving there, and the Nico reroll here for Lires.
Absolutely beautiful. Both of them kind of running in circles there, honoring each other and their strength. Big point here is we probably expect Canvas to win this one, but if he does, Lires might still have another life, and that is going to be so big here. Kai'Sa gets her first ult out, but the front line does not crumble for Lires. The Nico's so strong, dealing so much damage, taking down the Fiora as well, and both of these 3 stars are just
Nico's still alive.
They are trying to pin down the Kai'Sa, and they will succeed. Her mana was full. She was trying to cast, but you know Canvas is going to take this one with a chip on his shoulder, saying, I had a Kai'Sa 3. It was fun while it lasted.
But even then, like a 3-star forecast without decent item, at least it's not going to be a surefire way into a first place. At least not when the lobbies are as stacked as this one in particular was.
I was about to say I thought Camus would win that. I was about to say Draven would be the best legend in the game for winning this game outright. 100% win rate. But unfortunately, Kaisa, the QSS ran out just in time to get stunned and feasted on by that Nico reroll, which finally has popped off on broadcast. A big first. Voltariux was on 32 points, so he is trying to accumulate enough points in these next 3 games that are coming up to make it to that day 3.
Well, we are here in a prismatic Scuttle Puddle 3 Augment lobby here. And look at this legendary soup coming through from Lalana. Both him and Psycho currently on streaks as well here, David, right? And again, this is a pretty creative board with a level 10 underline Lalana.
How's Lalana on a 9 win streak and Zyko still streaking as well? This is some TFT matchmaking at its prime. And Zyko, of course, I was wondering what comp is he playing? He's playing multi-catches, of course. He's been doing it all weekend long.
He has been doing it, but so has everyone else. So really, can you cut him some slack? I think yes. We're going to be seeing who's able to continue this streak here. The game is not over yet. Both of them still have a lot of HP, but it seems like Lalana is going to have the upper hand here.
And a very important thing to note about this, obviously, this board is insanely capped out from the side of Lalana, but a very important itemization choice here on the Belveth. The Edge of Night is so strong against these multi-casters once that the Belveth's going to go for her resets, because she's not going to get fully bursted down by like 2 ticks of an Belveth's ability.
Not just that, but we have some rat tactics at their full display, and with the help of a dummy of all things, not even a unit, he's, giving a job to these poor dummies as well, and maybe a chance to impact this last fight.
I don't think it's the last fight. We're in stage 6-3.
30 HP, that's right, that's
30 HP. These guys are going to be battling out for just a little bit longer.
Good stuff, though. Look at the Belveth.
Look at the Belveth.
Check out how much gold Psycho still has. So even though he lost the previous round, he is going to be super fine with...
Come on, Belveth, you can do it. Oh my goodness, the Belveth died without even being able to kill the Vel'Koz. Thankfully, Lalana wins the fight regardless, but Belveth, you got to do better than that. The camera's on you. You have to perform now.
On this carousel, however, now, again, no real freestyles on the horizons for either player now, so it's all about these ever so important items here. A Scion pair, maybe? I don't know if you're still only on Scion 1 here, but even though like a Titan's Resolve is still a great option here for a little bit more survivability and damage.
Yeah, gonna be seeing Zyko's board. He did roll down just a little bit to try and get some upgrades going here. The J4 is in play. It's a J4-1, but with 2 items might just be enough to get at least one of these casts out. Is still rolling, trying to get upgrades.
Nice shot.
Find some. There is a Swain at least. Misfortune could be coming through if you want to sell that J4, but with
J4-1 still.
Java 1, like, it's stage 6-5 low, like, we're second place with a Java 1. I mean, we take those.
I think so too. I think he's fine with this, but we're going to be seeing how it goes through one more time. I still think Zyko has enough HP to survive here, but check out the damage coming through from all of the legendaries that Lalana has accumulated.
Damage leaders are down.
Doesn't seem to be enough. The Vel'Koz gets the plasma fissures out. That is going to be a loss for Lalana. These guys are shaking hands saying, pleasure to do business with you.
But again, also good positioning adaptations coming through here on the side of Psycho, right? This time around, the Zephyr does not have the same impact. Belveth on the wrong side of the board here, but Lalana is chasing down the Scion free.
Biggest problem is there's a Rage Blade on Belveth, and these fights are not going to last that long. There's a huge burst of damage at all times coming from this Vel'Koz, from the TF, from every single multicaster is itemized with a JG as well, so the bursts are almost accounted for in these fights. I'm not sure the Belveth will have that big of an impact. It'll be mostly the GP doing most of that business.
I think Lalana might be close to losing here. I think maybe he can still take another good loss. But the Zephyr finds the Galio, lifts him up into the air, and down he comes once again now. He is going to absolutely melt here in front of that board. But in the meantime, the multicasters have decimated the backline, and Lalana will take another hit. It's not enough to take him down, though. Dragon will come first.
Not sure what's up with our cast in this game 3, but everyone is going down to 1 HP. They have one last chance to try and fight. I'm not sure what Lalana can do. He's level 10 already. He has all these legendaries upgrade. He's still losing every single fight. Could it be a positioning diff? Gallo going up in the air, and it's still not really relevant to the outcome of the fight.
Yeah, but also another thing I want to highlight here is the fact that a lot of these multicaster players are not very happy with like committing Galio to a side, right? Again, here he's trying his best to not get wrapped very often. If you are going to match where most of the pressure is going to come from the opposite compositions outside the multicast, sometimes it's going to be better than just leaving the Galio in the middle, but it's higher risk, David.
And there's really not much more Zyko can do here. He's very far from level 9. It's just the Jarvan upgrade, but again, One last item, the Protector's Vow could actually be massive, having this early cast come through, early impact at the start of the fight before he gets bursted down because of his lack of HP being a 1-star.
And you're seeing some juggling on the positions here, trying to make sure that while your Jarvan hits what he's supposed to hit, your casters, your carries are actually safe. And it's like a little mini game between both of them, trying to make it through here. Lalana on the other side, trying to get the science, of which he actually has accumulated 2, to get in there and cause some chaos. 1 will find his goal, will go into that backline, but is it going to be enough?
Uh-oh, the Aatrox, the World Ender.
The Twisted has fallen, and we go into one more round.
4 HP at least this time, not the crazy 1 HP in a dream here once again, but it will finally be the last fight we'll be seeing. The difference there, the Aatrox wrapped around, was able to clean up and help the Bel'Veth in the process.
But also another thing worth noting here, we were severing the backline on the side of Lalana, right? It did only hit the Taliyah, but even hitting Taliyah is actually kind of big because it's a lot of disruption taken out of the play immediately.
Not just that, but the Jarvan jumped for the second Cataclysm and didn't actually connect. He died before it did. That could have been the difference maker, stunning both the Aatrox and the Bel'Veth.
Oh, a little bit of sneaky positioning, trying to avoid the Zephyr coming through on the front line. Where is it though? We'll find the Swain. Galio stands as protector in front of these multicasters, but is that enough? One big Scion has made his way to the back line, but hasn't found the multicasters, but he will! The Dreadway comes in, the Scion comes in, and Lalana with one last blow will take down Zyko, and I think both of them would have been fine with any position here.
There is justice still in the world, and what a wombo combo. The Scion ult coming at the same exact time as the Dreadway came in for that final blow. Taliyah left all by herself against all these upgraded 5-cost. She couldn't do anything at that point in time, but still, Zyko so consistent throughout the day. A second place puts him in a spot to almost guarantee a top 8 if he continues this trend in the next 3 games.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing how it goes for Zyko, and we're going to be hearing from our analyst desk because they're about to break this game down. We're going to go into game 4 after that, and we hope we see you on the other side once we go through a short break. One down. The J4 trying to find her, but the QSS will deny that CC. The Azir needs to go through all of the other units before he can go to the Kai'Sa. And the question is, does he live that long? I believe it is going to be possible.
Kai'Sa?
Is going to take this one with a chip on his shoulder saying, I had Kai'Sa 3. It was fun while it lasted.
But even...
Welcome back to Rising Legends EMEA Finals. I'm Traveling Counterfeit. Thank you so much for joining me on our little analyst desk. Now, this particular lobby had massive implications when it comes to the rankings of the players, and this is exactly what we saw happen. You said it was a little bit of a topsy-turvy kind of lobby. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, left is right, up is down, cats and dogs living together. All of our top performing players coming into this game go out in the bottom 4. This is massive because all these players who've been poised to move towards the top 8 suddenly have this big black mark on their record.
Absolutely, and we're gonna see later on the standings as well to see how these players are panning out around the other players that we have in the rankings right now. Every single game matters currently. We only have 3 more to go, and these 3 are gonna be the deciders for which players are gonna be going over to our next day, which is the final day that decides the players that are going to be going to World Championship. Now, of course, a little bit of a mention right there, of an honorable mention for Lires, winning with the... Okay, that's not Lires, that's a yellow tomato, that's fine. But winning with the Nico, we'll chat about this later. Let me take you with me, though, for this particular one from Yellow Tomato, because it's so important to sort of figure out how you play with your economy. Yellow Tomato hit the 3-star kill very early on in the game, and usually if you look at the stage, it's 3-2. This is the stage where players will usually want to turn onto level 6 and roll down to find their board. But Yellow Tomato already had his board. He has his 2-star Poppy with items, has his 3-star Kale with Beast items on her, and is also level 6 with a healthy economy.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy to see how early that Kale came online. You can see, even when you have balls like Rogues go up against it, I think it will be, in fact, this very round. That Kale is so strong at this point, she can shrug off what would normally counter her.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we all know how this particular fight went on. It went to the side of Yellow Tomato, and even though he didn't manage to find himself in the number 1 position, he still managed to get pretty high standings in this particular lobby. Now, moving a little bit forward, there were a few honorable mentions throughout this particular lobby. One of them was, I hope I say his name correctly, Zeul Enak.
Yeah,
there you go. Which is one of the very few players that we've seen take last stand.
Yeah, and I love seeing it being put together with the Azir as well. Of course, we did see Azir, proving to be a little bit more popular in this lobby. I think you're very excited to see that, coming together. We knew that, as we go further and further through today, our players get into increasingly different circumstances. With Zulnak, it was absolutely a game to swing for the fences, and I think he did that as best he could.
Absolutely, and we see that in particularly in day number 2, where every single game matters right now in terms of points. A lot of the players are choosing to go more for uncontested compositions, if you will. They'd rather roll down for the 3 stars. One of them was Canbis. Of course, not much to lose, not much on the line for Canbis, since he's no longer in contention of going on to day 3. But he had a 3-star Kai'Sa?
Yep.
Played challengers?
I think we couldn't quite believe what we were hearing there, but honestly, not actually winning out the lobby overall. Still, though, I think there's something a little bit freeing to know for Cam is at this point he's just playing to increase his share of the prize pool. He doesn't have to worry about the pressure of coming in first and defending his EMEA title.
Talking about defending, White Jungler was trying to defend his points in this particular game. Now, of course, we've seen White Jungler play over and over and over again, multicast, and so we're like, how in the world is this guy winning with such a heavily contested composition? In this particular game, it just didn't necessarily go his way. What do you think is that?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this, in the green. We were really talking about, if you can set yourself up as a player who will not back down from a composition, very much like our famous Barry Baden would do in previous sets, you've set yourself up in a great position. You've got the best composition. You're saying to the other people, if you can test me, one of us is probably going out 7th or 8th. So maybe it's just not worth your while to even try.
But at the end of the day, if you don't get contested as well, when you hit your 3 stars, it's pretty much almost like guaranteed first. Talking about first, we're going to see very soon who is in hold of that first place in our rankings. Again, we said that this particular game we saw was huge, and Travis with yet another big fat W, putting him onto that number 1 with Psycho right behind him.
Yeah, the winner of the most recent Ultra League of Finals. I mean, he came into this one with a lot of recent success, and I think that's really following up extremely well there. Of course, we're all gathering to see these last few games to see who our top 8 will be, but for Travis to be in first place right now, I mean, that you could not ask for more.
It's the power of Ezreal. What can I say? In Stillwater, you don't get to see it. But you see the power of Ezreal, especially when you can use these omens, when you can get the early on items and slam them. Now, I want to give an honorable mention to the Nico composition in general with the Bastions, because we did see a lot of multicasters win yesterday, 12 of them in total, but that was the second winningest comp with the Nico 3. Do you think we're going to see it in the second lobby, in the next lobby, as we have a casters ready?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm hoping we get to do so. I think some stars will need to align, but they absolutely did then. But unfortunately, we've got some stars of our very own just over there.
Absolutely. Who am I seeing? I think it's Makes, Panda, and Witta. They're waiting over there, guys. Look.
Thank you so much. We're so ready for the next game over here, and we already looked at our lobby. After those standings, though, I am so excited. We have a nice little spread of regions, Panda.
Yeah, DACH, France, all the major regions, Poland as well, with Travis at first and Lelouch at 8th. They're all in that cutoff range. They need a few more games to get there. We said the cutoff would be at around 60 points, so some players are already getting close. Travis at 52, Zyko as well at 52.
Yeah, and looking at the lobby here, we'll not have some of the players at that 52-point breakoff, but we'll have Shinar, Dark Hydra. Two players very much in the mix. Same thing goes for Lelouch.
Shinar, especially to me, is such an interesting storyline. We were talking about him in comparison to Ging for, I think, most of the time of the set. It's always like, Ging is a player that represents Turkey, that represents EMEA for a big, big part here, and Shinar has been right behind that. He has been shouted out by the Turkish community again and again and again, and he is here to prove himself and his region.
Yeah, and again, it's worth noting, Shinar actually was very, very, very close to making it to the Set 4 championship, where I believe he was 1 or 2 points off making it in a format with just 4 games played before being cut into a last chance, and in there he did not have the best of times, and I think officially he's the 5th place finisher in that championship.
And Dasik, 37 points. Right now, if my math serves me right, with 3 games left, that means he's essentially at a point where he needs to get close to 3 wins to actually make it into that day 3. A tough ask, but if anyone can come in clutch, it's someone as experienced as Dasik. He's been competing for oh so long, was at Set 7 championships as well, representing EMEA, is trying to continue that success story in this day 2.
I do want to give a shout out to Ketzer here as well. You know, I'm a huge fan of the team Utopia. I think they're super cool, and I love that Ketzer has been manning the flag for them all the time in the Golden Spatula Cups and now in the finals as well. Oh no.
Don't do it to him, Sasa.
Don't do it to me, Sasa. What is this? Get off the sump.
I mean,
okay, they were joking. It was just a little laugh at home for our viewers.
One guy? No.
Oh no.
Some players were sweating, some players are still sweating because Opal is trying to make it happen, but it will be Flushing Arena instead, which is overall fairly low variance compared to some of the crazier options we've seen on day 1 and 2.
Absolutely going to be like that. We'll be moving through the lobbies here, hopping on board with Lelouch. Lelouch, just for anybody that hasn't been doing their homework, is a former EMEA champion trying to reclaim his title this time around, looking like he might be able to do just that after not making it to the finals last set.
Good setup here as well, right? Early Casio pair has that early in the Fury as well as the Renekton here, so a very strong opener in the making for Lelouch.
Gonna try and get some early feast stacks. If you scout in stage 1, most of these high-level lobbies, they always have a ton of Cho'Gaths rolling around, just in case you manage to get these crazy shops later on with 2 or 3 extra Cho'Gaths, and you have a viable way to play the Cho'Gath reroll comp, which we've seen in day 1 had some of the best stats out of any comp, including multicast when it came to top 4.
Yeah, and again, like, these pairs, they're just so impactful, right? And even then, if you just want to play a tempo line into an Azir, for example, as well, right, you have the option. Or, I mean, we have a Rageblade and we have a Kel too. I mean, that's also something good.
We take those. If we're able to get the Kayle online early on, I'm pretty sure Lelouch is not somebody that would stray away from it.
The Ishtal is ice. The doors for Nico have been opened. The first variable that has to go your way is already there, so much more available than it has been in other lobbies where electric and fire and wood not really being the most exciting options.
Rageblade here as well now for Lelouch. That is like some sort of direction, but no poppies here. But again, we are on Earth here, so it's very important to see. It's going to be the gold tier as well, so has already done the tailoring on the left side of your screen, as you can see here. So This is going to be something to keep an eye out for.
No extra kills, does have a Sona. Slayer Emblem could be a comp that Lelouch is very comfortable on, which is that vertical Demacia alongside the Slayers. Has a Void Emblem as well, can be going for that Zindan Herald comp, but has not had the best stats in day one, to be honest. I think it's too contested on those multicasters for the Vel'Koz 3 as the main carry. So I think Slayer Emblem should be the option it is for Lelouch.
I really like this, and looking at the comps that actually took first places, I was so surprised by the Slayer Quinn being in that upper echelon of actually having not taken 1 but 2 wins throughout the 24 games that we saw yesterday, and I am really here for it. I think the straight verticals is maybe not the true solution, but with the Demacia, it can work.
Yes, and Dark Tech coming out here actually from the side of Daisy. Dark Tech, and it's something that they have been playing a lot in their practice group actually. Kind of a fun moment the other day with him and Dark Hydra actually, just trading turns of playing this composition on ladder here. It is going to be something that looks like the Orianna reroll, David.
You have to find a lot of natural Orianna splits to be a viable path. Could be for now just testing the water, saying, hey, I'll open up with an Asher's Tooth. I have a Sorcerer Emblem. If the game wants to give me 5 or 6 Oriannas throughout stage 2, okay, I'll commit to this. If it doesn't, I'll try and pivot into just vertical Sorks and try and find a way to get good results with just maybe a Vel'Koz 3, for example. We did see Sasa on the Bruiser Emblem. We talked about it, a comp that has been doing so well. What is this shop? I mean, is this... Can you fully tailor a shop like this at stage 2 too?
Are we just playing Rat Sound? This is like...
Oh my goodness, Sasa, what are you doing? This is some dark magic.
Nah, that's the candle diff, guys.
Okay,
Obvious.
okay, makes sense.
It's not dark magic, it's...
Black
I'm not
magic?
saying it. No, he means dark magic.
I see,
Get
I
out,
see.
Rita. You are hereby expelled of this desk for having
Level
terrible
5,
humor.
huge tempo play from Sasa here, so not really committing to going for Cho'Gath 3, just leveling up here, making use of this crazy shop.
I really, really like this. We're going to be seeing how this shakes out, but with a glance across all of the augments that we just saw, we're having a lot of direction early on, picking up the Sorks for Dasik, picking up the Bruisers for Zaza. For Lelouch, it is going to be the Slayer with the Demacia, so lots and lots of extra direction coming through here. The only thing I'm worried about is Dark Hydra, because Dark Hydra picked up the Ancient Archives, and he also pulled out a Bruiser Emblem.
Again, because Sasa's not playing for Cho'Gath reroll, it's not as bad to be contested. It could just be the Dark Hydra stays on that level 3 and instead tries to go for the Cho'Gath reroll with a 1-cost reroll on maybe even Cassiopeia and Renekton as well.
But one of the best users of that emblem as well in the game here is going to be the Mordekaiser. The extra HP coming through from the Bruiser emblem scales so well with his ability, right? So with the early initiative as well, this is a line that's going to be open for Dark Hydra. Had this been an RFC, I would have said, okay, he's going to be going down the path of the Bilge Watershed again, but that's not going to be the case here.
He's also leveled, so it looks like it will just be tempo bruisers for both of these players. Could lean into Nyla, that we've seen have very much success on day 1 and the start of this day 2 as well. So already the lobby shaping up to be very interesting and very high tempo in this stage 2 especially. Everyone seems to be leveling and trying to match the lobby tempo.
And that's so interesting, because with the flashing arena, you can tailor your boards to actually get the right units. And something like a fully vertical bruiser board, you really want that Scion. You'll be able to get it pretty much guaranteed once we go into the later stages of the game. So that's going to be one big point to keep in mind.
It's worth knowing here as well, Sasa went 5 off curve here, while Dark Hydra stayed at level 4 here. So the 2 Bruiser Emblem players going head-to-head, and Sasa's early investment into leveling here pays off well for him.
First carousel coming through. Are there any spatulas? There is one on Talia for someone that's trying to play Irv, trying to go for those huge verticals that we've seen has so much success throughout the day 1. That could be an appealing option. Of course, you can't make a Bruiser spatula, so a Bruiser emblem, so it's not as interesting for Dark Hydra or for Sasa in this case. But for Chinar, it looks like it's going to be.
Actually, something that Dark Hydra could have made, however, would have been a Noxus emblem, David, right? Really start leaning into that vertical Noxus. He has a relatively strong tempo line still. Yes, he did take a loss to Sasa, but Sasa also invested so much gold into it, so it's not really representable of the board presented by Dark Hydra. But had he gotten that emblem with and being able to work his way into a Noxus line, that would have been so powerful.
Going to be taking a look at Shinar, who already has one Twisted Fate 2 with a tier. It's a good start. That's not
boards look very similar. There's only bruisers everywhere to be seen as the front lines for now.
Well,
with,
good.
With Pandora's
picked them
item,
up.
this could be just a tempo multicasters board. We see the items are pretty much already perfectly slammed for the Galio especially. So we could just be seeing Chinar say, hey, everyone's playing bruisers, everyone's playing different comps. I'm going to try and go into multicasters uncontested and have a successful game.
Yeah, but again, the spat really doesn't move a lot, right? You're not slamming a Sorcerer Emblem on the TF, for example. Like, some people are trying to do that as like a tempo thing in like normal Sorcerer boards, but it just falls flat every single time here. So unless there's another emblem coming out somewhere down the road here, this could be like a rough one for Shinar, just being down an item.
He could be playing for tempo. It wasn't on Talia. He gets multicaster into TF2, maybe trying and flip this loss into a win streak now. And maybe for the high roll potential as well. If he finds a second spatula, we saw the Fawn from Zulanak in the last game, he could be going for the same angle.
And for Zaza, it's so important to win these fights here. It looked like it might have been close there for a second, but does go for the level. Makes sure he is one above his theoretical opponent. We're going to be hopping over to Ging and see yet another Bruiser player.
Can we actually go to a board that doesn't have a Bruiser frontline? Is there one observer? Can you play just like, where's Waldo, but of the boards without Bruiser frontlines? And Cho'Gath seems to be potentially the reroll option here. There wasn't a direct level from game. We see why. He's at 84 HP, playing for more of a loss streak. We'll see if he can get the 4 loss streak, not quite the 5 going into Krugs.
No, but even 4 is just fine here as well, right? The big thing here is he's kind of waiting and hoping he can slam this redemption so he can like not really sacrifice his economy at all. He has a TG slammed on this Rek'Sai as well. He's going to be moved over to the Renekton, right? That's an adaptation we've seen a lot here, but the board on the side of Shinar is pretty much like what Ging wants at this point in the game, but just better, and that's exactly what he wants for to protect his loss streak.
I really love how the Shurima comes through here for both of these sides, and we're basically seeing a variation of a mirror match here with the Bruisers in the front line, just always getting that extra buff here simultaneously. In the end, it will be the Cho biting his way through the board, and that's so good if you're looking at that Cho. Now the question is that going to be Ging's game plan?
Oh,
I
no.
don't think so, but it would be good.
Let's break this down. I was about to praise Ging, saying, you know, he wanted to lose, but by a little bit. So he ends up waiting to see what's going to happen in this fight. He assumed he was going to lose that fight against a pretty upgraded board from Chinar, from the Turkish compatriot. In this case, he slammed the redemption, slammed the TG, saying, I'm going to lose by maybe 1 unit, ideally.
Nope.
He ends up winning the fight. He breaks his loss streak. He loses some econ in the process. Not really ideal from Ging.
But it's also kind of just a part of the double-edged sword that is Pandora's item, right? Because had this been any other Augment here, he would have been perfectly happy to even lead the TG and the tier on the bench, but he couldn't risk it again because that economy you're talking about here, he would have had to break an econ cutoff to even make it, like, to be able to hold like these very critical components. But we'll be going back about 50 here and probably starting to roll out in a second.
Yeah, really good that he at least gets some gold here. He's going to get even more with selling off some of these units, and will now look for these upgrades. Gets a free Misfortune coming through, and we're really looking to find the upgrades here. 1 Renekton 2 coming through. The Cho'Gath is the most important one. Cassiopeia is going to be interesting as well, though. Finds yet another Bruiser, which is quite surprising given how many Bruiser boards are here. The fact that there's still some in shop, but he is going to continue here.
Has to swap the Cassiopeias.
3, that's a big crocodile, but doesn't swap the Cassiopeia. The Cassiopeia 2 is on the bench, and the other one is on the board. A little bit of an oopsie.
Ging lacking some critical information. He was, of course, distracted by the APM check, having to roll down, trying to get that Cho'Gath 3 online in this last little bit of a roll down. He has to win here. If not, he might have to sell a Vi to make econ or just lose 1 gold in the process. So he could be punished for this very small, minor mistake. Looks like he will be winning here. Renekton 3 with a TG should be enough.
And also, like, another thing here as well, when he's rolling this much gold, he's kind of expecting to find another copy of the Cassio as well, right? So mechanically, yes, it's kind of a misplay, but it's also kind of on the expected outcome here. Cassio 2 would be coming through.
It didn't really matter. That's the big point I'm taking away here. He's fine. We're going to get silver augments coming through on 3-2 here. And the big question is, what do you go for with the Bruiser boards? You generally try to get as much damage as possible. But of course, any upgrades would be nice. A Pandora's bench, potentially.
Was Ging watching Styluch's game yesterday? I think if he was, he knows what option to take. Despite already being very close, though, to all of his upgrades, it loses some value. It could be, as we mentioned at the top of the desk, a chance for a win condition, maybe rolling for a 4-cost 3-star later into the game.
I think even Titans is more
enticing. Ooh, misconnections, though.
More time, yeah. Misconnection could be what it takes here. Does he have the map of it? That's the important
Open the graph, Ging.
Open the cheat sheet.
We just go through
just
it.
one by
That's
one.
3 gold, you guys, and we're trying to make back.
So Casio is like up here somewhere.
She is.
He's getting his gold, his steps in for
like
today.
This or this orb. It's like 2 o'clock.
Are we in the military mix?
At 0200, we see Casio. You know, she's just thrilling. You know.
I want General Renekton to be in charge here. He seems like he's the one that's going to be holding down the fort, at least for now. The TG, the blue buff, not ideal, but lets a lot of these extra casts come in. Could that be enough? So much value coming in from the perfect positioning, and the Cho'Gath should be able to clean up. Perfect result, trying to get some extra feast stacks in this fight as well.
I love the way that Ging is playing this. Really, really nice to watch. And now with some extra misconnect.
Cho'Gath's like, hey, man, I mean, I'm kind of the priority here.
Guys.
I'm trying to get some stacks. You want to move out of the way?
All right, we're going to be taking a look at the last misconnections coming through. There we go. Finally
Actually,
has
a big thing here.
Cassiopeia 2-2. And I believe there's one more Renekton on the board.
So Ging traveling back to the board, picked up the orb he did not want to pick up. That was that Casio, which is kind of an unfortunate situation for him because he was kind of hoping to roll above 50 for a while and didn't pick it up to combine it, but...
Unlucky.
The teleporting magic is not quite an exact science just yet on the convergence, but we're trying to get there, you know? We're trying to min-max. We're trying to get the theories all planned out.
Maybe we should deploy the professor. He surely has a solution.
He'll come later, don't worry. On this bruiser board, for sure.
Yeah, we have
Hopping over to D-Sig here, though, and for once, I have good news. There is no bruiser front line.
And there is a healing orbs, though. Very, very big, as we mentioned. It's not the gold version. It's going to be just a silver augmented version, but still, it works so well with this massive solo frontline tank.
And something that's worth noting here, kind of pointing it out here, one of the reasons why Shannara's been doing so well all throughout this weekend here is he's not like just casually playing like a Galio 1 for fun, but he's playing the strongest frontline he can while staying on his multicaster line.
Gonna be taking a look at the overall standings in the lobby, and there is one player that I'm a little bit worried about, and that is Lelouch. He has been bleeding for a long, long time now. Big question is that on purpose? Is he racking up the money? Or is there something else that's not going well? We know that he is on the double Slayers, has one emblem, has one heart, and is looking to go for the Quinn, but we're not quite sure of the current state, so we'll be checking in with him after this carousel. Of course, if you are that low in standings, you get priority, like that bow, which surely is going to be good.
Unless you're a Sasa and you're just having Young Wild and Free, just go in there, snatch up that nice 4 gold in the bank.
This might be Lelouch trying to go level 7 at 3-5, roll down for a stable Demacia board alongside the Mordekaiser, but he's still quite far away from being able to go 7 and have enough gold to roll with, so he might just be trying to, again, min-max, lose 2 more rounds, maximize his economy, and go for a Hail Mary roll down at 4-1, and pray to the gods that it will be enough to stabilize alongside that Slayer emblem he picked up.
Yeah, it's a Sejuani coming from the Fleshing Arena. We haven't really spoken too much about the portal this game here, but the Fleshing Arena, you are going to be getting a higher tier unit depending on which stage you are on. So 4 costs coming through here for now for the side of everyone else in the lobby here. The Sejuani really slotting nicely in here, but unlike the Ionia version, you cannot get like a tail version.
I was mixing them up earlier, but we got that corrected. No worries. Lelouch is going to take more hits from what it looks like. I don't think the Sejuani is going to be good enough to hold herself up against the Invoker board. Through comes the Nico. That is a lot of damage that's going to be served, and eventually she is going to find that backline as well. But I think Lelouch is not too worried about that.
Yeah, also it's worth noting that Lelouch has shown very big prevalence of these free cost reroll lines all throughout his competitive history in Rising Legends. Think back to set 7 when he won his title, right? It was off the back of the Olaf reroll, stuff like that as well. So has a very good understanding of how to navigate these lines.
I think in this case we will be supporting himself more on the Mord. It looks like a flashback of the exact comp he played in Game 2, the game that Travis won and Lelouch got second. He was playing Sejuani as his main frontline, 3 Demacia alongside a 6 Vertical Slayer, and that will be, I think, the same comp he'll be running in this match as well. Again, eyes on Lelouch for the 4-1 roll down more than anything. If he misses Mordekaiser entirely, he will be in a very hard place to come back from.
Speaking of missing makes here, like a lot of gold invested for no real payoff.
Yeah, it hurts every time you look at those multicasters. I mean, I honestly, I'm a little bit, mean about it, and I'm like, haha, you didn't hit. But at the same time, it hurts if you're in Shinar's corner and you want that Twisted Fate to come online. You're 1 copy short, you're 2 copies short of finding that Galio. It's not ideal. On the other side is Ging, nonetheless, your country mate. You want both to do well in this tournament here, but I'm actually not sure who wins this. Looks like the Renekton will deal 1 more slice, and then it's gonna be see you later, alligator.
As someone who has sacrificed my entire week playing this multicaster comp on ladder, I will say I'm more sad about this not being a Galio 2 even than not having the TF3.
Right. He didn't have one
the
on
Galio
the board.
upgrade is the bigger problem here because now you have to think about potentially playing for tempo, hitting TF3, leveling to 7, and trying to have Jarvan 2 be your main frontline instead. And Ging finally finds a Cho'Gath. The connections have been missed for a while, but they've been found in stage 4.
An interesting thing here, Mitch. You're talking about the countryman thing with the likes of Shinar and Ging, but it's also like an entire practice group pretty much in this entire lobby, right?
Yes.
David? Like you have Sasa, Daisy, Ging, Shinar.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed. All 4 players have been prepping for this tournament together throughout this last week, so this is a bittersweet lobby for sure. If all 4 can make it into the top 4, great job. Handshakes all around, but I think it won't be the case. And Dasik some big upgrades as well.
Did he just find an Orianna 3?
We talked about
it. If I'm seeing correctly, Dasik is cooking, and I am ready to eat. We're going to be checking in with him in just a little bit, but of course in 4-1, lots and lots of roll downs commencing. Many players will try to find upgrades here, but Dasik on the Sorks, is that an Orianna reroll we're looking at? It's on the other side, and the answer is yes.
Still only a Swain 2, right? We're still like 3 comps away from the Swain 3, and it really is a Swain 3 comp. And Daisy is also fake healthy because he has the tiny Titans here. Meanwhile, we see where Ging wants to cap out this board here. Adding in the needle with the bow here. RFC is going to come out in massive. We've seen this competition do so well for quite a long while this weekend.
I'm going to let our kind viewers in on a little secret. Orianna reroll shouldn't be called Orianna reroll. The key unit in this comp is Swain 3, which Orianna protects both with her command protect ability as well as the Gunblade. Swain is the cornerstone of the comp that really glues everything together in stages 4 and 5.
Well, it was good enough for him to take another win as we go into our last augments.
Martyr's going to be so big for this board for Ging. He's rolling left, he's rolling right, he's picking middle. Huge HP heal's going to come out throughout every single fight in stage 4 and 5.
Especially with the Bruisers having so much HP as well, right? That multiple scaling is going to be big here. But an issue for Dasik, Opal also going to be going down that Swain route.
It's been an issue the entire set. Swain is a very attractive unit for many reasons. He fits into so many different comps. He was even better, in my opinion, at the start of the set in a 9.0, but he still is an absolute menace when it comes to holding the fort in the front line.
Seeing some more upgrades coming through on the lower players in the current standings here. Dark Hydra, Lelouch. Lelouch particularly with 30 HP. He's the one that needs to kind of come out of this, and he is coming out of this portal at least on the other side of the board. Is that enough though? Has found one Morded. There's another copy in the backline, and we are seeing at least 2 Quins. So the board is going in a good direction, but not if your Mordekaiser gets chomped up by a Cho'Gath.
Did you just say Mord is going in a good direction as he launched himself into Cho'Gath's mouth? I do not agree with that statement.
I mean, depending, it could be a good direction. It's a good direction for
Cho'Gath, definitely, yeah. For Mordekaiser, less so.
I meant the 2 copies.
I don't know. Maybe you just want to play the Cho'Gath escape room. You know, like maybe.
I don't think you're escaping from Cho'Gath's mouth, and I'm not going to test it either, Wida. So you can do that science on your own. But Martyr there for Lelouch as well could be huge for the combat strength coming in. Chinar does find Twisted Fate 3. But I hope he's at the very least hit Galio 2, or he might be in big trouble.
But the big thing as well that's worth noting, right? Look at the HP pools outside of Lelouch.
So
71 on Opal. Shinar is at 63, and then you have Dark Hydra at 45 here, rolling on 7, trying to stabilize this Azir soup composition.
Surprise Cassante on the bench. Does he come back in? He does have a few items. No, he's going to be sold in the end. I think it's unrealistic to try and fish for Cassante 2, and just the one-star copy is not going to do enough in this stage 4 with the low HP.
Especially because you wanted the items here, right? You wanted to get those in on the NASAs, wanted to supply your board. We're going to be hopping over to this board here, which is Dasik fighting against Sonar on the other side, I think. But here is Lelouch, and he has finally been able to find a win at long last. It is against Dark Hydra, who's right above him in the standings, so not the strongest board right now, but he is on 18 HP. Not yet on the very brink of death, but so close to it that I wouldn't be comfortable anymore.
And also, it's worth noting 46 points, 47 points. Again, we're talking about this 62-point magic cutoff most likely here. And if either of those players go into an A tier, that's absolutely detrimental. But a lot of spats, David.
Spat Central. We saw Chinar get a spat very early into the game. I think he's closed that one out by now. If he hasn't, though, he is playing multi-catcher, so it isn't really, there isn't a key special that is going to be that interesting. And there is a Vel'Koz as well, so double package there, a little gift from the gods for Chinar. He has to be happy with this outcome.
Ketzer fleshing everyone a thumbs up as they leave him nothing but spatulas. He says, thank you very much. I'll take those. Moving through here. He is on a Bastion board, so I'm not sure that's really what he needed. Lelouch, however, is able to find that Mordekaiser too. We now have a fully itemized Mordewita. How are we feeling about the strength of this board going up?
Well, when you look at the other side of Ketzer having a freestyle Nico, probably not so good, right? Because the thing here as well is worth noting that you're still on Jarvan once. There's not a lot of time to be bought for this Mordekaiser. Yes, he has that RFC, but he doesn't have any CC protection. They're very Jarvan heavy meta. At
the very least, you see the Giants are going to get its value with how many 3-stars are being hit from Ging with the Bruisers, from Ketzer with the Nico as well. In this case, he will be facing the multicaster board. Can Mordekaiser stay out of trouble? Will the Vel'Koz Plasma Fissions hit him, take down his HP? But no, Mordekaiser is still very much alive. Can he go into that backline? He can. Swain comes in as a protector. The stuns come from Talia. The damage is coming through. The Gunblade is healing the Vel'Koz. No! And as we've seen in days 1 and 2, Vel'Koz is doing some absolutely crazy things with the healing.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people really have taken a liking to the Quicksilver on the Mordekaiser. The continuous inclusion of Talia in these compositions, such a huge deficit in these late game fights for the Mordekaiser.
The J4 hit was exceptionally good, pinning down the entire board, but you said it before, it's only J41 not able to get a second cast off. In the meantime, the Sejuani keeled over. She was not able to hold on. And then there was no frontline left to protect this Mordekaiser here to maybe do the damage that he needed to do. If there was any other upgrade in that frontline to maybe give him a little bit more shielding, I think this could have gone differently. But Lelouch now needs to fear for his life.
And Lelouch taking a calculated risk, has 20 gold to work with, not trying to get a Hail Mary Jarvan 2, hoping it's enough to win this fight. He's on his last life. 8 HP, trying to survive until this last PvE round. Rek'Sai up in the air. Huge ult from the Jarvan. The Cataclysm hits most of the multicasters. Mordekaiser's flanking on the right. He's hitting everything one by one. The God of Death is finally performing. Lelouch, the risk pays off, and he survives.
That positioning was exceptional. I loved seeing that. The Mordekaiser to the far side, making sure your Rek'Sai gets picked up by the Zephyr, allowing the Mordekaiser to come in from the right-hand side to target those carries while not being the target of the multicasters. Really well played here to at least save yourselves going into the Raptors.
And Ging taking a loss here is kind of going to start Ketzer as well with that freestyle. Nico taking a loss even, so the
we're on ice as well. What's going on?
Are getting a lot closer. I don't know if he's on thin ice quite yet, but I mean, he might be getting there because the freestyle Nico is losing at this point in time.
We have to look at Ketzer's board for this PvE round, see what the itemization looks like, especially for the Nico, because it is surprising. You've hit a Nico 3-star on par with the Lobby Temple. We're still in stage 4, and despite that, he is losing fights. Maybe there is another Exodia player we have to fear. We know Ging hit a lot of his 3-star upgrades as well, but we're not sure what his backline looks like just yet.
Yeah, we're going to be checking in with Ketzer as soon as possible. There are other players trying to kind of get ahead of him as well. Lelouch will continue to fight for his life down there, but there's a little bit of an upgrade coming through from the Flashing Arena. Legendaries are coming into play, and players will try to fit them, hope that they get something good. You can see many of them hitting that level 8 now to also make sure they fit into the boards.
You would have loved an Aatrox to come through in that moment here if you're all Lelouch, right? Because also these items are a bit of a rough one for sure. But moving over to the side of Ketzer here, but again, you can kind of see why he actually lost the fight or two, right? Because he has that Nico free, that's big, but he's only on a Soraka one and no other damage here. But it's going to be that Ionia Aphelios here that could provide a little bit of extra damage in the long run.
And it is going to be Lelouch on the other side coming through here. Ketzer, like you're saying, not on the fully upgrade Soraka. We have been seeing a lot of combinations on the Bastion boards that feel They are rather carrying on Karma than on Soraka. But the question is that good enough
It has to be.
take down Lelouch? And the answer is yes, he will fall to the Bastion board here. 8 HP is not enough with 4 units standing, and Lelouch unfortunately going out in 8th.
There's a problem with going down to 8 HP. The moment you face a player who is kind of an Exodia board, who's hit his upgrades a little bit earlier, like this Ketzer board with the Nico 3 on ice especially, and with Morning Light, kind of one of those perfect handpicked augments for this comp, you're in big trouble. You're 1 life, and now in this case, Lelouch is taken down in 8th. He's going to have some crazy comeback moments in the next 2 games to try and make it into that top 8.
Yeah, I think there's also another reason here for Lelouch, right? It's the fact that he now has to find like potentially 15 points from the 2 remaining games of the day. That is so many points to find from 2 games. I would have loved to have a bit of a leg up, and same thing could be the case here for Dark Hydra Mix.
Well, he still has a little bit of extra HP to fall back on. I don't think 25 will be cut down just yet in stage 5 too. Going up against Day6 board though is going to give us a little bit of a sneak peek at both of them. We are seeing that the Fiora is about to be combined. The shop is locked for Hydra to try and make that small upgrade come through here, but the Swain for Day6 is still not coming together, Panna.
And super attack speed on this Azir. The Swain being 2-star means he melts just way too quickly, and you can't get that perfect looping synergy between the shielding and the healing on Orianna and Swain's own defensive capabilities. Day6 takes a hit down to 28 HP. We heard Mortdog saying yesterday, don't try and play Orianna reroll, but I think Day6 picked a good spot for it. He had a lot of natural Oriannas in stage 2. Swain is what kind of let him down, I think.
Yeah, and that's the issue here as well. And Shinar, now another player that's kind of facing elimination here, and this could open up so many spots in that top 8 going into the last 2 games of the day before that final reseeding. So, oh boy, this is about to get incredibly intense for the players in this game right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Shinar because Hydra was able to win the last round, now has found an upgrade in the Fiora. Shinar did lose. Now 19, still enough to fall back on, but we're going to be looking whether or not he can survive. On the other side is King. Once again, they're going up against each other. A little bit of ratting is involved. I see a Zephyr hit and lift. But is it enough against a Bruiser board supported by that Gangplank? We see the Dread Whale come in, and I don't think it's enough for Shinar or the multicasters to survive here. Nearly all of the units of Ging make it through, and that's going to be one rough hit coming through here for Shinar. On the left-hand side, we are seeing Dark Hydra be able to hang on.
And a bittersweet win for Ging there. Prep partners, country compatriots as well, and Ging now putting Shinar down to 1 last life in the game 4 of today's day 2. 4 HP for Shinar. Day6 takes another hit. Without that Swain 3, his board is not quite functioning as expected. He's down to 18 HP.
Yeah, and Keta took another loss against Dark Hydra here. The value of that Sunfire Cape staying alive for so long was really the determining factor in that fight. Really slowing down the Nico, slowing down the Soraka healing as well. So while Ketzer is one of the more safe players in this game right here, it shows that there's a lot of legs to stand up for Dark Hydra still.
Gonna be moving through board. Shinar at long last finds another Galio. Is not enough to have the Galio 3 online though. He is rolling, trying to get any upgrades going here, but it's not possible. Will actually remake here and try and change priorities, itemize to J4 instead, and try to get that going for him to at least get a little bit of extra CC. I agree with this decision. The only thing that I hate about it is it's J4-1.
That's the issue. It is always the expected move if you have a J4-2 at least and you're so far from Galio, but it wasn't the case here. And against this Nico board, we've seen Ketzer become the Grim Reaper of this lobby, eliminating players left and right and trying to win all these fights. We're seeing it why. The Nico healing back up to full, procs the Night Harvester. The Jarvan is trying his best, gets so many different stuns in with the Cataclysm. Can Nico 1v5 here? We're going to find out. She's getting closer now to the multicaster, but the stun comes in. Talia saves the day for Shinar. He survives for at least one more fight.
And Opal moving down to 6 HP here as well. Like, all eyes on this fight in the entire lobby right now. I think you see at least 4 people watching here trying to figure out what's going on. And it will be another hit to Day6 going down to 6 HP. 3 players on single digits right now.
I love this Zaza board. He's been on fire for 5 rounds. He has the fully vertical bruisers, and one of them is Mordekaiser with the emblem he found from the very first augment. Has a fully itemized Sejuani as well, and the Scion coming to life here together with a Kaisa. Now that's not in carry we see a whole lot of, but with the Voids it makes sense.
And the Mordekaiser benefiting so much from the Bruiser emblem with the shielding on God of Death. Who will survive? Who will be taken down in what will be the last fight of Stage 5? We're seeing a split here. Dasik trying his best, but Opala and Dasik, only one can survive this fight here. Multicasters versus Sorcerers. Still no Swain 3 for Dasik, and that might be the deciding factor. The outcome of this fight depends on this Swain surviving and buying enough time for Orianna to slowly chip away with Command Protect, but Swain, he's trying his best. He's finally taken down. Sona versus Orianna. Can Orianna actually do this? I think she can. The shielding comes in clutch. Opal, the French player, taken down, and Dasik survives for one more fight.
On the right-hand side, we did see Shinar go up against Dasik's Ghost copy, though, and he won. So Dasik is by no means safe, because there are other players in this lobby at the very bottom of the standings that can defeat him and will defeat him. He needs this Swain more than anything.
But like, also it's worth noting that he can't, like, he's on a pair of Giants, but also Sasa lost here now, down to just 39 HP as well. He's going to be right down into the mix. The only witch he can play in the lobby is Dark Hydra, David.
And Shinar's going to get some extra gold from this PvE round and a last Hail Mary roll down to try and at the very least find the Jarvan 2. If he does, with Healing Orbs, with a TF3, I think he can play Spoiler and jump up into the standings, maybe into the top 4 as well. So we're going to stick with Shinar for the roll down here. He has to try and at the very least find this key upgrade. He's level 7. He's going to have better odds than if he was level 6, which you've seen so many roll downs end in disaster for the multicaster boards when they are.
Where is
he?
he?
For now, he has not been found. Jarvan, of course, one of the most sought after units in the meta right now.
And Ging went level 9 here on this turn as well. And you can see side-by-side comparison between Dasik and Shinar. Both of these players are on the chopping block right now.
Look at the Swain for Dasik. He's one copy short, but it is going to matter where and how they position. I'm not sure they're going to face each other here. Both of them trying to fight for survival. For Shinar, really big Zephyr finds that Kaisa and lifts her up to buy himself some time to at least let the multicasters deal with some of the front line that Zaza has assembled. I'm not sure that it is enough. He is getting shredded here on the right-hand side, and on the left side, the story is no different. The Dasik board with the Orianna, despite, well, because of not having that Swain, is going to fall.
Yeah, and one of the biggest storylines here of this game is the flex play around Bruiser frontliners here. One of the newer kind of discoveries.
As you're saying this,
also goes out here. A bit of a practice group, 3, like 4, 5, and 6 here, but it's just like the big thing as well. Like there's like, yeah, sure, like it's only 2 Bruisers and stuff like that coming from the likes of Dark Hydra, but just that survivability for the likes of this Nasus here as well, and then Heimerdinger now into the mix as well.
And Ketzer's Nico, apparently she's acquired a new weapon in this game. A Scythe, the Grim Reaper, killing players left and right. No one is safe against this Ice Nico. We're finally seeing the full potential of Nico reroll on display.
I think a big part in that is the Morning Light. I love it so much for this board. It is the absolute best. But of course, Ice also coming in clutch. There's a nice little synergy that works here together, and it is going to be Dark Hydra going up against the Ketzer board. I'm not sure who wins here. Dark Hydra has been on fire, but can he continue to do so? It seems like the answer is yes. The Nico is just constantly getting
not too soon, mate.
Here.
Not too soon. One more cast? No.
That stands, and that will not be enough against 6 other units standing. I appreciate the enthusiasm, though.
But look at Ketzer's bench as well. There are so many key units that are not upgraded right now. The Kazata still being a 1-star, for example, means it gets 1 ulti off and it gets absolutely blown to smithereens. So such a big rollout coming in here on the likes of Ketzer, but nothing has been found, and you got to figure out what's the best way here. Do you want the Heimerdinger in if you're going to sell stuff and roll, right? That's a big question, but the fact that the failure is still just a 1-star means it doesn't provide enough secondary damage.
So Raka is found selling the items, possibly transferring over to either the Heimerdinger or the Ahri, or just slamming them back on Soraka, trying to find some more gold to roll with. But no, it will be the Aphelios and the GP instead, getting all 3 items here. Soraka was not doing enough for this stage of the game.
We're going to be seeing whether or not Ketzer can hang on Zaza finding the Kaisa too just right before this is going to be massively impactful, just like this Dreadway that is going to come in. The Kaisa knocked down very, very low, but is able to survive here. So does the Nico, and I think it is going to go to the way of Ketzer here. One more time, she is going to be able to take down one unit after another.
Oh no!
But she falls!
Oh no!
And Kaisa will take down the rest of the board, and Ketzer unfortunately falling as well, and now getting taunted by another target emblem.
And Ketzer opted to take out Ishtal in that last fight. He did not have the Ice Nico anymore with the swaps he did on his board. Ended up not finding the result he wanted. Finishes in third.
Yeah, as you were pointing out, Bex, Sasa did hit another Kaiser 2 for the bench. He has more than Kaiser 2 and Kaiser 2 on the bench right now. He's
on 50 gold. Uh-oh.
He has one more loss in him right. Again, guarantee as much gold as possible here. Again, this is a correct addressing of the fact that you're probably not going to be going level 9 here. You're going to facilitate a huge roll down instead here on level 8 once you figure out if you're one life or not.
Will not make it to the PvP round, so it's going to be a huge roll down, all an APM check after this next fight. Whoever wins here will not matter. There isn't a way that someone can get knocked out when they're sitting at 24 HP in stage 6, at least not anything that I've seen. Maybe some Cursed Crown level 9 combinations, but I don't want to think about that just yet. This fight is so pivotal to see who's actually stronger at this point in the game.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because Zaza won the previous round, and Dark Hydra has been streaking, is on fire. Both of these boards are really, really strong. Both of them are looking at options to be stronger, but the Cataclysm finds the Kaisa, which is very unfortunate. She is getting knocked down, locked down, and taken down
close. It was close,
in the
though.
corner here. Zaza banking on his HP with 3. He is now going to roll down anything and everything he has, looking for those 3-star 4 costs, notably the Kaisa and the Mordekaiser. One comes through. He needs 2 more of each to either make one happen. As close to the Kaisa, 1 copy, just 1. Can he find it? Will go and sell off some of the other units he has accumulated in this roll down, but it's not coming together. He finds so many 4 costs, and none of them are Kaisa. It seems like what a tragic roll down.
Is Hydra holding? He is. He's found a single Kaisa to hold that could have affected the odds. We saw Hydra winning the last fight. We're expecting him to win it again. We did see some very big cataclysms from Jarvan that could be the deciding factor, but we see it happen yet again. Kaisa stunned. The delay on the Cathian range comes through. Can Jarvan stun again before he's killed? Kaisa runs away, but Jarvan follows. A second cataclysm comes through. This Jarvan has Challenger AI, and so does Dark Hydra. A big win for the German players. Sasa taken down in second. And Dark Hydra, you can see how happy he is, chuckling, knowing he's 1 step closer to making it to day 3.
That's so big as well, being 55 points, I believe, going into
He's almost there. I don't want to curse it, but he's almost there.
It's so close, you can say. So another top 2, and he's pretty much guaranteed to be in. Right, great player. Keep in mind, a lot of first places as well, but at least 1 more here for the tiebreakers. That's a massive outcome for Dark Hydra.
It is, and it's so good to see these lobbies shake out, despite all of the hand-holding on the bruisers that we saw at the beginning there. Everyone kind of finding their niches. I loved seeing the Orianna board. I'm so sad it didn't work out. That, to me, is a heartbreaker, but we are going to hear from our analyst desk in just a second. Then after that, we're going to follow up with game number 5, so we'll see you on the other side.
Did see Sasa on the Bruiser emblem. We talked about it, a comp that has been doing so well. What is this shot? I mean, is this... Can you fully tailor a shop like this at stage 2 too? Oh, not too soon, mate. Not too soon. One more cast? No.
That stands, and that will not be enough against 6 other units. I appreciate the enthusiasm, though.
From the chuckling, knowing he's 1 step closer to making it to day 3.
That's so big.
welcome back to Rising Legends. We are literally 2 lobbies away from finding out who's gonna make it to that day 3, and consequently, sometimes I can speak English, sometimes I can't. Let's see. Back to back. Take it away, Counterfeit, take it away. Thank you for joining me as well.
You're welcome, I suppose. But yeah, no,
Thank you for bailing me out.
I'm not sure if we're bailed out at this point. I feel like we're just sinking deeper into the ocean, but we are getting very, very close to the end of 2 days of absolutely insane competition. Our players, of course, have been grinding out these games one after another to get to this point. Now, it's been mentioned on the cast, our players in very different positions from each other. We're kind of getting to see a little bit of our lower points players being unleashed now that they know that they can't necessarily challenge for top 8, but they can still improve their positioning.
Absolutely, and that's what we love to see. We love to see a little bit more variety, whether you can or cannot make it up to that top 8 anymore, it doesn't matter, because you can absolutely affect the lobby and how it ends up going. Dark Hydra, of course, a big winner in this particular one. I just want to remind everyone that Dark Hydra went with the Dark Tech yesterday to try and go for Bilgewater. Did not go well for him this time around. Absolutely smashed this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, seeing so many emblems coming through. I mean, this entire game, as has been said on the cast as well, defined by the Bruiser trait from the very beginning. Everybody decided to. I think, I certainly was pretty surprised to see that players were willing to try and go deep into Bruiser and actually 3 stars as, considering how many people were already contesting them.
Yeah, and the 2 that come in mind is, of course, Zaza and Ging. And Zaza found this miraculous shot where it had all of the voids in it, and he decided to sort of level up and go for that higher cap when you play these sort of bruiser scenarios with either the Mordekaiser at the back or the Nila in the back row. He opted to go for the sort of Zaza with the Mordekaiser. On the other side, for Ging, he kind of high rolled the Toga 3.
Yes, I mean, well, to touch back on the Sasa there, my first note for him in this game was massive fluker. But to be fair...
Okay, explain yourself.
Well, we look back to previous events when Sasa just has this element of witchcraft at play, where he's able to just summon the exact conditions he needs to succeed. And it exactly happened here. As you said, the 3 stars coming in as well. Just honestly, it's astonishing stuff, but... one of the things which I wanted to highlight as well, speaking of bruisers, is of course we got the Bruiser Kaiser in this game. A very rare beast indeed.
You know what? It gives me flashbacks. I'm gonna say something that I'm not supposed to say, but set 8.5 towards the very end of it was probably the most balanced set I've ever seen in TFT. The very end of 8.5, right before it ended. And Bruiser Kaiser with Laser Core was one of the very core elements that you could play to sort of cap out your board completely. So this did actually give back a lot of flashbacks. Talking about 3 stars though, what we mentioned. Gets her as well with an honorable mention. Again, the Nico 3. The players have figured out that it's very pivotal to get that Nico 3 over the Soraka 3. And here we are on the standings. Keep your eyes peeled towards the top 8. Only 2 games left, Counterfeit.
Yeah, and our players, we'll check and see where everybody is. They will be moving into the last 2 lobbies, which will be containing the same players they'll be playing against to try and get those final points to get them into the top 8. See Double 61 just cresting through there as Travis maintains a very strong position. Not quite at the top anymore, but only 1 space below.
I'm so happy, honestly, to see Yoroi doing so exceptionally well and actually solidifying himself and his name towards that very top to be feared. It wasn't a fluke, he didn't just win once. He's actually here to stay and fight for potentially a world's position tomorrow. A little bit saddened. Og has not necessarily been doing very well. We saw him at the very top of the show where we interviewed him, and he did say, hey, I'm taking it 1 game at a time. This is usually what League of Legends players do when they play a best of scenario. They take it 1 game at a time. But we talked to Travis as well yesterday, and he said, hey, when things are not going your way, you have a motivational speech person around you. Do you think this is very important to them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, this is where it really comes to the crunch. This is where your mental game is going to be tested as a player. So this is why I'm so excited, of course, to see these next 2 games coming up.
Absolutely, and I hope they do have somebody to give them from a League of Legends people out there, the Yamato Cannon speech to get better on into the series. We're going to go into a very, very quick break, but don't go anywhere because the next 2 lobbies will decide who goes into day 3. Or are we done? Can we go home? Kike, hello? Can we go home? No?
Kike.
Wait, we have more games. How many more games then?
He's so wise. He's so wise. He knows
Two more
everything.
games coming right up. We'll find our top 8 for tomorrow in the next 2 games. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Rising Legends EMEA Finals. By order of Kike, we will have 2 more games at the time, and who goes forward to day number 3. My name is Cannabis, of course, here with the Petrus Banner and Trouble Inc. We have got ourselves, well, the 5th game, of course, is coming up right now. We'll really get to narrow in completely on game number 6, but this game is still, of course, tremendously important.
For some players like Roy, who are just a few points away from the expected cutoff, maybe not so much, but for other players, historic names in EMEA history, like Ging, like Double 61, they are in a spot where they need 2 very good results to try and make it to day 3, and they have to perform right now in game 5.
Absolutely. I'm peeking a little bit at the lobby as well, that we're going to be seeing Zaza. Such an important turnaround from yesterday to today. He's clawed himself up to the top 8 currently, so he definitely wants to be staying in contention of that top 8. He's just at the cutoff right now. You definitely do not want to be there.
All right, let's take a look at our contenders here. Of course, you can see the points differential between first and last here is absolutely enormous. But you're right, one of those top players, 57 points. We've got a pretty tight field between the rest of our players, with the exception of Opal.
For Sasa and Jimmy, maybe a third on average will get them into that top 8. As I mentioned, for Double and Lelouch, both on the chopping block. Lelouch had a great start to this day 2, has floundered a tiny bit in these last 2 games, and has to come back for the last 2.
And also, let's not forget that Cambiz and Opal, of course, are not in contention of that top 8 anymore, but people who have nothing to lose can be a major wild card. You go for these absolutely wild compositions. We saw Cambiz with a 3-star Kaisa completely
playing
turn
spoiler.
turn an entire lobby around, and you definitely don't want to be dealing with that.
Yeah, no, the king-making potential is absolutely huge here because every point Cambiz, Fifek, and Opal take away from the rest of the lobby, particularly towards Uri, Sasa, and Jimray, is a point that could draw them away from a top 8 position, even the possibility of challenging it for it towards the tail end.
Panda, you were rubbing your hands together?
I was. There is also something you guys are forgetting. Day 3s are important. Making it to champs, important. Going to Vegas is important, but
you know what's more important?
In the world we live in, money is also important. And the prize pool has been huge and inflated for an event as important as this one. So Cambiz, Opal, and Fifek also have that to fight for.
All right, let's get and see where our portal's going to be. Looks like we've got a fairly heavy favorite. But Opal says, no, I'm going to king make from the very beginning of the game by sending us into the Zoom Zone.
And Zoom Zone, one very interesting thing, you might think, all right, this is a counter to multicasters. But actually, the dark tech is you play multicasters anyway, and because other players think it's a counter, you're uncontested. It's the Giga Brain move. I've tried it on a ladder. It always works.
Okay, let's calm down. What jungler is not in this lobby?
All right, you're right, but Yoroi is, and we have a few other, villains in this tournament.
But as you saw, a lot of the players were not sitting on this particular portal. Again, Opal, with not much to lose, forcing people to play through a portal that's not necessarily very popular.
No, we'll keep a close eye on how our players are able to use this kind of micro version of level up to accelerate themselves throughout the game. We have got our Legends, which will be coming up momentarily, and we're actually seeing that we've got a few new choices in the mix we haven't necessarily seen a ton of before.
Cambiz still on Draven, and the implications of the portal, we have to get into that without just joking around, is the fact that you were incentivized to level up and play very high tempo with a leveling strategy much earlier, which means if you try and open fort or you try and lose streak and not level, you're taking way more player damage in stages 2 and 3.
Mind you, though, that does trim down a lot the pool of the 4 costs. So even though we don't see a lot of the forced compositions where you roll earlier on, those Nilas will become super pivotal, those Mordekaises will become super pivotal later on.
Jimray and Sasa both rocking out the air trail for this game, as we know that they should be strong from the very off here. We're keeping our eyes out for any of our players who do manage to maybe sneak in some cheeky 2-stars, as Fifek managing to find a very early choice. But we'll see. We have got some interesting alternate options here for Fifek rather than just going straight for the emblem.
Looks like Fifek is straight on
He's gonna have the emblem.
He had the bruiser, but maybe not much of any bruisers, really just the Renekton and the bite. No Cho'Gaths though. And he finds exactly what he wanted. He finds the Demacia emblem. We've seen it one of the strongest verticals, both at 3 Demacia, at 7, and at 9 as that ultimate win condition. It's been one of the most contested comps throughout this day.
You have the BF, you have the guard breaker if you really feel like slamming an item. It used to be Replay's favorite. Former world champion, by the way. He is holding the trophy currently.
Yeah,
no one's
he's a
taking it
current
off
world
him.
champion.
Yeah, and he was an avid enjoyer of the guard breaker. Is of course going to be the Infinite Edge. Makes so much sense having that Raiden DB.
Yeah, that's an enormous amount of punch for this early on into the game. But Cambiz, of course, unleashed from any worries about getting into the top 8, can go as wild as he wants to as well. Noxus from the start, and a pretty solid board, though the items aren't quite there.
Even more pressure for Cambiz to try and win streak to get those Noxus stacks online. We've seen the disaster that comes through when you don't have any Noxus stacks, when you lose streak instead, and you just flounder in stage 4. In this case, at the very least, it looks like one Quinn might come in, but we're seeing why Quinn wants this IE as soon as possible. You have so much base AD coming in from the Radiant DB, the IE crits, everything explodes.
Let's go check in with Double 61. Of course, we've still got our TF players hanging around, causing all sorts of trouble. And we've got themselves a good package in the front line.
Hold on, that was a very great point out right there, Panda. Cambiz just lost, yet he sent it to level 5 instantly after losing observers. If you can please see Canbiz's board right now, there must be something that he found for him to level the level 5 to guarantee himself some win streak.
He found the swing too. Found an upgrade that could maybe guarantee him a win streak.
There we go.
and that will be the case. We're seeing there now, Swain 2 has come through, and Canvas says, I lose, but I only lose once in Stage 2. From now on, I'll be winning every fight possible.
Well, we'll see. I mean, certainly the front line pretty good here from Double, who's also level 5 as well. But yes, Noxus good enough now with the raw stats online to start tearing through and causing some trouble. So Double drops out from being undefeated, leaving Fifek and Opal as our 2 currently streaking players.
What's really crazy here is I'm looking in general at what augments have been picked. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that are looking for direction through these emblems. We're already seen one with a Noxus spat. Thank you very much, observers. Cannabis with the 5 Noxus. Not only does he find that Swain, but very importantly, the Katarina to jam it in, get this early Noxus, as well as Challenger and Juggernaut to try and snowball. I feel like he could potentially be the strongest one in the lobby currently, and that would be great if he can start snowballing already from Stage 2.
And Cambiz not playing Vel'Koz in his comp at any point in the game, but he's saying, I know how important this unit is for everyone else. I've seen it in day 1 and 2. I'm going to hold on to it as long as I'm not losing econ in the process.
We're checking with you, Roy, and we do see that the Demacia line will be contested in this game.
Huh?
We've got an incredibly early Silco sneaking here for you, Roy. But it's mostly still based around the front line. Of course, Silco can chuck in a little bit of the AoE to keep that front line up for a little bit longer.
We're talking about rat tactics. I'm seeing Undercity tactics coming in from Silco so early on. He's not the most appealing of 4 costs later in the game, but this early he has to be impactful. Maybe not impactful enough, though.
Not impactful enough for Noxus, baby. Already 2 stacks coming in favor of Canbiz right here. And what a great start. Again, he hit a Kai'Sa 3 to win another game, if I'm not wrong. Another spat right there. It could be a Noxus spat.
Galio with a cloak can also be appealing for any multicaster
Okay,
enjoyers.
listen up, listen up. I don't want any more pointing at things that lead to multicasters, Panda.
I am just trying to,
if you don't point at them, they don't exist. That's how it works.
If you don't look at them, they don't exist.
I wish we could have said that throughout the last few games, because we've been seeing a whole lot of multicasters this weekend. And again, we'll see if someone wants to try and deploy my big brain tactics of trying to play multicasters on Yumi's Zone. The Spatula on the Jace, curious to see if that could become a Fawn in a high roll situation. But what I'm seeing here from Lelouch, a player who's at 47 points and needs to find a big result here, is a Targon emblem.
Yeah, it looks like we're tied into that from the
Four
very beginning.
Sorakas.
Yeah, we got enough Sorakas to be going around.
Double
Double Nico bench.
All right.
What's the Ishtar? Can it please be Ice, please? I don't want to see Nico go bot 4 again, especially not in Lelouch's hands.
Well, actually, the funniest thing is that we've seen so much Targon emblems in general. Targon Heart, Targon Emblem. It feels like our players really do value that. Another emblem on the other hand.
Is that a Rift Herald on stage 2-5? Oh my god, this lobby is out of control.
Don't look at the Rift Herald, it doesn't exist anymore. Also, the board for Lelouch doesn't exist either. But fortunately, he's lost streaking, so he'll be fine. He's brewing up for later on when he'll be absolutely on top.
Opal is level 6. He's saying, Cambiz, you're trying to win streak. You know, buddy, I'm trying to do the same, and for now, for Opal, it is working. It is going to be Stone for the Ishtal, so not the absolute highest cap for Nico. We saw Lyris winning in that game 3, and we'll see what he can do for Lelouch here in this game 5.
Very importantly for Cambiz as well, he did manage to keep that streak rolling for him. That is at least 3, if I'm not wrong, stacks on his Noxus. Managed to find that Warwick too, if we look on the right side as well. So for Cambiz, super important, of course. This is a little bit bittersweet, getting that Kai'Sa 3, making sure you snowball that early game as well in this particular game when you have nothing to lose and you suddenly start winning. It is a little bit bittersweet. You're like, couldn't you have done this a little bit earlier?
Yeah, it's got to be so frustrating to be at this point in the competition. But as I said, you know, somewhat freeing as well to know that you don't have as much pressure as you did on you before. Apollo with an absolutely ridiculous ball for this point, having every expectation it will run over Cambiz here, but maybe I'll be wrong. Certainly a level disadvantage. Surely there's no way.
It's a Swain too, but it has no items, and I mean the Rift Herald is just a tiny bit bigger. Zinedine Zidane, the headbutt comes through, and it just deletes the Swain in just one hit. This board is too much to handle for anyone. Opal's gone level 6. I think no one can match.
Also, he has absolutely great economy. 20 gold while already level 6 on 2-6 while you're about to go to neutrals. That is insane. Usually you see people level 6 at 20 gold on 3-2. Right after they get their augment and they go to level 6 and roll down. But Opal has a great head start for this game.
What's going on this game?
Apparently, the problem was that you said it was a great start, not the best start you could possibly imagine in your entire life. Again, Apal is on 28 points. He's freed of the bonds of worrying about day 3. He's merely here to improve his overall tournament position and the game.
Screw others.
Yeah. Why not do that? That's just a bonus.
If we're being serious, though, with Yumi's Zoom Zone, it is, of course, much more likely to see 4 costs early because you're incentivized to level to 5 and 6, and you actually have access to these 4 costs with a little bit of luck, of course, a little bit of Mortdog pushing buttons on your side. The Jarvan doesn't quite slot in to this Void comp right now. You have all the front line and the CC you need with the Rift Herald, so maybe the player that didn't quite even want this Jarvan is the one that gets it.
We are getting word Lelouch has been banking up the gold pretty effectively up to this point. Noted, of course, from before, the double lesser champion duplicator, but the items are crisp as anything. There's no TF here, just Lelouch is getting absolutely everything he needs the right and regular way.
I think Lelouch was listening into the cast, as we mentioned that, money was the most important thing. He said, okay, I'll take that order directly. Going for that econ threshold at almost 60, well, at 60 gold already. And again, playing against the idea of Yumi's Zoom Zone wanting you to spend that gold early to level.
He's going to be leveling to 6 in the next turn, likely for him. Try to find the Sorakas, he's so close. So even if he can natural that Soraka, then you can keep the Nikos for actual Nico.
Might wait till 3-5 to try and go directly to 7.
How boomers are we if we're still calling it Nico?
A little bit.
A
few sets of boomerage.
Many sets. Many sets of boomerage.
Champion Duplicator is the technical, scientific name we should now be using, of course, as professional casters of TFT.
The Champion Boomerator. Yes, I understand everything.
I think you got that mixed up, Counterfeit.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm absolutely correct.
Recombobulator is not the play here for Sasa. He's a serious man. He's at 50 points. He just needs 5 more points from each of these games. He's not here to take crazy risks.
Ooh, Sorkar, though. He is on the line of Sorks anyway, and that will give him the 6, which for stage 3.
Lelouch is rolling now.
Quite powerful. Lelouch looking for his Soraka. So far it's been extremely unlucky.
No Nikos.
No, a single Soraka as well, rolling on 6. Oof.
No Tarix either. What's going on? Lelouch, he needs better luck than this on this roll down. He needs this. There's finally 1 Nico, but is that going to be enough to break the loss streak? I'm not so sure.
He's at least got the ability to bring the stone online and make sure the front line stays.
Demoralizing.
It's a little bit to work. We've got the Hextech Gunblade on the front line as well. They're not making use of the stone this time. I think at this point, Lelouch has been spending aggressively, so it doesn't mind necessarily keeping this loss streak going further.
Huge Quinault as well. And the Mordekaiser, relentless. Already a Mordekaiser with Demacia emblem, a Radiant. Nashor's Tooth, the Baron's Gift comes through, and Mordekaiser tears through every single unit on that board for Lelouch. They haven't been upgraded yet, except for the Soraka.
And actually, we go ask our stage manager, if you guys saw him in the desk earlier. He was the guy who told me, no, you're not allowed to go home, we have 2 more games. He was asking us, is this set a little bit faster? Because the games seem to go a little bit faster than usual. Well, this particular game is going to be, since you're high rolling so much by having the extra levels, getting the stronger units earlier on. I don't think I know in any other lobby, in any other stage, if a 3-3, there are so many 4 costs in the game already, but in this particular one, since the levels are rolling early on, we're gonna see a lot of fighting. A player that stays behind re-rolling could be at risk.
And Lelouch again facing one of the stronger players in the lobby at the point in time where he needed to find a win. 7 loss streak, and he's facing a Roy.
37 HP.
He lost streaked all of stage 2, and I mentioned at the very beginning, if you're lose streaking stage 2 on Yumi's Zoom Zone, you're taking 2 to 4 extra damage every single loss.
We are getting a note, of course, that we have got a lot of Sorakas ready to go here for Lelouch to potentially move up to Soraka 3, but there are a couple of calls upon those lesser champion duplicators, knowing that we need to get the Nico online as well.
He's 2 Sorakas off.
He has to roll. He can't wait here, I think.
He could potentially Nico and choose to level.
No Soraka on the carousel, no Nico either. A lot more spatulas, though. It seems like every carousel we see on main broadcast is just full of spatulas in stage 3 throughout the day.
Canbis did pick one up in the previous carousel, so if he still has that intact, he could be looking for
Vifek has one open.
+1.
It's just, oh no, he just picked it up, rather. It's the immediate update here on the counter we have. Looks like there's no open spatulas. Everyone has really made their emblems already. Cambiz has 2 Noxus emblems already crafted.
Going for a third one?
And he's going for a third. He's saying, hey, it's not enough. I'm going to take a page out of Jim Ray's book, who had 5 emblems in that Game 6 yesterday.
The roll down. The roll down is happening. You asked for it, partner. He needs to find
get at
Soraka's
least
one more.
1 Nico upgrade, please.
1 Nico and 1 Soraka, and you're pretty much...
There's a Nico.
There's 1 Nico.
All right.
He's just a duplicator. He has to. And yeah, he has to use both. He knows he's under pressure. He's at a point where he needs to get 2 good results. He cannot get a bad loss in this Game 5.
The items aren't quite there for Nico as of yet, but at least Soraka is looking very healthy. I think the Stone Hex will be able to provide a little bit more survivability, but we can see on the other side the bullies of the Noxus are coming in force, and we are seeing the melee version of our friend Mordekaiser. I know, Trouble, you're a big fan.
That was 7 Noxus already. We're on 3 fine. Level 7 for Cambiz, 30 gold, 7 Noxus as well.
Is it?
This, if Lelouch loses here, it's going to be super detrimental for the rest of
Soraka.
this game.
Whoa.
Thankfully, the Soraka 3 with the Star Call dunks down the Noxus line. Not only does it serve Cambiz a loss and stops the stacking, but also frees Lelouch a little bit off of the pressure. Still, that economy has taken a huge hit. He's level 6 with not a lot of economy.
I'm going to have a nerd moment here and correct you. I think it is Astral Infusion on Soraka for this set. But if I'm wrong, let chat tell me, because maybe you are right. It was Starcaller, I believe, last set.
It was... Okay. The initial
the crazy
Soraka from the
5 cost.
From the copy game, which is called League of Legends.
Oh,
it was TFT game first.
Is it? I think TFT's first, and then it's League of Legends.
That's what I said. Yeah, of the copy game, that is League of Legends.
There we go.
Yeah. So League of Legends copied TFT. It was called Star Call, and it was exactly that star that was falling off.
That 7th Soraka was also the 5 cost. That was a scary Soraka to face.
Gentle casters, let's turn our attention back to the game for just a moment, because Lelouch is going up against a pal who has not lost a round as of yet. And I think we can see a very big and scary reason why.
Can Lelouch have a break? The matchmaking has been so devastating, going on a 7-loss streak and then facing throughout this round.
You see Paul? He's shaking his head. That was good.
Upgraded Demacia board, Noxus 7, Void 8. We're in stage 3. What is going on with this Game 5?
21 HP on Lelouch, stage 3, super duper low. That could be, as much as depending on how many units he loses with, it could be 2 lives.
How did he find a belt? How is he level 830 gold? I have so many questions.
He's freed of expectation. And when you look at the HP totals in the lobby, because of Opal and Yoroi being so aggressive, the drop-off between 3rd and 4th is absolutely enormous. So it's not just the Lelouch in trouble, it's the majority of the lobby.
And Opal has not lost a single fight yet this lobby. It started off slow. We saw Silco. We saw Cambiz leveling up. We saw Jarvan in the shop, but it's gotten out of control in stage 3.
I feel like as we're on double 61's board right here, he needs to get that 4th multicaster in. He hasn't yet. He's rolled down all his gold. He hasn't been able to find a Talia to get those 4 multicasters. So pivotal for the comp. Will just now, right before the next fight begins, and it could be the one that he needs. The items are suffering a little bit. The only items that are down are on a 1-star Sona. I'm expecting this will be a Morello at some point with the belt, but this comp currently is just not strong enough yet because the carries are Vel'Koz and TF don't necessarily have any items on them.
It's all down to healing orbs, really giving this Nasus the survivability he's missing by not having Juggernaut online. The Mordekaiser's stuck, trying his best, but cannot break through this triple item Nasus too.
I just saw the Nasus, that's an imposter.
Yeah,
that's supposed to be a Galio kind, sir.
Not Halloween just yet, but Galio has put on his best costume and he's now cosplaying Nasus throughout stage 4.
He went from a chicken to a dog, that's fair.
At least he's an animal still, so he's in the same vicinity.
That's how evolution works. All right, so we've got our last one coming in. Again, with the take stock of where we are. Multiple players. We've had the majority of the lobby 40 HP or below. Lelouch is merely just the biggest casualty of that so far. Double 61 will be bringing in a little bit of Shroud just to make sure he can keep things nice and toasty. Shurima coming in for Jim Ray here. Looking like a pretty decent front line with his ear nearly fully itemized on the back.
And with these game plans where players are hitting these crazy caps so early on, someone like Jimray, who's playing for tempo with Ezreal, is going to find that he's no longer controlling the lobby coming into stage 4. He's losing a lot of HP in the process.
I'm just going to say, absolutely, this was Opal's portal. He was sitting on that portal, and currently he's sitting on 100 HP full. Lelouch and Jimbray are finding themselves in a very squeaky situation.
I think that's a really good reason why Opal wanted to go down this route, knowing exactly how he was going to be approaching this game from the moment it began. Lelouch on the left-hand side does at least have a pretty safe route through this round, as long as everything doesn't explode in the next few seconds, and it will not.
The win comes through for the player that needed it the most. Reminder, Lelouch, set 7, Dragonland's EMEA champion. One of the reigning champions that can still defend his title alongside Double 61, both in this lobby, trying to fight for a second chance to become the ruling player in EMEA after that day 3 tomorrow.
Jimbray very unlucky right here, doesn't have a pair onto the Azir, doesn't have a pair on the Sejuani, cannot keep rolling 20 gold, level 7, while a lot of the lobby has actually snowballed forward in front of him. Level 8 for majority of this lobby, and again Opal, we asked a little bit about how he's been able to snowball, and it's because a lot of his units are just 1-star. He's just using the pure brute force and HP that the frontline of a Void monster is required from the comp to just snowball forward. Not gonna see just yet. A lot of players on pretty low HP, including Zaza.
Yeah, keeping close eye on Zaza on the right-hand side here. Has managed to find the Ahri at level 7, which is no mean feat. 2 Sorcerer Spats as well. But the front line is not good enough. Just ripping through. Yeah, the Mordekaiser is monstrous. Edge of Night, it just makes him almost invincible. And Zaza's ball gets swept away.
And with the expected cutoff being around 60 to 62 points, Zaza was comfortable at 50, but if he gets a 7th or an 8th in this game 5, he might be out of contention altogether. So much pressure on so many of the players as we come into the last 2 games of the day. Another Bel'Veth.
Ooh, Opal getting served, as you mentioned.
His last pick, though.
His first loss right here, 94 HP.
He was trying to get Carousel priority, but unfortunately, he has a little bit too much HP to work with.
Yeah, suffering from success.
Nico?
Look at Cambis. He's like trying to get out of there. He's like, let me out.
Usually it's let me in, but in this case,
it was let me out.
Flipping the switch.
Yeah.
Cambis finally gets the belts. There's no more Bel'Veth to be found for Opal. He did end up taking just the cloak and at least the Vel'Koz in the end.
Which could also give him the 2-star. Because I remember I left him with a 1-star Vel'Koz over there. Now Zaza, talking about Vel'Koz, is he does have 5 in his possession. He's going to sell away the 2-star.
He has 8 Sorks now. Could this be enough? Ahri won with JG. No Gunblade to heal her from chip damage coming to the backline.
Mind you, that's not preset Ahri.
I know. Oh, believe me, as a Sork enjoyer, I know.
Oh, man, you're playing all the filthy comps.
Well, it used to be filthy. Now it's the hipster thing to do to play Sorks in this current patch.
You were doing it before and after it was cool, which is, of course, make sure you cover the most ground as possible. Opal, as you noted, Trouble hasn't got the completely clean sheet anymore. We have got some very highly itemized carries on the backline due to the Kaiser, as the Baron, of course, will benefit from that attack speed buff as well to become even more of a damage threat. The Voltariux, though, blow up everything at once.
Real quickly, even though Zaza does win this and it's so important, Opal is speedrunning level 9. So if you're looking to stay alive in this lobby, you want to face Opal right now before he gets at level 9, before he rolls down, because newsflash, Opal was holding a Bel'Veth pair on his bench. His board is about to skyrocket the second he hits that level 9.
It may be looking bad long-term for everyone against Opal, but because of Lelouch holding on as strong as he has at the bottom, he is dragging down several other players. Fyfek, Sasa, Jimbray, they're all getting very low on HP right now, and we're getting close to seeing that first elimination, with it perhaps not being Lelouch.
And all 3 fighting for their tournament lives. If any of these players end up in the bottom 2 spots, that might be the end of the run. So much at stake here. We'll catch Jimbray now for this next fight, the last fight of Stage 4. The Shroud hitting the right side of the board. The Azir's upgraded and fully itemized. Can he put in the work against Sasa? This could be the decisive loss for one of these 2 players, if it's a big enough loss. It's only Stage 4. The player damage is not as high yet. But if any of these players smurfs on the other, that could be the case. The Jarvan comes in, the huge Cataclysm on the backline, but Ahri is still alive. The Essence Theft comes through, does not kill the Azir, but he should be able to clean up. And Jimbray, Unfortunately, for the only Dutch player in our tournament, taken down in 8th place.
So huge for Zaza to slam that Morello on Silco, especially with healing orbs on Jim Ray's board. That was so clutch. The heals were not coming through. Huge patches of damage were covering places, and very well done from Zaza to slam that Morello there right before the fight.
Yeah, we'll be moving forward now into stage 5. Lelouch, of course, who has been holding on to his fingertips for a while, proves that he has found his feet, taking down a pile at the top. We're getting some itemization coming in for the Nico as well. It's really going to be a brawl in stage 5 to try and stay alive.
Only 4 Nikos for Lelouch, so far away from hitting his next cap, just hoping that what he has right now is enough to ride him into that top 4. For Sasa, though, a few key upgrades could be found in this roll down. Jarvan and the Silco waiting to be upgraded to 2-star.
Absolutely, if you get lucky enough, you might get an
There's
Ari.
one.
Silco is
There's
one.
2!
Jarvan
Come on!
is 2. Okay, buddy, that's
I was
going to
say there's 3, but there's no Ari pair just yet, so my powers have a limit.
That was the opposite of a caster curse. Congrats.
The first time I've ever cast her Blessed. I feel so great now. Finally, I'm not the villain.
I mean, Sasa generally does
Triple
seem to
gargoyle,
find...
anyone? Triple gargoyle?
Yeah, why not?
Any takers?
I mean, you've certainly got a wide variety of frontliners who can take it anyway, as it will be Bramble, just for a little bit of variety's sake, I suppose.
Can Ari stay safe? There's no Gunblade. She's still 1-star.
Lelouch will be the opponent on the side. Bear in mind, of course, Lelouch has been going forward. 3 items on that Nico, 3 items on that Soraka. The
no
front
Titans,
line,
though.
Yeah, it does mean she will have a little bit less defensively, and it is more of an AD-focused defense than it could be otherwise. The Ari gets the cast, sweeping away a lot. Nico gets one more cast out, heals up a whole chunk, but it will not matter. Lelouch finally takes an L. Surely.
Wait. One by one, the unit started dying, but thankfully Silco and Ari cleaned up that fight for Sasa.
I'm going to kindly ask to look at Cambis's board or Opala's board because they're both level 9, if I'm not wrong. Huge roll downs. Lelouch will find a very critical upgrade right here on the Shen. Thank you. We are back to set 8. We are back to throwing in every legendary and their moms and their dogs in. The Gangplank, the Belvet, the Ari, the Heimerdinger, the Aatrox too. That is
last minute upgrade.
Board
You don't even need a Baron when you've got this much stuff on your board. But Cambis has been promising us Noxus 9 for quite some time, and it's looking like it's online. We've got the Mordekaiser and the Rise both being put to great effect.
The Rise with the Noxus emblem, the Gangplank Dreadway comes through. The Mordekaiser is trying his best to infiltrate the backline. Nico still holding on, as is Soraka, but Soraka, the Archangel's healing, the Astral Infusion, I think it won't be enough. Lelouch might just be taken down. He is 7th place locked in. No one else takes a loss here in this final or starting fight of stage 5.
So unlucky
and for the Polish player, 7th place, I think, might not be able to cut it for game 6.
We said how pivotal it is to have that Nico 3. So unlucky in his roll downs to find that Soraka 3.
And the dreams of a reigning champion knocked out by another reigning champion, Cambiz. But just unfortunate, disappointing storylines for both of them. Only Double can now try and salvage this game 5 and maybe qualify to day 3 and become the 2-time EMEA champion for the first time.
It's kind of hard to believe looking at the board from Opal that it's taken losses recently, but Fifek, another player who is vulnerable. Keep our eyes very closely on Sasa on the right-hand side of the screen. We're going to see it in double vision as Double 61 over the left-hand side also fighting it for at least something approaching survival. The Ari will eventually get the card through, but the Mordekaiser is tearing through the board, goes down to almost dead, but he's still standing, and that means Sasa takes the hit, but doesn't die. Double still fighting on the left-hand side, but this one's looking pretty over as well, unless Azir can get off the final shot, and he cannot.
I'm just going to say, for Apollo's board, when you're level 9, you've rolled down, you've gotten so many legendaries in, that was way too close for comfort. It shows you again how that full legendary build is not necessarily the most optimal unless you have traits active.
Some key legendaries here, both the Heimerdinger and the Aatrox with some very versatile and good items. Shojin on Heimer, Bramble on the Aatrox, just to try and stop some of those crits. Maybe from Sasa's Ari, for example, with a JG in the backline, trying to burst down these boards.
That is for Campbase. That is a 2-star Heimerdinger. He had 2 on his bench, if I'm not wrong. That will give him that 2-star that he needs. Having that Shojin out there, the more grenades you throw, the better.
The Shen upgrade, the items get switched.
you know what? It's really difficult for me to get excited about that Shen.
Listen, Sasa's on 3 HP. He's as excited as you can get for the Shen upgrade. He's never been more excited.
I see Roy going to level 9. I've seen Opal being level 9, Campis, and suddenly I see Shen, I'm like, yes!
So good from Sasa, putting in Ionia, trying to make both his Shen and his Ahri get some more power, try to slot in the power, finds the Karma instead for Invoker.
It's going to be one of the two, double or Sasa going out here. The Ahri's got a lot of work to do, even with the Shen being an ironclad defense. You see that the damage is scaling up from the side, of course. We've got the Rise reaching in the mix. The Shen is not good enough. Sasa had hopes and dreams, but they've been shattered. Double 61 stays alive, pushing towards top 4.
Oh, so unfortunate. He was sinking in his chair as well. You could see the disappointment.
That being said, he was at 50 points. He gets 3 here with a first place in Game 6. I believe he still has a chance on tiebreakers especially, and he's won quite a few games in the tournament, so he might be winning those as well.
Yuroi on Demacia 7 and the Slayer board. We don't see a huge amount of effort being put into bringing the more cards online, but everything else is on point. Cambiz with Noxus 9. As you said, the 3 Noxus emblems. Oh, you really couldn't ask for too much more.
The fight for Yuroi, fighting for his life. He's up against the Baron, up against Opal, and double 61 as well, with the Azir in his backline trying to beat his cousin to stay alive in this Game 5. He's up against Cambiz. Looking on the right, Yuroi, the Quinn is still alive, but she's getting touched by the Scion. Not quite taken down just yet, but the Demacia board has evaporated. Gangplank doing so much. Azir left alone on the left. Double 61 taking down. Cambiz playing spoiler yet again in this lobby. So bittersweet to take down his own cousin in that fight.
Again, so damn late. The guy's a 3 in another game here, playing vertical 9 Noxus from Cambiz. He shows that he has what it takes to win these lobbies, to take the risks. It's a little too bittersweet, as you mentioned, because it's a little bit too late. He's no longer in contention for the top 8, but he's in contention of playing spoiler for the others. And so far, the 3 players that were looking for the top spot, Zaza, Yaroi, Jimray, Lelouch, all 4 of them, bought 4.
Oh boy, yeah, exactly as you said. I think double 61 are pretty lucky to get into 4th place there, just ahead of Yuroi. Just David, as you said, that 1 point could easily be the difference maker once it comes to those tiebreakers. Yeah, Opal putting in even more damage. It is Cambiz and Opal, the 2 players who cannot reach any further than this in the tournament, trying to keep down as much as possible everybody else.
I'm just going to say, I think he's going to try to sneak in a 3-star legendary. He's holding 2 Aatroxes on his bands while having a 2-star on the board.
There's nothing sneaky about this trouble. He's been level 9 for like 2 stages.
There's 2 Gangplanks on the bands when there is a 2-star Gangplank on the board. I mean, at this point, I'm down.
Well, you've got, of course, these ridiculous Yuumi Zoom Zone boards which allow us access at level 9 just a little bit faster. Morkaja, of course, can move forward, but without support, he's not going to do too much of anything at all. Opal stays alive. Fifet goes down to 1 HP.
1 HP and a dream, but I think more of a nightmare considering who he's facing in the rest of this lobby. Cambiz, thanks to Yuumi Zoom Zone, able to push level 9, has 9 Noxus online, one of the strongest verticals in the game, considering you have the extra power from the win streak stacks as well. And for Opal, very correctly goes into 8 Void for tempo, and then starts slotting in legendaries instead, understanding that Baron is not the strongest thing in the game right now.
And I think there is an Aatrox on Cambiz's board, because Opal instantly sold the 2 on the bench right now. Of course, we're going to be able to see. There is actually... Oh, there is no Aatrox. It's just making economy, rolling it down at neutrals.
Keeping an eye out for Fifek on the right-hand side, who is the one playing against Opal's ridiculous legendary board. The Gangplank up to full capacity, going to be dropping in Drebways by the ton. The Edge of Night absorbs this crowd control. The Morkaja is still alive, and Opal takes the hit. Fifek survives.
The Quinel doing so much to chip down that Ahri. She has no Gunblade. She can't heal up by herself. There's no healing augments either. And I think Opal now is getting the message, I have to roll down. 21 HP in stage 6. If I lose by a big enough loss, I could be in trouble. But he hasn't found the rise just yet. He finds 6 rises.
Come on. You know
5
you want it.
DPs. He
We
starts
deserve
selling.
it.
He's looking for more, but he's still so far away. He has a duplicator, so really it's only 2 rises to go. He finds a Scion, but not quite the rise. Rek'Sai sold, Scion's made, and the second rise comes in.
My God.
Jeez. Where else would you see boards like this?
Can Opal stay alive? Can the dream continue?
Vifek on 41 points. Every single point for him will push him further towards day number 3. The more Kaiser, Edge of Night procs, which means he is now vulnerable from this point forwards. Needs to get the kill.
Wins down.
Ooh. Belveth kills everybody else.
Opal's on 3 HP. Vifek is
gone.
dead.
He's alive. We're looking for a rise in this carousel. There isn't a rise in this carousel.
And Rise used to be bugged. He couldn't appear in carousels. Thankfully, that was switched and fixed for set 9.5. Despite that, no luck here for Opal. Maybe he high rolls in these next few shops. Because he knows he's weaker, he's going to start selling his board to try and hit the Rise 3 and win this game. There we see it. The full saw comes through. The APM check. Can the French player do it? He has 20 seconds to go. Time is not the issue. It's really all about the gold. He finds one more to go with the duplicator on his bench. Can he do it? Please, Mortog, just one time. Give him the rise. He wants it. He needs it. He absolutely will not win with these 3 rises on his board. He cannot find the last copy. And Opal, with the 3 rise triplets, will not be able to win this fight.
I absolutely respect that. He absolutely sent his whole board for that 3-star rise. But it's not going to be enough gold, apparently.
Don't worry, we've got random stuff coming in from the bench.
Look at the board! Wrapped on
Gambit
the other
is
side.
completely unfazed. He's like, yeah, that was all calculated on my side. There's no chance it's hitting.
Gambit's the one rise on his board.
This is such a redemption here for Cambis, though. It's not been his turn, but to be able to play on stream here and show exactly what he's capable of in this kind of tournament against these kind of players reminds us why he is, as at least of today, still our reigning EMEA champion.
And I have to say, with how exciting this game was, did we get the script wrong? Was this the game 6? Because from start to finish, every single moment of this game had us out of our seats. We're standing up, but you got the message, right?
Yeah.
We're going to import some seats just so we can jump out of them.
Honestly, I wish there were more implications in this particular top side of the lobby, but there were not. But it was so damn entertaining.
Gentle friends, of course, we will be moving at speed towards our final lobby of day number 2. And of course, after which we will have our 8 contenders going into day 3 for those chances to go to Vegas, to go to the Global Championship, and potentially become a EMEA champion as well. So please do not go anywhere, because we will be back momentarily with our analyst desk.
If you get lucky enough, you might get an Ari. Silco is
There's 2. Come on.
Okay, that's
I was going to say there's 3, but there's no Ari pair just yet, so my powers have a limit.
That was the opposite of caster curse. Congrats. Legendary and their moms and their dogs in the Gangplank, the Belvet, the Ari, the Heimerdinger.
A redemption here for Cambis, though. It's not been his turn, but to be able...
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and this game did throw us for quite the surprise. So Yumi Sumzone coming through, a lot of crazy boards coming through. Unfortunately, some players on the losing end of that.
Yeah, right. Not the most ideal situation for the likes of Lelouch, for example, right down towards that bottom end of the lobby here. Really needed to get a first into a second to be in contention to make it here to the final lobby starting tomorrow, right? But on the opposite side of the field, what a game we had from Opal especially. He didn't win the lobby, but he did showcase some great creative gameplay.
I loved it. The Rise, the board selling, to me, that was 100% correct play. And if I may, I'm going to give him a little bit of a shout out here, but it is going to be our key feature with that Rise coming through. Unfortunately, didn't have the time to even hold legendaries in that roll down. You know, that would be technically the correct play, but if you're rolling down 120 gold, you don't have the time.
Yeah, and even though he was needing 2 copies, only found the one of them right. That's a big issue. He had the duplicator on the bench, but to me, like, it was this great creative play just overall with his use of just the Void as a trade, right? Starting off with the early Void Emblem, going into 6 Void in the mid game, then going into 8 Void even, right, as a transition point into level 9, then started adding all these legendaries in, went back down to 6, ended up going all the way down to 3 Void at the end of the game.
Yeah, it was so cool to watch the fact that he was able to hang on with so much HP for the longest time. I have it noted here on 4-1. He was still streaking with 100 HP. When do you ever get that? Incredible. However, some players losing here means, we're going to be looking at it in the overall standings as well, but means that they won't be able to make it through the cutoff. That will be the big talking point for this desk after the next game, game number 12 in the overall scheme of the Rising Legends Finals. We will be cutting to the top 8 players, and we expect the cutoff to come in around 60 to 63 points.
Yeah, we do, right? And like, for someone like Sasa, right, we're talking about it on the desk, right, needed like 10 points overall here, only coming in with a 6th is not ideal, but it means that he has to play for it all now, has to go in and get that first place here in the final game if he wants to crown what has been an amazing year for him competitively, right? 2 GSC wins, 1 Super Bowl win, and hopefully for him, a spot in the Rising Legends final lobby is what he's going to be aiming for.
And he was also playing such an interesting board here with the Sorks. We've been trying to shout it out. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him, but we will be looking at the standings and see how things have shaken up. Now, of course, for Opal, who did that magical run here, it's not going to be a question, even is unfortunately at the lower end of the standings, but has shown great play throughout for most of the players on that previous page. It's not going to be possible. The ones you're looking at here, though, most of them can still do it. For me, the biggest talking point, if the checkpoint comes in at 60, there is a chance that double 61 makes it, and that is so interesting.
It definitely is, right? But again, look at the top of the standings here. Your Roy, Voltariux, and Dark Hydra are pretty much already guaranteed. French TFT back on top with a little bit of Dark mixed in there as well with the Dark Hydra. And then you have Travis and Psycho also looking in a good spot here, but keep in mind, a single 8th here, and it's going to be full. It's going to be an open season on those final spots.
Yeah, and everyone will be trying to get them. It's going to be some rough fighting in that very last game of today. I believe our casters are rushing to the desk. We are so keen to get that one underway. But Wida, with so many players going for these really high finishes, do you think there's anything we're going to see for sure? Don't say multicaster.
I mean, we were going to see that
regardless,
right? Because there are so many players that have just played that as their tried and true tactic all throughout the weekend. But again, some of these more higher capped lines coming through, right? Some more risky here. Are we going to see the classic tech of like going for a Pengu, going for like a huge pill of a cash out? All these things, like how active will people be looking for that? Like the higher cap you can go here, the better, right? As we are going to be playing for those top 2 spots in pretty much every single lobby.
I'm going to say it is going to be a triple prismatic lobby because we love to finish out on those, at least as viewers, not so much as players, but it will be fun nonetheless. Of course, we can only guesstimate, but our last game is going to be starting shortly as soon as our cast is ready. I can see them get set up there, get some wiggles out, and then we will be underway. Now, I am so curious who chat is rooting for. I want the copy pastas in chat. I'm just telling you now, if I get back to our green room and you're not cheering, chat, you're the reason why your favorite player is not going to make it. Just putting that responsibility there.
I'm just saying you don't want to see me enact my favorite copy pasta for the player I'm rooting for. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't think so, no. I have a feeling I might not want to see
Yep.
it.
All I'm going to say is protect the castle. That's going to be the big thing here for me. Right, looking forward. That would be so exciting for me personally, right, to see Snoop. Again, didn't have the most optimal. I don't even know if he can do it mathematically, but again, playing for that first place is something that he's very well adjusted to doing all throughout this entire TFT history.
And rightfully so. We love that. And also, this game is your last chance to hop into that Twitter contest over at TFT Esports EMEA and maybe win something for yourself. And while you're thinking about some good answers, I have our casters ready. Here are Counterfeit, Trouble Inc., and Impetuous Panda for game number 12.
Thank you so much, Megs. We have reached, finally, the precipice of day 3. We have moved into a position which we always knew we would eventually end up in. We are going into a lobby where only half of the players can even possibly make it to day 3.
And everything is at stake. It's not just going into day 3, it's going to be the prize pool. It's going to be that ticket to championship to continue your story in this set 9 Runeterra Reforged. And it's going to be a ticket to the Las Vegas Open as well, the first in its history in TFT. I mean, the pressure is coming to me, and I'm a caster, so imagine the players.
Yeah, and we talked about, hey, if you're super close to the cutoff, you don't have to do anything crazy. Well, Lelouch, Zaza, they didn't do anything crazy. They went with the norm, and they got completely outcapped from people who had absolutely nothing to lose in this particular lobby and absolutely exploded their boards.
As David is alluding to there with his fingers, the sticky fingers there, you gotta get that prize money. But yeah, you don't care at all about any of the other players. Again, in this lobby, we've got 4 players who can make it through. Sasa,
can I complain?
King, Snooble, and Double 61. Go.
I need to complain. I think Og today has been playing with a handicap. Every time I'm casting, he's not in the lobby.
So you're welcome. That is called the caster curse. You have to be there to bless him in person. It's something that I learned a little bit late in my career.
I
but
cast 2 of his games yesterday. You know what he got? First.
Oh, inspirational.
There you go.
We'll see if you can do it on the off-stream lobby. For this lobby, we do have another Greek player, though, Yellow Tomato, who, reminder for the viewers at home, he was 10 points behind the point leader Og coming into this day 2. He has made a Herculean effort to fight for maybe a spot in the day 3 if he can do it in this game.
I really appreciate Greek references when you reference Greek players.
I'm trying to stay on point here, you know?
We try and fit in
Thank you for
as many
noticing.
as we can. to try and get... But I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the points totals here you can see are just incredible. So again, Sasa, Ging, Snooble, Double 61. Those are players we've been paying the most close attention to because we may well see them again tomorrow. What a thing it is, David, to be at this point to know, as you said, you've got the chance to be a world champion, but it could all end today.
Check out Dazik.
It makes sense.
He is that one guy.
He's playing on Earth. He wants to try and have those 5 costs to reach those very high cap boards if he goes into a huge vertical. But check out Ging and Shinshire. They're trying to add some randomness into the mix, and you get what you want, what you ask for. The Rupture comes through, Sharima comes through, not the craziest portals ever, and it looks like it's not going to be Shifting Sands just yet.
Sadness, sadness. But as we see, this is what our players who are not fighting for a chance at tomorrow can absolutely do, is throw caution to the wind. We'll find out shortly what we've ended up with. We know it's going to be in Streamer. We know, as you said, it's not the Shifting Sands.
Warlord's Palace, Shurian Bazaar, both pretty low variance portals. They just add some extra item synergies into the mix.
We're waiting literally with our breaths held.
Warlord's Palace.
Warlord's
All right.
Palace, okay.
I like it. Low variance, stay competitive for this game 12.
Yeah, we're basically not going to have a portal for a large part of the game, which I suppose, particularly for our players who are trying to fight for tomorrow, they will be very happy to see indeed. But, David, I'm spotting that we've got ourselves a little bit of a different legend setup here than before.
Ging, he wants a crazy result. He says, maybe playing my usual game plan will not be enough. I have to play Poro. I have to go for those very high highs. You can low roll at 2-1, have 6 unusable augments, and go fast 8th. But maybe in this case, Ging is saying, I'm gonna try and high roll here, try and find one of those crazy, maybe hero augment options.
On the other side, we see Shinshire coming in with the Bard. That actually scales really well with Warlord's Palace because a lot of your items will be storming in together at the same time. So it could potentially be a case of, hey, I'm gonna play something that spikes level 8, try to cap with Warlord's Palace and the items from the Bard Legend, and then go towards level 9.
And we certainly don't have the portal interfering with that kind of long-term plan. So we'll see what the Bard's got for us here. It is prismatic. So the Caretaker's Chosen is on the cards, and that's a lot of items as you go forwards.
The portal not so spicy. The augment choice certainly is prismatic
That's
to
a
start
Noxus
things off.
crown if I've ever seen one in my life. He's got the AP items on his bench. He's gonna get the extra glove as well and the emblem. That is so good. He gets the Darius earlier on. He has the 2-star Renekton to slam the emblem on. That was the fastest Noxus emblem. He didn't even have to reroll.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're thinking about players who've got long-term plans here, Xinsha is slamming absolutely everything immediately and saying, you know what, maybe it may be not just like we don't have a portal. For some of you, you may not even get to see the results of this portal.
And Xinsha clearly has a basic grasp of how Noxus works. You want to win streak, you want to slam items level to 4, put in Bruiser for this Renekton 2, and Ging on the opposite side of the spectrum. He's trying to do the complete opposite. Piltover Soul to try and get him into this day 3. He made it, or he almost made it last set. We'll see if he can do it this one.
I mean, again, as we talked about before, one of the most accomplished players in the Rising Legends circuits to have never won an event for himself. He always gets there the long way round, but I like this start, even if it's going to be in a fairly toxic environment, to not get harsh losses.
Pandora's items for both players here, Ketzer and Wet Jungler, trying to roll their Radiance. And Daysig has a very interesting option as well, if you can check out his board in just a while. But also Renekton here for Wet Jungler. We're seeing the power of Renekton 2 in these early stage 2 fights.
Yeah, I'm also seeing an augment on Daysig that was very popular on set 8. March of Progress was the most broken augment over in set 8, because you can literally just keep on rolling while you're leveling at the same time. So it was super popular back then. Right now, I'm not sure what the popularity looks like, but at least we have some variety. The Piltover in there, the Noxus straight away. A lot of the players have some direction to begin with.
And Travis already playing spoiler. The Vel'Koz itemized on the board.
Wow, that's such a strong early start. I mean, we're going to have to punch through again, punishing some of our players who are holding back their resources and hoping for a stronger late game board. So now we've got several points of pressure on the lobby to make sure HP and gold do not come cheap.
Snooblade locked in on what looks like Kale reroll, trying to lose streak all this stage. We'll see a huge roll down at 3-1. Hopefully he can hit in time with the Rage Blade already slammed. I think it's a very strong indicator he will be staying on this line. Another kill in the shop, Ilaoi 2 as well, Poppy here too. Definitely, this shop is in his favor.
Trouble, we know we like to see early kills coming through. What's your gut feeling on this one?
Honestly, I'm gonna go off of what Og said at the very beginning of the show. He's like, if you do already have the Rage Blade and you have hit a bunch of KOs, just absolutely slam it. I don't think any other player currently has a Demacian spat, so you can actually go for that side.
We'll see if Ging can continue his loss streak. He needs the 5 loss streak throughout this stage 2. He's facing Snooblade. There's no item slammed. And Snooblade has made his board much, much weaker. Both kill 2s are on the bench. Snooblade knows he should be able to lose this fight, but it's 3 versus 4. Ging only had 3 units on his board. Can the Jinx with the Giant Slayer prove too strong? Yes.
Oh no.
Snooblade loses, and Ging with the early, premature cash out here.
I suppose at least it's, if anything, at least there wasn't too much loss there immediately, except for time. You can see Snooblade there on the edge of his seat, waiting to see how that round played out.
First carousel, of course. We're usually looking for these twisted fates. See, I got you before you said anything about multicasters, Panda.
Yeah, mentioned Galio, though.
Instantly Ketzer, Twisted Fate with that tier, super popular. Multicast is one of the best comps you can run, the most out-capped composition right now. We haven't necessarily seen a full 3-star composition of multicasters lose yet in this particular tournament. You have seen something else as well.
Yeah, we've got Snooblade there, up there with the early move in, themselves the rod as well. Oh boy, we'll keep a close eye out on how things progress, but I do think, we've had this Spectre over the lobby for a little while. Xinsha going all in on this Noxus from the very beginning. Everything slammed. Found a Fiora early on as well to push the Challenger side of this Noxus comp.
That's a crazy early Fiora. Not the strongest unit in stage 4, but this early in the game with the stats from Noctis Emblem, with the 3 streak already, and those extra Noctis stacks coming in, this could be trouble.
Absolutely, and you're looking, of course, to transition the items that currently are on Fiora, except for the Noxus Crest, onto something like a Mordekaiser later on, since QSS is so valuable to him. But right now, any 4-cost that you're going to slam raw stats from Noxus on is going to do a fantastic job in stage 2.
Yeah, she may not drop all aggro anymore, but she's certainly still very hard to put down. The streak looks like it's going to roughly stay in place as Yellow Tomato making an early move in towards multicasters.
The Sona going to be sold last minute here to make Econ. You want to hold on to all these multicasters to try and make it so the other multicaster players cannot hit as easily, but not at the sacrifice, at the expense of your own economy, especially this early in the game.
So Xinsha on the win streak, Wet Jungler on a win streak as well. See on the other side, Snowblade, of course, down to 77, the rest of the lobby around 80 HP or so. I have to wonder if Xinsha, how much damage Xinsha is going to do before anyone can stop him.
We're going to stick with Xinsha here for this next fight. Both Wet Jungler himself need to try and win this to catapult their economy forward, to try and have this win streak. Copying maybe Opal in that game 5, the 10 win streak maybe in their future plans as we move into stage 3.
I feel like from both sides, Wet Jungler, of course, has the tankiness in the front line with the 2-star bruises right here. But on the other hand, Xinsha has the pure brute force and stats from the Noxus. Luckily for both of them, they're not going to face each other. They are the 2 win streakers of this particular lobby, and Wet Jungler should make a pretty easy job of Travis's board here.
Yeah, I mean, under any other circumstances, Travis would definitely have a solid chance here. But you can see, yeah, the raw quality on the board here for Wet Jungler. Not tested by Xinsha. I have to imagine it wouldn't have gone so well. But as it is, both of our win-streaking players remain win-streaking players here coming into stage 3.
That just makes the first fight of stage 3 all the more exciting. The game between leveling to 6 early or not to try and defend the win streak is what we have to keep our eyes peeled for as we move into stage 3.
Well, Jungler is going to have to find a better way to Zeus up his backline as well. Having that Nafiri with the 1-star Misfortune, with the bow, is not necessarily the strongest that you can get in your backline currently. So we'll see if he'll get any more components for items to be able to slam onto the Misfortune or even transfer them to a different champion that he'll find later on. 34 gold also is not the greatest, not the worst though, since you have invested so much gold into win streak in that board.
And nice drops there to push up to 40 as well. I have to think if in Wet Jungler's position, if he's got too much of a chance if he goes up against Xinsha of getting the win anyway. There is an upgrade at least, but I'm still not convinced it's enough if the matchup happens.
High APM check makes the RFC right before that bow can roll with Pandora's items. He has a chance to make Vow. He's going to wait, as most good players should, until the fight loads in and he sees who he's facing to decide if he needs to commit this item or not to defend the win streak. And I assume he's going to go 6. He has a Multi-Heart 2 on bench. It's a huge upgrade that could decide the outcome of this next fight.
Here comes, boom!
The surprise Malzahar, perhaps the deadliest. Snowblade picking up the 3-star kill with the tail end there. But ultimately, for Wet Jungler, it was a gamble that doesn't pay off. That's a lot of money to beat a level 4 player.
And he also, Wet Jungler, gets to keep his 2 items, doesn't need to necessarily slam them right now. He's playing against a build-over player that wants to lose streak. But very importantly, Xinsha also went for that level 6 literally last second for that potential scenario that they are going to be facing each other and losing their win streaks. You mentioned how 3-1 was going to be so pivotal and important. I'm going to say that 3-2 now after the Ogmas have been chosen are going to be even more important since we still have the 2 win streakers going hard.
The temper tantrum coming through, the rage coming through for both the Kayle and the Orianna. Clearly Kayle's a little bit madder in this case. She's also 3-star already, which I think does help. And Snowblade trying to now stabilize his board and get a streak going now that he's hit his one cost unit already upgraded.
I'm not sure that was exactly what Snaloo was hoping for, at least going by his camera, breaking the streak there. But at least you got the Tiny Titans to push back up the table a little bit. Again, Wet Jungler and Xinsha are still undefeated. They're still both major threats.
Transfusion is also pretty good, 68 HP right now. And the more you lose, the more you're going to be benefiting from that HP onto your units. Unified resistance also really good. All 3 choices great. He's going to go for that Unified as well.
Shinshire, can he defend his streak? 6-win streak now, could now once again face Wet Jungler, and we'll see if Wet Jungler finally itemized his last carry with the 2 components he had left.
Mind you, that's 5 Noxus here, but he has saved his gold, 40 gold, and the entire board is 1-starred. Luckily for him again, does not face Wet Jungler.
On the other side, though, we do see something a little intriguing coming together. We've got the Orianna carry coming together from Ketsa, because, you know, Ketsa just doesn't care about True Mention of Wisdom. The itemization is pretty darn good, but the front line is not quite enough to allow her infinite scale.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Fiora, you got us?
No.
Nasus, you got us, right? You're a 4-cost, you're a big, beefy, big dog. Clearly not. Command protects the Raise Blade, not able to do it. Cassiopeia wins the fight. Shinshire defends his streak, 7-win streak now, but Wet Jungler, unfortunately, because he did not get any combat strength from his last augment pickup with Tiny Titans, he ends up losing that fight. This is a player who's at 58 points. He just needs a top 4. Very smart augment selection to just try and coast, bleed out into a top 4 in stage 4.
Absolutely. If you look at the entire lobby right now, 48 HP for Ging, 55 for Snooblet as well. You are more than double. For Ging, you're almost triple his HP bar right now. So even if you don't have the best of the best compositions, if it doesn't turn out your way, you can actually bleed out the rest of your opponents and have extra HP for later on. I feel like it's a very complementary augment for the results that Wet Jungler is looking right now.
We have an oft-delayed encounter between Wet Jungler and Shinshire. While Wet Jungler can't maintain his own win streak, he can at least try and take it away from Shinshire. Unfortunately, that Fiora just dives all the way through the team, chews through the backline. Cassiopeia survives for a little while longer as Fiora does her work against the Bruisers, but the Radiant Redemption, I don't think she's got enough DPS to punch through.
Cho'Gath pieces not come through, and finally Fiora gets the kill. Shinshire continues to dominate this lobby, but now a new challenger has appeared. A Yellow Tomato also streaking in this stage 3.
Mind you, I just want to remind everyone that Shinshire is not just win streaking, he's win streaking with Noxus. He's getting a bunch of raw stats on his champions right now, on his board. And the further stronger he's going to be becoming, a couple of spatulas as well, you could potentially make another Noxus spat. We saw in our previous game how insanely strong that 9 vertical Noxus was.
We will be headed down the table though while Shinshire is winning and basking in all those Noxus stacks. Ging is on 35 HP. Things are looking a little spicy for him. I think it's time for something to change.
Level 5.
Ooh. Also got
work
Conqueror, which means that he got all of his stacks from Noxus right now for Shinshire.
The early cash out from Ging was maybe not ideal. He's looking for a second cash out, a 5-loss streak after that premature win in stage 2. Ging is a player who's at 53 points. He needs ideally a first, maybe a second would cut it if he wins tiebreakers, but he needs a good result, that's for sure.
All good. You see that thing on his bench? That baby's robotic right there.
Yes. I don't see too many jinxes just yet for me to be calm.
I was about to say, had it been the previous set, I'd be talking for an easy win, but right now it's kind of a 50-50.
Gosh, every time I see Piltover 4 on the board, I'm like, maybe it's a Piltover 6 game. But probably not on Ging's side. He will be able to cut through a lot of what Shinshire is putting out. And remember, this is the win-streaking player, and Ging does take Shinshire a little too close for comfort.
This loss is maybe ideal. I think Ging has to play a very high-risk game from this point onward. He needs to get maybe one more loss in this stage 3 and have a second cash out at stage 4, roll down and try and stabilize off of that. But 20-ish HP, a scary place to be in when so much is on the line.
Has he had a cash out now?
He had in stage 2. He won a fight after 2 losses. It's only 16 stacks. It won't be enough to be too pivotal in terms of the outcome and the power level this comp can reach.
And bear in mind as well where Ging is in the tournament, 53 points. Now, David, to remind us, where should our players be looking to be at the end of this game points-wise?
For Ging especially, he's first or second. That's all it's going to cut it, really. 60 points is the required amount. Could be 61, could be maybe 59, but I doubt it, really. We saw 8th place was at 56 coming into this game. Huge Jarvan ult.
Let's see if Ging can get some kind of cash or some kind of relief here. The loss streak is pretty enormous. The Jarvan, though, is unstoppable. 3 items. 2 of them are being radiant thanks to our friends from Demacia. And the Kayle walks in. Slowly, looking a lot more concerned than perhaps that result would indicate as Ging goes down to 16.
And of course, you can see the reaction. All of these players are not necessarily on the cutoff. For a lot of them, they need a first, a second to try and make it through, to not necessarily even guarantee themselves in, right? Because if the cutoff somehow becomes 62 and you're at 60 or 61 points, you're not making it in. So you absolutely not only need top 4, you need to make sure that you're aiming to win this lobby.
I think this is always going to be one of the most defining parts of tournament play. You're just playing a different game of TFT than you're used to playing a ladder. And as we said, in this lobby, you're playing against other people who are playing a different style of TFT than you are doing. It's such a difficult situation to navigate when the pressure is on.
I know the tech. The tech is their final reserves or last stand for Ging. Because it's going to be extremely difficult with this particular composition that he's running, because I'm pretty sure he's going to potentially want to go for an
Two
Aphelios
rods. Two rods is not ideal.
Rods are not ideal. Thankfully, he does have the Reforger to change one of them, but no!
He has to roll now. I think he
gonna be the roll
can't
for the
take that
cash
risk.
out.
He's 16 HP. He needs to find something. And if you're a Turkish viewer, if you're a fan of Ging from all the way back in set 3, set 1 even, you have to pray for him to find his upgrades right now because everything is on the line. J2 has been found. It is still a Jinx 1. He has a Jinx spare, but he cannot find the upgrade, and she's the item holder right now. This is not looking good for Ging, who has to cash out and has some very scary players in his pool.
Oof. Yeah, the upgrade to Orianna 3 is online. No. This is the final form of the Robo Ballet boss. This is not what Ging wanted to run into here. We don't know if he's got enough punch to get through that front line. Jinx does have that robotic arm as mentioned before. Silco with the Ravenous Death Cap as well. The units are starting to dry up, but Orianna is scaling up. Guinsoo's, Archangels in the Radiant variety. Ging is going to be taking an L here. The question is, will he survive?
He will survive. It'll be a good-ish loss for what Piltover has to say, but 4 HP and a dream. Chemtech enhancements, could that be the answer he needs? I'm not sure. It's not high roll enough, I believe, for the spot he's currently in.
You could potentially reroll that you have my bow to try and find a last stand. It's going to be...
He needs a Jinx too, please. He needs just one more Jinx to have some stability. He finds it, but I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. He's facing Travis in his pool, who's currently win streaking. He's facing Wet Jungler, who's currently the HP leader, and he's facing Daysik as well. And Travis just hit Galio 3. This could be the end of the road for Ging, one of EMEA's historically best players across every single set. Might not make it to day 3.
He, as we've said so many times before, he basically lives at the Global Championship. He's been there so incredibly often. It would be such a heartbreaker if this is the end of the line.
25 stacks as well. This
up against Daysik.
A huge cash out. Okay, this is not the worst of the boards.
Not at all.
Face right here. That's just a 2-star Echo that you need to get rid of. And this Nasus is a pretty tanky boy. You've got the upgrade on your Jinx. You've got the upgrade on your Jace. This might be the huge cash out that he needs.
Almost.
It's gonna be very close. The backline is bleeding.
Oh no, Nasus, you have to do this.
Come on! One more time! You can do it. Give it the bonk. Oh, that didn't do nearly anything at all.
Oh.
That's the end of the line for Ging. That is absolutely heart-rending. He was so close. So close.
25 stacks should have given him so much gold. Such great items. Of course, gold is what he needed right there as he found the units. But again, it's a double-edged sword. When we're talking about Piltover, you cannot lose streak so hard with Piltover just so you can end up re-rolling that Jinx. You need this focus. You need to go for that Aphelios. Didn't find any. Was a very unlucky roll down.
Not just that, I think the biggest impactful moment of this game for Ging was that stage 2 win. That early cash out completely threw him off his game for what Piltover wants to do. The lack of combat power from the Prismatic Augment as well at 2-1, picking Piltover's soul. It just didn't work out. The risk was there, the reward was not. And so sad for Ging, who is, I think, one of the flagship players in the EMEA.
All right, well, we've still got plenty of other players still with position to gain and potential entry to day 3 to decide. Xinsha, of course, on 36 points, will not be headed to day 3, but has still been having a hell of a game so far. Noxus Online, Rise in the mix as well for a little bit more hurt. But this Orianna board right here and now is the big kahuna.
I feel like it's a great sort of early to mid kind of scaler with the likes of Orianna, so he's a hard hitter before you get these huge tanks and before you have that insane front line, because unfortunately for her, she doesn't have the pen to pierce through these very scary frontliners. But for a bridge of the early to the mid game, she's an exceptional champion.
Ketzer finds a cloak. Ketzer's Orianna does not have a Swain at the front line, has the Illaoi instead. We'll see how that fares as we move into stage 4 and 5. And Illaoi's a 1 cost, maybe starts falling off a tiny bit. Snooblade, the next player on the chopping block, 34 HP. We saw the very early Kale 3 upgrade. But how can he continue upgrading and strengthening his board to try and make it to that elusive level 9 and have Kale really become the star of the show? He does finally find the second Rage Blade. A bow has eluded him all this while. We saw him get a rod at the stage 3 carousel. Finally finds that second key item.
7 Demacia as well. You do have the healing orbs, but the problem with the healing orbs is you usually have a very beefy frontliner, and even if they're just one, the healing orbs will continuously keep them healed up. All of the items are on a Java, that's a Java 1, not necessarily the tankiest member. Also speed runs the backline of the opponents. They don't stay in your frontline to protect you, so we'll see if this Galio and Poppy can keep the backline safe with the healing orbs.
I'm loving we're seeing so many varieties of Rise in this game. So this is Demacia Rise, getting a 3 spear and a decent amount of damage to back up. Kale staying alive. As it's looking like it might just about work out. The last tick of damage goes through, but the Rise on the other side should be able to get the last
the tornado misses.
The tornado is not a major damage source, and Silco gets the job done.
It could have bought time for Jarvan to ult and maybe win that fight. Again, Snooblade playing very high risk, trying to get the extra rewards from the tornadoes, the extra just utility overall from the resources you get, but not quite making it work there. The tornado does not end up hitting the Silco. And Snooblade now torn between trying to level to 8 and then to 9, but he doesn't have enough power. He's losing these fights.
Also a reminder, your secondary carry should be Queen in this particular composition. You've got no items, it's just a 2-star naked Queen on the other side of the map. Or
Sona
even
one.
potentially Sona with like a Morello or any type of static Shiva on her to try and put down some damage. All your damage items are down onto a Rise, and his Tornado doesn't necessarily do the most with the AP ratios.
No, you're right. It's not going to be an easy transition. However, Snooblade ends up going up against Qinsha with, of course, the other vertical board in this game. Of course, both the Rises will be throwing out tornadoes. As you said, David, I think both of our players here are really looking towards that top one. They're trying to extract every single gold piece from this game possible at the expense of their own HP.
Regardless of the results for these fights in Stage 4, Snooblade is absolutely making the correct play here. He needs a first place, maybe a second, to qualify to Day 3. He knows that rolling here is a death sentence for what his board is trying to do. He needs to go 9 for Kale to really try and win a lobby, so this is absolutely correct.
Well, Travel, we've got the Warlord's Palace here, so maybe some of Snoobblade's itemization woes can be fixed now.
He needs the gold. He can't roll for better items, I think.
I was about to say, I feel like you needed some items for your Queen right here, not necessarily the best items you can find. Maybe the Reforger can help you in something that you don't particularly need. You make the Gargoyle and potentially reroll the tier. Oh, it's a really tough situation. You level 740 gold.
The cloak could be Runon's. The sword can be IE, of course, if we get the Demacia emblem onto the Quinn. So I think the reroll should be on the tier or the chain. It could be Shojin Quinn as well, which is not terrible. But Snooblade for now just sitting tight, waiting for this round to end, getting the extra econ.
All right, we've got the levels coming in. Of course, it's not just Snooblade who's getting the extra items, it's across the entire lobby as well. So players like Dasik on a win streak right now may have been able to bypass that item disparity you normally get for being dominant in the lobby to stay dominant instead.
The 3-star Warwick just hit from Dasik. Pretty crazy board right now. You've got your Silco with 3 pretty strong AP items. Your Assassin, which is your Rogue Echo, with pretty strong items, AP plus Shred on him as well.
I love this being a March of Progress board, a board we nearly never get to see. Magic very close to getting up to level 8 as the rogues go into the backline. That Echo is absolutely magnificent, chewing down one by one onto the multicasters and basically cleans up solo.
And the key thing here as we move into Stage 5, the end of this game, only 4 of the players in this lobby can actually make it to this Day 3. Wet Jungler and Travis, they're sitting top of the leaderboard. They really only need 2, 3, 4 points. So bleeding out into a top 4 is their game plan, and they're executing perfectly. A Yellow Tomato needs 4 to 5 points to qualify. He's in the right spot right now in that 4th position. Snooblade is the one that needs that Hail Mary first place. He's gone level 8. It's still Jarvan 1. He found the Sona upgrade. He has the Mordekaiser as well. Will this be enough?
This board looks a little bit too weak. Mordekaiser 1 has a duplicate of it. The Fiora is also 1-star in there. It looks a little bit iffy for a board, but with a little bit of luck, which he's not necessarily going to have because he's facing your favorite, Mordekaiser Panda.
It's everyone's
Don't
favorite,
make me the villain, please.
Someone's going to take the bullet here, but it looks like it might be Snooblade here and now. Remember, he needs a lot of points from this game. If he goes out here, he is definitely not making it through.
Mordekaiser.
He gets exposed. He gets deleted. The Quinn's damage is not enough. And Snooblade, the disappointment is more than evident. So close to an experience of a lifetime.
Eyes of the Hasaki right there from Yellow Tomato. Yellow Tomato also such a surprise. We didn't have massive expectations of him, but Og told us, hey, this guy knows the game super well. We have been sort of boot camping together. We have been studying the game together. He knows so much. He's going to show you guys, and he actually is. He has been performing above expectations, and he's setting himself a name in the EMEA scene.
He's one off the TF3. He's way off the Galio. I assume if he hits Jarvan 2, he can sell the Galio, move the items, and have Jarvan 2 be his frontline instead. He's facing up against Ketzer, Ilaoi, and Orianna. The one-cost supremacy on this board. Can it be enough to win against the strongest comp in the game right now, capped out multicasters?
Certainly the burst is going to make it very hard to keep that front line up for any amount of time. Orianna is getting to scale, but she is ultimately going to be single target. She needs to hit the primary target, and she does. Twisted Fate gets exploded, but she follows shortly after. Down to the Vel'Koz. Last
Vel'Koz
in, and it works. Orianna board stays in.
But now you can see the difference between the Orianna board being completely capped out at this point, and potentially the TF3 following shortly after. We're going to have the +1s right here, which means for a lot of these players, they can stick on level 7 or level 8 and keep on rolling and get their optimal composition in earlier on.
Tactician's crown coming through for every single player here. Who's going to benefit most from having an extra unit on their board? Is there any player chasing a vertical chase rate who needs that extra slot for one of those lower tier one-cost units that didn't have a slot?
We do have a Noxus player
Do we now?
in our midst. We're seeing it right now.
Do we now?
You take it back.
Shinshire might be close to actually hitting the 9 vertical on the Noxus. We saw from Canbiz how freaking strong this vertical 9 can be. 3-star TF from Yellow Tomato as well could have made a difference in the previous fight he just played. Thank you so much for swapping the 9 Noxus vertical. Reminder, he is fully stacked from stage 3.
Yeah, conquering the entire lobbies. Yeah, that shop is looking ridiculous. We know Shinshire's got even bigger places to go, but it's up against the multicasters who are moving forward. Yellow Tomato punching way above expectations, but the Mordekaiser is punching pretty damn hard as well. We have got the Swain building up. The damage is extremely big. Mordekaiser's barely alive. Takes one more shot, but heals through it. The respawn on the Aatrox. Shinshire stays alive and keeps that shop ready to go.
Whoa, that was such a huge win from Shinshire right here. Showed you how huge that vertical Noxus line is. He's also level 9. He's got 10 champions on his board right now. So technically, the more units you have for players who are on level 7, such as Travis right now, it's a huge counter.
And we're seeing why Yellow Tomato has not found his Galio 3. Travis is hitting on a Galio 3 of his own. Travis at 58 points. He really needs a 5th to maybe guarantee his slot in. A 6th might be enough. I don't think he wants to take any chances here. He needs to win these last few fights. He's lost the last 4.
Yeah, they do not want to get into tiebreaker territory. We've known several players who've had their dreams broken that way. So Yellow Tomato on the left-hand side is going to have to face down wet junglers. Neela, who's got the 2 RFCs and the Death Blade. And the multicaster board disappears like it was never there. Tomato is still alive. Travis on the right-hand side is also fighting with the multicasters of his own. The Orianna going in for the big punch again. And she, much like the Neela, deletes. But Travis
the bigger loss?
Will not survive.
Travis has taken the bigger loss. He's in 6th place. He only gets 3 from this final lobby. He's going to be sitting at 61 points. We'll have to see later on the analyst desk if that is enough. Travis, Meow Meow, started off so hot on this day. 2 has floundered a tiny bit in these last few games. Hopefully it's still enough, and Yellow Tomato hangs on 1 HP and a dream. He needs 4 points to make it.
Level 7 still, though. We saw that there are level 9.
The item switch. We called it. We're seeing it now.
You're not going to hit the Galio 3 at this point. The Galio 3 is already gone. You're level 7. You're past that. You need to be rolling to go towards level 8. But you had to waste a lot of that economy to try and get that TF3 that came a little bit too late. And yes, this might look like a super capped board. But again, there are level 9 players in this lobby. We have Shinshire with 9 Noxus Vertical, who's extremely strong.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this for Yellow Tomato. I mean, as you can see, we've currently got an extra Sona in place. Now we've at least got something a little bit more substantial, but there really isn't that much gold to upgrade this turret, so Yellow's doing what he can, but it's not favorable.
The last item for the Sona or the Vel'Koz opts to go for the Sona instead, trying to get more power onto the DF thanks to the extra attack speed off of Sona's casts.
Well, if Daisik was snowballing so far, he did hit that Jinx 3 just so as well. Shinshire was lacking a lot of his front line. He got it. Mordekaiser 2, Aatrox 2 with 9 Noxus. His board has come online.
We're going to keep our eyes on Yellow Tomato because this is the most tournament relevant of the two matchups. The Echo into the corner, delete one after another. The multicasters has nowhere to hide from this absolute ton of damage. The board is torn to pieces. That is going to be massively disappointing.
Daisik and Shinshire, absolute menaces in this stage 5. In stage 6, Yellow Tomato minus 20, taken down in 5th place. You can tell how devastating these losses are when you're facing these huge cat boards.
60 points currently for Yellow Tomato. He could be getting cut
Could
off
still make
on
it.
things like a tiebreaker even.
It's going to come down to the results from yesterday, the tiebreaker as well for some of these players. The one player who has done his homework, who I think has guaranteed his slot by far, is Wet Jungler, a player that has been so consistent on ladder in tournaments, quietly making a mark on EMEA's competitive scene, is finally rewarded with a day 3.
All right, let's put the final pieces in place. Shinshire, of course, has been massively integral over this lobby. Has got the execute for the Noxus as well to make this board even stronger than it might be on any other circumstance. On the left-hand side, you can see Wet Jungler's board coming in. The Neela's doesn't have so much safety left, and while she's got damage in spades, it won't be enough to keep Wet Jungler from taking the L.
It's looking like players are playing for a second right here. The Conquer trade is going to be hit by Daisik as well. Fully stacked Noxian units on his board. For Wet Jungler, he's gone for something that's not necessarily something that we see a lot. Builds water. Dark Hydra tried it. He went all the way up to 7 and it did not work for him. For Wet Jungler though, we said play something that will guarantee you top 4, something that is not necessarily contested. He did that. He hit perfect items on his Nilah and he's on his way for possibly a day 3.
And the biggest thing here will be the combination of Nilah, the true damage from Sejuani's ult as well. That is what we're watching for. The left side of the screen there for Wet Jungler, trying to stay alive in this crazy lobby. The Nilah, the Formless Blade, jumping from left to right. But there's too much damage coming in from the Mordekaiser. The God of Death shows why he's earned that nickname. Aatrox comes back, but gets sent right back to the grave. Wet Jungler chuckling, I think knowing there isn't that much pressure. He knows he's made it through. He's just trying to enjoy these last few fights.
Speaking of God
Another build water? Another build water emblem?
The more, not the merrier, actually. So please don't take it.
Shinshire heads out of there, having done enough work in the lobby to make sure that we got a lot of early eliminations. Daisik on the course to end out this one on a not just a lot of HP, but a massive win streak as well.
He was cheekily working towards getting maybe a 3-star Nilah somewhere in there. It's not going to be the case. Hits the Jarvan too. He's smiling, he's enjoying this. He knows he's done well for himself. He played an unconventional composition. Whilst, oh, we have more cheeky stuff right here. Maybe the 3-star Silco?
I mean, at this point for Daisik, he knows that the tournament is over for him. For Wet Jungler, something of a victory lap. I'm sure would be very happy to let an incredible institution player like Daisik come out of this one in first place. Diving right for the center again. The Echo has just been an absolute monster of this lobby. Daisik shows no mercy at all. Wet Jungler bows to Daisik's experience, but gets exactly what he needs from this lobby. He's through to day 3.
And Daysec, at the very least, ending the tournament strong, ending with a win in this Game 6, getting a little bit more prize money in the process as well, but Wet Jungler punches his ticket through to day 3. I'm going to have to assume he's had a dominant day 1 and 2, so consistent across every single game. I think I've only seen him bottom 4 once on broadcast. It's just so hard to pull it off in a field like this one, but he's done it.
I'd love to comment with Jungler and also share a little bit quickly my story. I was back then D3, had just started playing TFT properly, and I'm like, hey, why not? I think I'm too good. I'm gonna try an open qualifier.
How did that go?
Over in the DACH region. Well, in my lobby there was Wet Jungler, and I'm like, what is this guy doing with me when he's top of EMEA and I'm just a D3 pleb? Obviously, he destroyed the lobby, and congrats to him, because he's a freaking mastermind.
It all started there with you, Trouble, and now it's come later here. Dear friends, we have got ourselves one more death before we will end out day 2. And of course, we want to know who's going to be joining Wet Jungler in day number 3 to fight for those 4 spots to go forward to the championship, to Vegas, and potentially become a EMEA champion as well. So please, don't go anywhere. We will return as soon as we can to give you those final results and to break down the whole day of play.
Hold on.
Nora, you got us?
No.
Nasus, you got us, right? You're a 4 cost, you're a big, beefy, big Clearly not. Command attacks the Rage Blade, not able to do it. Cassiopeia wins the fight. Shinshire defends his streak, 7-win streak now, but Wet
Experience, but gets exactly what he needs from this lobby. He's through to day 3.
Welcome back to our last analyst desk of this day. At least there will be more tomorrow, and there will be less players tomorrow as well. Now, Wida, this last game, there was a lot going on. There were a lot of players in here that needed these really high finishes, like Snoobler, unfortunately for both of them. Talk to me about their routing.
Yeah, I mean, for Snoobler, right, he went back to the tried and true, the classic, what we got to know him back in set 9 as well on this killer reroll. And it looked very good for him. He even managed to grief the loss streak of Ging, very specifically when Ging was trying to go for that Piltover, but just like wasn't able to fully convert it over the line here, and ended up finishing, I believe, in 6th or 7th.
Yeah, unfortunately, 8th for Ging, 7th for Snoobler, and then the way the rest of the lobby shook out was actually pretty close there because some of them did a little bit of a very clutch landing. We've been talking about the damage breakpoint being between 60 and 63 probably. We're hearing that our analysts are doing heavy mathing right now, so I'm pretty sure it came to a lot of tiebreakers.
I hope it's our admins and not our analysts doing that, because as we know, every single person that's ever turned their face on camera cannot do math. So.
No. Casters are not allowed to do maths. You're absolutely right. Yeah. No, our admins, of course. And we will be hearing from them what comes out right after this. But many of these players, like Travis, doing like a point landing here. And I'm quite interested how it's going to shake out for him and Yellow Tomato. Yeah,
pulling out the parachute, right? Again, that final fight with him was like so close to get like 1 point of HP, keeping a Yellow Tomato in the game there. And that might be the 1 point that Travis needs. We don't know what the exact cutoff is right now. And that's the ever so important thing. Because if that points cutoff is 62, well, then that's curtains for Travis.
Yeah, we will find out in just a little bit, but in this lobby there was a lot of interesting stuff going on. Talk to me a little bit about the board that we're seeing right now from Daisy. It did take the win. How are we feeling about the Zorks finally coming out in like a different way than expected?
I mean, it's kind of just like a Sawn line here, right? Again, when you have this much of progress, there's being going to tend to look at re-rolling on level 7 for the most part here, right? And it's the Sawn line here, well, like you have the Echo, you have the ability to go for something like the good old-fashioned Silico as well, right? So something that you got to keep in mind. And I quite like seeing this come out again, like just showcasing that there are a lot of viable lines on this patch if you're able to recognize the spots.
Yeah, and shout out to Dasik, who with his points unfortunately is not going to be in contention, but like we're saying, we're working on the standings right now. Quick reminder on the format for everyone at home. We did have 12 games. The 12th game just commenced, and we are going to be cutting down to the top 8 players. That's a 25% cutoff, and our standings are ready. We will only be having 8 players moving into tomorrow, and only 4 of those 8 players will be able to go to the World Championship in 2 weeks and will be able to play live at level in Berlin, where you can watch if you want to meet them and cheer them on IRL. But here are all of our players one more time. Exceptional play from all of them throughout that weekend. But the way eSport works is there have to be players at the bottom of the table as well, Wida.
Yeah, right. Winners and losers. And here we have the big winners, right? Voltariux, Yovroy, Wet Jungler, Lalana, and Dark Hydra as well. Travis in there, Orc and Psycho.
Yeah, and with Lalana showing up in the top 8th here, I could hear Peter, Counterfeit, our co-caster, scream throughout this entire venue from like half a kilometer away. Incredible for him to kind of make it through here after a little bit of a shaky start throughout. Also really good to see Travis again. We know that he's an absolute letter beast, and I think with this patch, there was a little bit of a fear of players making it through that were just going to be hard-forcing multicaster, and we know that that's not the case with the slice of players that we gotten. There's one at the very top of the leaderboard that I just need to shout out. I looked at the comps of players, like what are people running, what are kind of their comfort picks, and one person, Wida, stood out to me with not running a single game of multicasters. You just have to respect the man. Voltariux is here with us today. Once again, it feels like it's been forever since I talked to you last. Hello, Volta. Congratulations.
Hello there.
How are you feeling?
Very good, but I'm a bit feared for tomorrow because there is a points reset and there is no reward for ending first place on the second day.
No, there's not.
Any.
But there is a reward for exceptional play. And I was just telling the viewers that throughout all of yesterday and today, you didn't play a single game of multicasters, Volta. That's amazing. How did you avoid them?
Let's be honest, I cannot play them. I'm playing Earth. So just my game plan is I flip the Tom at 2-1 and good luck everyone.
Sounds awesome. Volta, I kind of want to talk to you about this because this is going to be your third finals in our EMEA regional competition, right? Galaxies, you made it to the World Championship. You finished 4th there, I believe. Then you had another showcasing in set 6, if I recall correctly, and now you're back with a vengeance. Do you think that experience will help you out tomorrow?
I don't want to curse, but last time I went to World was set 3 and set 6. So if we follow the logic, it should be set 9.
That is true, actually.
All right.
The math is mathing.
Okay, so guys, for your cheat sheets, for your pick'ems, set 12 will be the next one where we can expect you to break through. But of course, set 9 comes first. Volta, with France being as dominating as they are, still and forever and always, it seems like, talk to me about the French community a little bit. How does it work for you guys to kind of always end up on top?
So when there is a French player in lobby, somehow we always manage to grief each other. So if we make the game more difficult, that's a good training.
It's great, actually. So, like, again, I don't know how much you have had like a chance to look at the standings here, but like we know that Yoroi also had a very strong day. You coming in from the French scene, like how much do you know about Yoroi outside of like his one GSC? When is someone that you kind of would have expected this performance from?
Wait, can you repeat? That was a bit too fast for me.
Sorry. I am a fast talker. I'll try to slow it down a bit. Yoroi also had a very strong couple of days here. And again, he is a French player. Like, how integrated is he in the French scene, like, compared to someone like you?
Okay, I might be stupid.
Yeah, I'm also stupid. Don't worry about it. Like, it's fine. Let's make sure you're way better questions than I am. And
so the question he's asking is, Yoroi, who won the Golden Spatula Cup this set, is he like prepping with you guys? I think is the question.
Oh, well, it's the best prep. He's always the Exig, which is the French TRC. And I managed to win the last French TRC. But,
yeah, congratulations for that as well. That was very recent.
Yeah, thanks. I was not very confident, let's be honest.
Really? Because you were scared of the multicasters?
Yes, exactly.
I also see him in my.
There was some lobbies where multicasters went 1, 2, 3, being 4 ways contested, so that was a bit scary.
You showed them, I think, with your comms of yesterday and today. We can expect great moves from you for tomorrow. I'm not going to leak your tech, don't worry. But you will be going up against the other 7 players for those top 4 spots. Anything you want the other 7 players to hear?
Good luck, everyone.
All right, that's very wholesome. Thank you so much, Volta. Anyone you want to shout out as a last kind of thing before we send you off to prep?
Well, shout out to all the Sorise fans.
That's it? Okay.
Thank you so much for the time, Volta.
That's good. No worries.
I
You're
cannot
great.
shout out other French players in my lobby. I won the first place.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's the spirit. Thank you so much, Volta, for taking the time to talk to us. We'll see you out there tomorrow, and thank you for that lovely, lovely interview.
Thank you.
I mean, what would I do without you, Mix, by the way, right? Because, like, you just come in here, you save me from, like, my horrible question. I'll try to rephrase 3 times. You come in.
It's okay. It's okay. It's so fun. You know, Volta is, like, in the same games I've been in for the longest time, and I never met him until I casted him. And people were like, how can you not know him? And So fun. I've been a big enjoyer of Lusanglia and spamming it, but he's not the only, winner of at least today. We do have a contest winner from our contest on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA. That's you. That's right. And here is our winner with the best wrong answer. I'll do you the honor of reading it out. Wida Cass invented a card game, and Impetuous Panda is already beating him at it.
Okay. It's wrong answers, right? Because Pen and I have only really played the same card game once in our lives, and to be fair, he was better at me at that game. I'll give it that. So yeah, sure. Shout out Sparkling Icy, by the way, as well, fellow community caster.
Yeah, shout out to him and congratulations for winning those eggs. We love that. There will be another contest tomorrow, so check it out again. And speaking of tomorrow, we'll see each other again tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST. We're still in the summertime. Pre-show starts half an hour early, so if you wanted to catch that, you absolutely can. Get a little bit of a brief on the meta and what players are running. Usually pretty interesting, if you ask me.
And they can also follow us on Twitter, because I can't do math, but I can read the lower third graphic, right? So follow us over there at TFT Esports EMEA, and also, we use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends.
Yeah, it even has a small little image on there. It's great. If you wanted to check out our casters, you can do !mark casters, because I am not going to recite all of those handles, but I'm sure you can find them in Twitch chat.
Trouble Inc.
I'm not doing it.
We had @mix_.
No. You're already wrong with the trouble. It's G_. Anyhow, with that, we only have one more thing to do, and that's flame chat for not putting enough copy pastas out there. No, but seriously, thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure today, and we hope we see you tomorrow.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit.